hello, folks. Howdy, 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 folks. How we all doing? I was going more for vampire KBS, but I'll take it. Hey, Shaggy Zed. Hello, Stadman. Hello, Punky Gal. Hey, Zero to Hero Zed. Hello, Solazar. NB Genevieve, thank you. Stadman, thank you for subscribing. Although, Stadman, over on riverboat.gg, you got a white name. We got a lot of white names on here. Oh my god. The white name hunt never ends. Neuron, you're not one to talk. I see that white name status. What was what? Hey, Paladin Lost, that is very red. I know. I decided I would try a bold outfit tonight. The website flaked out? Well, I don't know what that means. Ah, Stoudman, thank you for subscribing over on riverboat.gg. I know, so many of you guys have been with me for so long, Punky Gal. Thank you for being around for 2 years, Stoudman. You've been around for 18 months, goddamn. Year and a half? Yeah, the white name replacement theory, let's go. Sorry, folks, it has been a long day. Got my new computer chair. Hell yeah. How we all doing? How we all doing? How'd the weekend treat us all? Excuse me. Do 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 do. All right, well, folks, let's get started, shall we? Hey, Paladin Lost, thank you for gifting a sub to Punky Gal Statman. Thank you for gifting a sub to Punky Gal. Hopefully that means 2 months for Punky Gal. Lady Raincloud, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Y'all, we gonna make this happen. Chat, that means we've had this site. You paid for 12? You paid 12? What? God, I look tired as fuck. Oh, Paladin, you paid for 3 months? Gotcha. I'm just very, yeah. 5 more months and I'll have been sub for Jack for 3 years? Fuck yeah. Hey, Shackley, how you doing? If I gift a sub to one of the homies, I buy the 3-month version? Hell yeah. Hey, Zero to Hero Zed. Heck indeed. Alright, so chat, here's the deal. I was busy today. Stoutman, thank you for gifting Neuron a tier 1 sub. That's mighty kind of you. Thank you. Bunch of kind homies in the chat today. But I did not prep a show today. So I'm gonna play Dark Souls 2. And we're gonna watch things like interviews with Bernie Sanders or the new ContraPoints video. Because Contra has now released her 1 video per year that somehow sustains her entire channel. And maybe there'll be a new true crime thing. Who knows? Let's see here. Patreon is how? I mean, does she charge them by the month? I feel like that's almost highway robbery. Just not the new Illuminati vid? Why? Oh, no, we're not gonna do that one. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Animal abuse? Yeah, I'm good. Hideous Lemon, thank you for subscribing at tier 2 over on Twitch. That's real kind to you. Oh, Natalie does a video a month over on Patreon? Gotcha. What was the other one? I'm always hesitant when I hear ContraPoints. I mean, I haven't watched a ContraPoints video in a long time. Probably like 2 years. So we'll see. Hey, GD Reaper. Sheckley, thank you for jumping on over to riverboat.gg. And thank you, GD Reaper. I appreciate that. Maybe I can take a Nope. The shirt is adorable. The one issue I have with this shirt is that there's one button up here that's just like a very weak kind of button. You know what I'm saying? And then there's also one at the very bottom that's a very weak button, and it just keeps coming undone, and it's very irritating. Spherical Man, thank you for subscribing. Wish I could be around more often. So many streams, so little time, and 2 times speed. Well, I'm glad you're here now. Punky Gal, thank you for gifting a sub to Zero to Hero Zed. Hell yeah. An important task for chat. Yes, the Missouri Attorney General has opened up a reporting form to report on gender-affirming care providers in the state. Given that he's seeking to effectively ban care in the state for all trans people, let him know your concern. You all know what to do. Yes, here's a link to report the crimes of gender-affirming care. Knock yourselves out, chat. Colonel Jack Transers, goddamn. I feel thoroughly roasted. Whoa. I'm not telling you to do any K-pop ops. I'm just saying, if you know of any legitimate violations of Missouri law, it'd be negligent for you not to share them. You know what? Before maybe you know, nah. I don't got it. I don't got it in me. Don't got it in me. All right, here we go. Just seeing if there's any content we want to highlight today that I missed because I did not prep the show properly. My bad. How we doing? Did you know that the Missouri House member who bragged about knowing a bunch of people who had married 12-year-olds, he provides affirming care to fat old men? Exactly. Fair enough. Fair enough. What if we do... You know what? What if we do this? Did you see the Florida Republican that called trans children demons and imps? Yes, I did. He also compared them to X-Men. Maybe not this one. Hey, Ariane, no worries. I'm glad you won. So, folks, it does look. I feel like I'd be negligent to mention that tomorrow, the Fox Dominion trial is set to begin. And you know what, folks? It's going to be spicy. It's going to be real spicy, folks. There was some really troubling news last minute that Fox was trying to settle. Like, was just trying to settle, and like it was going to be like maybe it wouldn't go to trial, but looks like that did not work. So, you know, we're just we're gonna get it. We're gonna get the spicy drums. We're gonna get all the inside dirty deets. It's gonna be amazing, folks. Well, time to go through the discovery, baby. Hey, bread into toast. Hello, Holly Hoomst. How you two doing? White names. Oh, also, yeah, one of Ron DeSantis's billionaire backers has bailed on him. So, I think it's pretty fair to say that his run at the presidency is dead. Chat. Like he's been falling in the poll numbers for a hot minute, and now he's lost one of his biggest financial backers, and I don't know. Frankly, I'm here for the destruction of Pudding Fingers Ron. Okay. Meatball Ron, Pudding Fingers Ron. There were so many different facets of Ron. I'm just sad we won't get to see all of them, you know? So many different versions of Ron. And we'll never know the true extent to which that silly little meatball guy. Yeah, we could have had Spaghetti Ron, Macaroni Ron. So many different kinds of Rons. Ariana Tari, that was a hell of a typo. Oh god. My god. Uh, uh oh no. Oh, it's funnier the longer I think about it. Kelly Gearbox, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Did you get to see my video for a homeless pop-up tent? I did. It was one hell of a fuckery. Those jeans. Yeah, the struggles of every chatter is real. I'm a fellow friendo with Sophie. You'll have to be more specific. There are many Sophies in the world. I see my own jeans all the time. Excellent. I don't know why I have this song stuck in my head. Don't ask me, please. What did you think of it? I think the homeless need better than pop-up tents, unfortunately. Like, for example, I live in an extraordinarily cold place. They need a bit better than tents in the wintertime. Do 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 do. I wonder if no. Okay. Cool. Why do you have that song in your head? I have no fucking idea. Like, actually none. not like I want some like decent content here. Do you have any tips for a nervous autistic being who's about to have an at-home movie date? Um, well, it sounds like you've been having a series of really good dates, Holly Hoomst. So, I don't know. I think that what helps me when I'm really nervous is voicing my concerns and just like being like, I'm kind of nervous, you know? Like, just it's okay to say that. That's actually an okay thing to say. It was only the one. Ooh, it must have gone well then. If it went that well, then I wouldn't worry too much about voicing your anxiety. You should have seen the freak out when we just talked about putting in some tiny houses for the unhoused on a persistently empty lot in Chicago. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they were like all very, very worried about their property values. Do 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 do. I know this is riveting content, chat. Amazing. Can we talk about the NRA for a short, hot moment? Sure. Oh, Sophie from Mars. I'm aware of Sophie from Mars, and Sophie from Mars might be aware of me? Question mark. Maybe I don't know. Trump saying the trans. Yeah, we talked about the Donald Trump saying crazy shit last week. We didn't talk about all of the children that were at the NRA convention that were photographed handling guns. That was definitely a bit disturbing, to say the least. Not great to see children handling handguns. I don't know, just not great. Also, I'm trying to avoid exposing you guys today to like cancer content, specifically content like Steven Crowder, who did a show on Mr. Beast's friend Chris, who's transitioning. Like, I don't know. It's I would rather avoid that. Like hell. Is this gonna be a wholesome Monday? Maybe. Not on purpose though. I'm just trying to see if there's anything that's really jumping out at me as something else we should cover. Looking for more long form content here. Not exactly seeing a whole lot. Do 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 do. And let's see. Oh god. Do we want to watch Glenn Beck talk about the trans activist army? Do we want to do that? Do we want to have that kind of cancer? Eh. Sounds funny. It might be, but is it 50 minutes long funny? Crowder did anti-Chris shit. I don't wanna. Thanks. Yeah, nah. It'd be really nice if people weren't fucking weird about Chris transitioning. Like, I don't know much about Chris, but like, I don't know. She's Mr. Beast's editor, and like, just leave her the fuck alone. It's a skip through the 50 minutes funny. Well, it's something that I want to have on. Well, I want to have something on while I play Dark Souls 2. You guys don't understand the purpose of my search. There are plenty of short form bits of content that I could give you. I just would rather do, you know, video games. Sophie was at a protest, went to a pub to use the restroom. There were no paper towels. The other lady in the bathroom said that Sophie said she would just dry her hands on her penis. It was a whole thing. Oh, God. Oh, God, what the fuck? Imagine saying that to somebody. Imagine what kind of a person you have to be to say that to somebody. What a fucking unhinged, like, individual. It got written up. How does that interaction get written up by a journalist? Who then, like, tries to paint the trans person in a negative light? What the hell? You all want to rather talk to me? I mean, that's fine. You guys can talk to me. I'm here to be talked to. Oh yeah, no. Look, the southern states are literally just waiting for the opportunity to fuck up trans people.
At Veterans Hospital in Palo Alto.
Okay, what is this? Fine, we'll watch this. Wow, Disney World is exempt from ride safety regulations? That's insane. Sweaty spaghetti, I do not. Could do Collins? Maybe. I need to get my controller. I'll be right back. What's the point of chatting when the convo always steers the same way? Who knows? Are you doing an anti-Semitic bit? Is that what this is?
California, Dr. Leo Hollister is conducting some of the first experiments with pure THC on human beings. One volunteer subject is Bill Mahler, 23, unmarried, and a graduate student at Stanford. He was given an amount roughly equivalent to 3 marijuana cigarettes, a comparatively mild dose, but a little more than most people would take to get high.
Well, Bill, we're ready to go. This is your dose of today's drug.
There have been virtually no scientifically controlled experiments like this for nearly 30 years. Now, with the newly isolated chemical, Dr. Hollister hopes to define more precisely what marijuana does.
You probably noticed it has a mildly alcoholic flavor. That's something we can't avoid because the drug has to be dissolved in
Mildly alcoholic flavor.
Oh. Bill, how do you feel now?
Oh, really great.
Do you really?
Yeah,
Is it a nice sensation?
yeah, it's beautiful.
Is it really?
Some weird patterns and stuff. You know, when
Does
I
your
close my
mind
eyes.
keep wandering?
No, it doesn't wander. Well, I was getting so hot in here with these lights, you know? So I just started thinking that I was cold, and now I'm cold.
To measure the psychological effects, he was given a series of cards and told to pick out a description of his own feelings.
You know, I could goose up there, but
The effect of the drug was increasing.
considerate. Defiant? Not at all. Fatigued? Not at all. Unhappy? Not at all. Businesslike? Not at all.
I like this guy.
Sheesh. Friendly? Extreme. Grouchy? Not at all. Sleepy? A little. Strong.
Do you think you feel stronger than you usually do?
No. Well, just, you know, I mean, if, you know, it's just the bigger range, you know? Distribution spread out. It's got same mean, no, same mean. It's, you know, it's just portion out those little variances, you know? That's what it's doing. Fantastic, though.
What's so fantastic about it?
Everything just gets, you know, popping around. You know, everything's just moving, constantly moving. Well, Bill, it's been about 2 hours since you got the drug. How do you feel?
Look, I've been high on the marijuanas before. This guy, I want whatever this guy got. Okay, like it sounds like he got some good shit, like some real good shit.
Oh.
I have been known to
It's
have
hard
the
explain, you know,
marijuanas.
because there's nothing like it in the real world. You know, I mean, it's just completely different. You know, so I really can't compare it to anything. It's not like anything you've experienced before? Oh, never in this amount, you know. Is it similar but greater than the effects you got from marijuana? Yeah. Yeah. You look sort of bemused, as if you're smiling and happy. Yeah, I guess that's right. And a little bit, your eyes seem red to me. Can we take off your glasses and take a look at these eyes? Yeah, they're a little bit bloodshot. Almost as if you,
Nope.
been drinking a bit too much. But this does not feel the same as alcoholic intoxication. No. So we found out that the drug makes people happy, it makes them intoxicated, and finally makes them sleepy, which is about what marijuana users were telling us happened all the time. We found that it is a mild respiratory stimulant, which could possibly be a use for it if this property can be disassociated from its other effects. It lowers blood pressure, which again offers a possible therapeutic use. It stimulates appetite, and we know that this is not at the moment due to a change in blood sugar, but we don't have an explanation for this effect. We know that it impairs performance. This latter is evident in the psychometric tests that we do, where there is a falling off of performance, either in the number of tasks that are completed or in the accuracy of them.
The tests of muscle strength indicated a measurable weakening effect.
Relax slowly. All right. Good.
This is Bill Muller at the peak of intoxication. Later, he said the experience was both pleasurable and exciting. But after the euphoria had worn off, he also recalled an intense feeling of detachment.
I felt like I was, like I knew what was going on. And most of it seemed kind of
It makes everyone gay. It's true.
funny in a way. Like I was seeing it, and yet I was not really there. I was kind of removed from it and viewing myself and the people around me from an outside position. And from that position, what was going on seemed somehow kind of ridiculous,
But at the time, what seemed ridiculous to Bill also felt sublime.
Beautiful, man, it's beautiful, But I can't show it to you, because I'm not that kind of a person, So I got a real extrovert, to be in this front for the TV camera,
Although the weight of the evidence thus far indicates marijuana probably is no more harmful than alcohol, and maybe even less so,
Passed out the
medical
first time I
science is
took.
not yet ready to return a final verdict. But society has, labeling marijuana a killer drug, a doorway to sin, and a corrupter of youth. In many states, it is a crime just to be in a room where marijuana is kept.
My own sense of the situation is that whatever society does in terms of laws and rules and regulations, students will need marijuana. And what the society constituted by parents is doing, in effect, when it bans marijuana, is to denominate certain people as criminals by that very gesture, and to make their own children criminals in the society, I think does more harm to the society itself than to the young people involved, that is, to the adult society.
Just imagine.
Oh God. Yeah, the first time I had the marijuana, it actually went pretty well. I wound up getting sleepy. It was the next morning. The next morning I woke up and I threw up a lot. But it was still pretty fun. Yeah, panic attacks is a pretty common response, especially to some people with a lot of anxiety. I still get tunnel vision if it's good shit. I don't think I've ever had tunnel vision. I get real into sounds a lot of the time. Like I don't know, just rhythms in particular. Rhythms are some of that good shit. See you, nerd.
The vaccine, the United States government worked with the private sector to develop a vaccine with the company Moderna. They own the intellectual property of the vaccine. Okay, you got me? There are people all over the world who cannot afford it. I've got the vaccine here in my hand. You can't afford it? Sorry.
Nandrine sounds like a good reason to take your meds.
Is that criminal? Is that any different than if you were walking by a swimming pool and you saw a kid drowning and you said, well, I don't want to get my bathing suit wet, right? What is that? How do we describe that? So in other words, these are the kinds of crime is not just committed by people who rob banks. Terrible crimes are committed by people in three-piece suits, distinguished gentlemen who contribute money to the local art institute and to charities, right? And they're upstanding citizens who make decisions that kill lots of people. Do we talk about it in that way? You tell me. Now, when you get sick, you go to the doctor, right? How much
I used to smoke that much to just
Nothing.
chill.
Oh my God! All right. How many?
Yeah, look. Also, just know your limits. You know, it's okay to not take a like. It's okay to not smoke a lot of weed. Okay, like that's totally fine. Honestly, probably should just be a sometime thing anyway. Like it's just seems like a sometime snack, you know?
People do you know who have gone bankrupt in the UK because of medical bills?
No one.
No one? Oh my God. All right, UK, listen up.
The UK is
Here's
a paradise.
A new phenomenon for you. You now have the opportunity, if you move to the private system, to go bankrupt because of medically related debt. N-O. No, no, no. That would be the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
Go well, and cheers as well.
All right. I got strong water here. All right. Cheers.
Bernie Sanders, hello.
Good to be with you. Good.
Very glad to have you here. Welcome to the Harlequin in Angel, in London, I guess. Yeah, Politics Joe's favourite pub. We had Mick Lynch and Eddie Dempsey here not too long ago, so some good ideas bouncing around these tables, but we're very glad to have you here. Before we get into the book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism, could you tell us, in your own words, who you are and how you came to have the ideas that you have?
Damn it.
I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. My dad was a paint salesman. He came from Poland at the age of 17 without any money at all. And I grew up in a family, we never had much money, and we lived in what was called rent.
I do really like that the captions on this video said that his father was a pain salesman. Hello! Can I interest you or your husband in some pain today? Why, gentlemen, you look like you haven't had your backs blown out in a hot minute. I can suffice.
Control department in Brooklyn, New York. So I became kind of conscious about what lack of money does to a family at a very early age. I went to public schools in New York City. When I was a young man, I got involved in the civil rights movement. And later on, became involved in the anti-Vietnam War.
I believe that's called the Dominatrix.
movement,
Yeah, Bernie Sanders' dad,
issues
the
of
OG
economic
Dominatrix.
justice, ran on a small splinter party, if you like. Did not get very many votes, but had an opportunity to talk to a lot of people, and I enjoyed it. In 1981, to everybody's surprise, I defeated an incumbent mayor in Burlington,
Okay, you guys all
Vermont,
say you
became
want
mayor.
pain until I start playing the Dave Rubin clip.
Got reelected again, and we did a lot of good things, interesting things as mayor of the city. And my wife and I were just talking about the youth office that we put together. Got a lot of young people involved in civic life. I ran for Congress. I lost, ran again. I won, served in Congress for 14 years as an independent, caucusing with the Democrats. And then in 2006, became a United States Senator. And today I am chairman of one of the important Senate committees called the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee.
If we have time, I'd love to talk about that. But let's start with a broad definition of terms. Obviously, we're talking about capitalism.
Yeah.
How do you characterize our current economic system?
It's extraordinarily unfair and destructive. And what the book is about, Ali, is just to try to get people to take a step back and think about the world that we take for granted, but that we should not take for granted. And I obviously am much more familiar with the United States than I am with the UK and other countries, but in the United States, we have more income and wealth inequality than any time in the history of the country, all right? And people don't know this, and people don't think about it. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom
The no
half
death
of
run isn't
American
going well.
society.
It's going very well. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think that's an issue we should be talking about. Is that good from a moral perspective? You got people sleeping out on the streets, people in America who are hungry, desperate, 3 people who are worth more money than they can spend in 10,000 lifetimes, okay? So that's issue number 1, more income and wealth inequality. Issue number 2, which we don't talk about very much, certainly true here in UK as well as other countries, more concentration of ownership What does that mean?
Man, Bernie
What it
Sanders
means
is so
it used
sharp.
to be people started a small business. You start a small, you have a business, you have a business. Today, in sector after sector, whether it is financial services, Wall Street, whether it is media, whether it's agriculture, whether it's transportation, whether it's big tech, you have fewer and fewer multi-billion-dollar corporations controlling that sector. And interestingly enough, during the worst of the pandemic, when in my country tens of thousands of workers died because they had to go to work, bus drivers, nurses went to work, the billionaire class became $2 trillion richer, all right? And corporate profits soared and prices went up. You know, we talk about
Bernie
inflation.
can still win.
In America,
Oh,
we think that
neuron.
half of inflation was a result of corporate greed, just raising prices so they can make more corporate profits. So you got corporate, a smaller number of people controlling the economy. Then the third issue I worry about, and America is different here than the UK, is we have a pretty corrupt political system in the sense that as a result of a terrible Supreme Court decision, if you're a billionaire and you want to get involved in politics, you can write out a check for hundreds of millions of dollars, put it into a super PAC.
There
You know
we
what a super
go.
PAC is? Yeah. Political Action Committee that can spend money to support your candidates or defeat your candidates. All right? That's not democracy. That's oligarchy. And the
He
fourth
won't
issue
run.
that concerns me in terms of what's going on in
He's
America
not gonna,
is, and again, it's different
unless
than
Joe
it is
Biden
here in the
doesn't.
UK,
But like the chances
is
of
we
that are very
have
slim.
8 large media conglomerates that control about
How you doing, bread
90%
and a
of what
toast?
the American people see, hear, and read. What does that mean? What that ends up meaning is that issues like the issues I discuss in this book are virtually never discussed on American television. Give you one example. I'll give you a million, but one example. In the United States, we spend more than twice as much as the UK does on healthcare. Okay? We have a system which is dominated by private insurance companies whose goal is to make as much money as they can. If you don't have any insurance, you can't go to the doctor. Not their worry. They got to make money. That's what it is.
Exactly.
I have never been asked, how does it happen that we spend so much money on healthcare and yet 85 million people are uninsured or underinsured, and in some cases we pay 5-10 times more for prescription drugs than you do? Now you would think that's a pretty simple question to ask. Hey Bernie, what's going on? What can we learn from Canada? What can we learn from UK? What do we learn from France about healthcare? Never. And that is
God, that
the
phantom
corporate
scared me.
media is owned by billionaires, and their agenda, it's not like it's authoritarian. It's not like somebody calls a commentator up and says, this is what you have to say. It doesn't work that way. But basically, they know what we can discuss and what we can't discuss. So some of the most important issues facing working class people are never discussed. In fact, interestingly enough, in America, I don't know how it is here, the phrase working class is never used. Ruling class is never used. Now, when you got 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half, do you think we have a ruling class? I think so.
I think so, yeah.
But no media person will say, well, the ruling class today has decided that we cannot conceptualize class. We're not allowed to. We're all in one happy middle class, despite the fact that the middle class is shrinking.
No, I
and
don't
working
think Trump
class
is going to
really
jail
falling
before
far
he
behind.
gets
I
to
won't
fully
lie, that
run.
section about
No.
media and the questions you don't get asked, I have used that as a bit of a crib sheet in preparation for this interview, so we will come to them.
But also
before
you
we-
can run
before we
from
get into those
jail,
issues,
yeah.
I mean, can we just talk about the morality of that wealth inequality? Because you mentioned, you know, how immoral it is. So could you talk about that in a little bit more
Yeah,
detail?
I mean, again, what I want people is, I'm throwing out expressions here. I hope they work here in the UK. It was thinking outside the box.
Yeah, we know that one.
All right, good. Just want to make sure. All right, so look, some kid today in London walks in and robs a store, right? And everyone says that's wrong, criminal, should be punished. Fine, I accept that. What happens if you are the head of a multi-billion-dollar fossil fuel
The fascioids
company,
are so fucked next
and
year.
60
Thanks,
years ago,
Opossum Shaman.
your scientists came to you and said, you know what? The product that we are producing is going to destroy this planet. Okay, 60 years ago. And what the company did say is, well, we're in trouble here, so we better lie about it. We will deny the reality. We'll put money into what we call front organizations. Say, well, there's a big debate going on about climate change. Some people say, yeah, some people, we're working on it, right? And the result of that will be trillions of dollars of destruction of the planet. God knows how many people will die. Okay? What do you consider that? So some kid goes in, robs a store, that's a criminal offense. Do we think in America or around the world that it is a criminal offense that the CEOs who make tens of millions a year lie about a product which is destroying the planet? How do you deal with that? All right? Other example, more relevant in the United States than it is here. We pay in America the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, okay?
UK politics is
people
fucked.
cannot afford the drugs their doctors prescribe. That's
Yeah, I don't know how you guys get out.
Now, what do we say? How do you do?
I gotta be 100% honest with you guys. I am not familiar enough with like the UK political system to like point to a solution for you guys. But like as far as I know, like all of the current situations and like options available to people in the UK are terrible. You know? Like and Rishi Sunak is now like what being investigated for like financial crimes. Like it's ridiculous. Like I don't know what you guys are gonna do to get out of that. I'm sure it's extraordinarily frustrating. Hey, Abyssaliss, how you doing?
How would you describe the head of a drug company? They sit around the room, they say, well, we're going to raise the prices of insulin, okay? Now, we have a lot of diabetics in the United States. Raise the price of insulin. Somebody said, well, if you do that, thousands of people are not going to be able to afford it. Some may die. And the answer is, well, our job is to make money. And so people die, that's the way it is. How do you describe that behavior?
Well, it's murderous. Callous in the extreme.
Yes,
greedy.
It is. The vaccine, all right? The vaccine, the United States government, actually, we have a very good agency called the National Institute of Health, really great scientists, work with the private sector to develop a vaccine with the company Moderna. They own the intellectual property of the vaccine. Okay, you got me? There are people all over the world who cannot afford it. I've got the vaccine here in my hand. You can't afford it? Sorry. You tell me. Is that
Yeah, it'd be nice to not have Clarence
Is that any
Thomas on the
different
court.
than if you were walking by a swimming pool and you saw a kid drowning and you said, well, I don't want to get my bathing suit wet, right? What is that? How do we describe that? So in other words, these are the kinds of crime is not just committed by people who rob banks. Terrible crimes are committed by people in three-piece suits, distinguished gentlemen who contribute money to the local art institute and to charities, right? And they're upstanding citizens who make decisions that kill lots of people. Do we talk about it in that way? You tell me.
No, we don't.
All right. And that's the kind of discussion we have to have.
And the people that do talk about it in that way are often labeled as extreme.
Right.
I like that this is just a chat with Bernie Sanders at a pub.
Rather extreme.
You know?
For a fossil fuel industry to produce a product that may kill millions of people, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So, I mean, that's the kind of discussion that we need to have. Who determines what is really important? I think that when you have, again, in my country, massive income and wealth inequality, that is a major issue. From the media's perspective, the billionaires' perspective, they don't want you to think that that is a major issue. And in fact, what's going on here, I don't want to be too
the old man is Bernie Sanders.
We are in the midst of a massive class warfare. Massive class. So the people on top are doing phenomenally well, and they will spend whatever it takes to protect
You need a shield.
the status
Shields
quo.
are for cowards
It's going great
and babies.
for them. Not so great for the working class. In my
Bernie
country,
is
just to give you an
pro-weed,
example,
probably.
and again, we don't talk about this much. You know, I know, everybody knows that we have seen an explosion of technology, right? Workers now produce far more. When I was mayor of Burlington in the early 80s, we didn't have a computer. We didn't have email. All right, everything is more productive now. And yet in the last 50 years, the weekly wages of the average American worker is less today in inflation adjusted for dollars than it was 50 years ago. How does that happen? Meanwhile, there has been
We won't
a
get Bernie
$50 trillion
back. Not as
transfer of
president,
wealth
no.
from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So I know I'm throwing around a lot of numbers, and people go, oh my God, sick and tired of numbers. Bottom line is, middle class is shrinking. People on top are doing phenomenally well. People on top have virtually all of the power. They like what's going on.
Goddamn
and they wanna
tops.
maintain the status
We need
quo.
more
That's it
subs.
in a
That's what we
sense.
need.
I think you can go a step
Hey,
further
Snuggle
talking
Kitten.
about that class warfare and actually argue that the ruling class is on the offensive, right?
Yes.
It's not just, oh, there's a constant state of conflict between the two. It's like one end is on the losing end, the receiving end is a lot of it. So how do you see then, if you want to take a phrase like billionaires shouldn't exist, what's the route to bringing that into existence?
First of all, we have to raise public consciousness. Like you say, billionaire shit, that's a chapter in the book. Ali didn't just think of that off the top of his head.
I don't think of anything off the top of my head.
But we have to begin that discussion. All right, look, if you go out and you start a business and you're successful in it, you make money, fine, good for you. You want to make money, you want to become rich, that's great. But should society say that really,
Vosh and Contra
when we got
fighting?
people in desperate shape,
Why? I thought
that
they
you
were
should not be
already not on
making
good
billions
terms.
and billions of dollars? I think society can say that. So this is not a book against innovation, against new ideas. Businesses want to make money, but there should be a limit. Billionaires, in fact, should not exist. And we got to be thinking about it. And the way you do it
God,
is
Bernie's
through a fair
based.
and progressive tax system. All right.
So many libs
you're
are
a
not willing to
successful
bite that
businessman, You
bullet.
have more money than me, fine. But there's got to be a limit to it. And we are going to tax you very heavily on the upper end of the amount of money that you make so that you're not a billionaire. You will have plenty of money to take care of your family. You can own a dozen homes, maybe not 20 homes, only 10 homes. I know, painful.
Concha's latest
Your
Bitcoin
yacht
amount?
could only be 5,000 feet, not 10,000. I don't know, but you'll survive.
You'll get by. Yeah, it's quite striking for me from a sort of external perspective on recent American politics, the kind of
Well, we're watching
obsession,
the
psychodrama
Contra
around
vid
foreign
next, so.
interference in elections, right? When, for me, it appears to be in plain sight, the threat is domestic.
Well, it's both. I mean,
sorry.
I think you got Russia and perhaps other countries meddling through social media in elections.
Yeah.
I think that's true. But you're right, it is in plain sight. So here's the story. If you come to America, you decide to become an American citizen, and you take me into a back room or this little pub here, and you say, Bernie, here is $5, and I want you to vote for this bill. If you were found out, if you gave me that $5, you would be found guilty of a serious crime, bribing a senator. I would be found guilty of accepting it, all right? You're bribing me. If I take it, we're both in deep trouble. Give me $5. On the other hand, if you are a billionaire and you say, hey, I'm going to set up a super PAC for you and put $100 million to make sure that you get reelected. Perfectly legal. Okay? So it is in plain sight. Perfectly legal for billionaires to buy elections. And what the Supreme Court did a number of years ago in a decision called Citizens United is, in America we believe in freedom of speech, freedom of all of that. And what the Supreme Court said, you're a billionaire, you have free speech. You want to run $100 million on ads attacking Bernie Sanders, that's your freedom. You want to destroy democracy, that's your freedom. Needless to say, some of us strongly disagree.
You've spoken before about corporate Democrats, and I don't want to make this personal, although you can if you wish to, but could you talk a little bit about that and the Build Back Better bill as well, specifically?
Yeah, and I think it's possible that many in the UK
Yeah,
are not
I
aware of
avoided Contra for a while because she said some weird things about non-binary
After
people.
Biden was elected,
I think she's come around on that.
My campaign sat down with his campaign.
Yeah, we've had
And
the
we
site
said,
for
"Look,
1
let's
month
work
as of
together
today,
on the
Sam and
important
Moose.
issues facing the American
exciting.
people, whether it is healthcare, education, climate, housing, whatever it may be. And we did. We put together task forces, and they came up with, pretty strong progressive ideas. When Biden became president, we were in the midst of this terrible pandemic. Thousands of people were dying every day. We did not have a vaccine. And the economy was crashing. Worst economic situation since the Great Depression. Small businesses going under, kids not going to school, schools closing, hospitals
Going
overflowing, under great stress. We worked together to pass a bill called the American Rescue Plan. It was a $1.9 trillion bill, which I worked very hard on with the president, which gave $1,400 to every man, woman, and child in this country in a time of a massive economic
You bought
crisis.
3 months on
Gave $350 per child
on
for
riverboat.gg.
working parents.
I don't think it.
helped
I
small
don't think it sends a
businesses, helped
reset
hospitals,
message.
helped schools, made sure that the vaccine would get
Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
distributed in a way that hadn't, we hadn't been able to do before. A very
Drunk
impressive
type.
bill, and
Let's
I was
go,
glad that
babies.
Biden was very supportive. Then we said this was an emergency bill, right? It was an emergency. We responded effectively. What Biden said, what I said, what others said, okay, let us now deal with the structural, you know what I mean by structural?
Yeah, yeah.
The not an emergency, the long-standing problems, which are what? Well, we have elderly people in America that don't have any teeth in their mouth. They can't afford hearing aids. We're going to expand our health care program to cover them. Our child care system, I don't know, how is child care here? Is it in decent shape?
It's very expensive.
Is it?
Incredibly expensive.
So if you're a working person, hard to afford child care?
A lot of people have to make the choice between, let's say, you're not
Honestly,
particularly
there aren't
well-paid,
many promising
it's
candidates at the
more economically
moment.
better for you to just stay home and look after a child.
Okay, same thing in the United States. So in the United States, in my state,
Where you going, bud?
which is cheaper than most, it's about $15,000 per person. So if you make average income 50 or 60,000, you're spending a quarter of your income
God
just
damn.
to put your kid, if
the
you're
hell?
lucky enough to find a slot.
Yeah, yeah.
Meanwhile, psychologists tell us that 0 through 4 are the most important years of intellectual and emotional development. We pay child care workers terribly. So we had a revolutionary approach to child care, really going to transform it. We said if you want to go to higher education, at least the first 2 years would be tuition free. We have a major housing crisis in America. We put hundreds of billions of dollars to build low income and affordable housing. We have a problem in home health care. In other words, this
The Hunt Showdown is
legislation,
fun.
which originally started out of my committee at $6 trillion, went down, would have been the most significant piece of legislation for the working class. of America.
Basically,
It dealt with virtually
the only.
all of the problems the working class families.
Oh,
face.
Salmon Moose! Thank you for getting it through one
And
sub.
we had 0 Republican support, not one Republican.
Basically, it's
And in the
looking
Senate,
like
it was 50 Democrats in the Democratic caucus, 50
Biden's
Republicans.
going to be the guy.
And we negotiated, we worked, and 2 corporate Democrats, and by that I mean 2 Democrats
hell?
who get a whole lot of money
Why do you
from the
keep
wealthy.
getting to stab me? I
And they
don't
ended up
understand.
saying, no, we don't want to go with it. So we lost the opportunity to really do a lot of good stuff for working class people, and I think restore faith in democracy as well.
You mentioned there the collaborative approach you've had with the Biden administration, and it's been a very progressive administration so far. But you're quite harsh on the Democrats in the book as a whole.
Yes, they deserve it.
And I know you just mentioned there you vote with the caucus, but there's room for improvement in the party, clearly, from your point of view.
Much room for improvement. Look, what our campaigns did is show that there were a lot of working class people and young people. We won in both of our campaigns the support of young people under 40 in overwhelming numbers. It wasn't even close, landslide victories. We did very poorly for whatever reason with older people. And what I wanted to see and want to see is the Democratic Party say, wow, we got all of this energy, this youthful energy out there. People who are fighting racism and sexism and homophobia, people who in many ways are economically worse off than their parents, people who are willing to take on big money interests and corporate interests. Bring them in, open the door. Wow, that is fantastic. Imagine a party of young people working with older people, coming up with great ideas to transform America. That's what I wanted to see. And in a few states, that happened. But in most states, people said, sorry, stay away. It's our party. We really don't want you. We don't want the great, what we call unwashed masses to come into the party. We'll run it, thank you very much. And we have a chapter in the book that says, no, open the damn doors. Here's an agenda that can work for working people. At the end of the day, politically, what we have to do, what I think every other country on earth has to do, is to bring people together around an agenda that works for everyone. I don't care if you're black, if you're Latino, if you're Asian American, whatever you may be. You need health care, you need good education, you want a clean environment, you want to make sure your kids can get decent child care. We know what the agenda is. We know that people support that agenda. Let's do it.
On that point then about the Labour movement, I mentioned Mick Lynch earlier. You spoke at an RMT rally in the summer, which Politics Joe covered. Jeremy Corbyn doesn't have a place in the Labour Party anymore. I wonder, well, first of all, your reflections on the Labour movement, not the party, the movement more broadly in the UK right now.
Don't know enough about it. I had the opportunity to meet Mick the last time I was here. A very impressive guy. And I'm glad to see, from a distance, working people, whether they're nurses, people in transportation, whatever it may be, standing up and saying, you know what? We are entitled to decent wages. We're doing important work.
Oh, shit.
We put our lives on the line during COVID. All right? We need to be respected and paid adequately.
On that point there, you previously made about the Democrats and the working class base, something similar has happened with the Labour Party here in Europe. The working class vote has kind of, over time, fallen away. What do you see as the route to rebuilding that coalition for both the Democrats and the Labour Party?
I don't think it's complicated.
Go ahead.
I really don't. What happens in the United States, and again, I'm obviously much more familiar with the U.S. than here, is...
No, Bernie's not going to run third party. And also, no third party candidate has a snowball's chance in hell at winning in a presidential election right now as things stand in America. That's just not a thing that can happen because of our two-party system. It's not a thing that can happen. It's not possible in our current duopoly power structure.
For the last 40 or 50 years, there was a time, let me back up, under FDR, under even Harry Truman in the 40s, even under John F. Kennedy, where if you went out on the street and you said to people, which is the party of the working class in America, everyone said, well, it's the Democratic Party. Which is the party of big business? Well, that's the Republican Party. And that was kind of agreed upon. But then what happened 40, 50 years ago, the Democrats said, why don't we go out and get all that corporate money? Why are the Republicans getting it? We should go out and get it. And once you start hustling money from the wealthy, things begin to change. And there is a justified belief, because it's true, on the part of working class people all over this country, whose parents and grandparents voted for Democrats, that the Democrats don't really care about them, have turned their backs on them, have become associated with the beautiful people, right? You know, the Hollywood folks and all that. And I'm afraid that to a large degree that is true. And people say, you talk about this, but you don't do it. And Trump is here, he's a powerful guy, you know, he may lie all the time, he may be a little bit crazy, but he's gonna do something and we need something to be done. So if you put yourself in the position of the average working class person, in many ways their standard of living is in decline. They can't afford to send their kids to college, they can't afford health care, and they can't afford housing, and they're saying, who cares about me? Does anyone know that I live? Or you're too busy associating with the rich and the famous? Hey, I'm here. Anyone paying attention to me? And to a large degree, the Democrats are not there at all. You know. So what this book is about is saying to the Democrats, that has got to be your constituency. Forget about your billionaire friends and your corporate contributions. You're going to win elections if you stand with them. And we know what the agenda is. And I talk about it, but it's not complicated. Everybody knows what it is. We all need quality health care. We need affordable housing. We need decent child care, decent education. We want to protect the planet for our kids and grandchildren. Not complicated. Let's stand together and let's tell the billionaire class they can't run the world anymore.
On that point, I would just like to quote a bit of the book, if that's all right with you. You write that there is not a middle ground between the insatiable greed of uber capitalism and a fair deal for the working class. There is not a middle ground as to whether or not we save the planet. There is not a middle ground about whether or not we preserve our democracy and remain a society based
Bernie
on equal protection
Sanders.
for all. I mean, you regularly
Hell
return
yeah.
to the realities of class warfare, the offensive waged by oligarchs. That refrain, whose side are you on? And I think that's particularly relevant, you might not say so, but to Keir Starmer's Labour Party in the UK and also to the Democrats, that you do have to pick a side.
Yes, you do. You do. And not only is that, from my perspective, the right thing to do, I mean, if you're in politics, you're serious about politics, your job is to uplift people who are living in desperation. That seems to be a no-brainer. But it is good politics too, because if you go out on the street and you're talking about the issues that are impacting people's lives, they can say, hey, Ollie, thank you. Okay, you got my support. Let's do it. All right? If you ignore their needs, why would they vote for you? Why would they vote at all?
let's talk about healthcare. The situation in the NHS right now in Britain is bad.
Yes.
Record waiting lists, people sleeping in hospital corridors because they can't get beds, people dying waiting for ambulances. And a lot of the discourse around this has started to shift towards whether or not the private sector can help us to alleviate some of these problems. And it's not just the Conservative Party, there's some talk from Wes Street and the Shadow Health Secretary as well. As someone with direct experience of the American healthcare system, could you explain to us whether the American way is something we should be trying to emulate here in Britain?
N-O. No, no, no. That would be the dumbest thing you could possibly do. All right.
Tell me why.
All right, I'll tell you why. Right now in America, I should have known this, I don't know, but we're spending at least twice as much per person on health care as U.S. spending. You know how much we're spending? $13,000 for every man, woman, and child. You're a family of four, $52,000 a year just on health care, okay? Why do we spend so much on health care? Because the function of a privately driven healthcare system is not to provide quality care to all. It is to make money for the insurance companies. So they sit around and say, okay, how can I make as much money as we possibly can? And they come up with a very complicated system, essentially designed to keep you from getting the care that you need so that they can make more profits. It's not very complicated. So the American healthcare system is working great. I got to tell you, for the insurance companies, they make tens of billions of dollars every single year. All right, you talk about waiting. Nice. Okay. And again, it's like everything else. In fairness, if you are wealthy in America, you can probably get the best health care in the world. But if you are a working class person, first of all, I can go on for several hours on this one here. You know where you get your health care? You get your health care, in most cases, through your job, okay? So your employer will provide health care to you. Some employers provide very strong health care benefits. Most do not. So, Ollie, you're working for me, you're an average worker, I say, okay, you're getting X dollars a week in your wages, fair enough, and here's your health care benefit. Oh, we're gonna cover you, but you have a deductible. Do you know what a deductible is?
Tell me.
All right, people in Great Britain, listen up. Because if you're gonna move to the American healthcare system, that disaster, you gotta learn these terms. This is what a deductible is. Now, when you get
Black
sick,
Sheep Care Bear,
you go
thank
to
you
the
for
doctor, right?
subscribing.
How much does it cost you to go in?
Nothing.
Nothing? Oh my God. All right. In America, you get sick, you go to the doctor, you have an insurance plan, all right? And the doctor says, okay, your deductible has not yet kicked in. What does that mean? You got to pay it depending on the plan. And there are hundreds of different plans. On average, let's just say you're a family of 2, 3 people, you got a $10,000 deductible. You know what that means? That before your insurance kicks in, you got to pay the first $10,000 out of your own pocket. You got that?
Yeah.
Now, if you got hit by a bus, all right, you ran up a $100,000 bill, it is likely the insurance will kick in the $90,000. But if you are simply sick, or your kid is sick, you got to come up with that first $10,000. And what happens if you're making $60,000 a year? You're going to say, you know what, I can't afford that money. So first of all, understand that the American people pay a whole lot of money out of their own pocket. Second thought, how many people do you know who have gone bankrupt in the UK because of medical bills?
No one.
No one? Oh my God. All right, UK, listen up. Here's the new one, new phenomenon for you. You now have the opportunity, if you move to the private system, to go bankrupt because of medically related debt. All right? Let's just say in America, here's the story. We have, I think, 320 million people. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. That means uninsured, you got no insurance, period. You got nothing. Underinsured means you have a high deductible, a high copayment. So it's not only that you have to pay the first 10,000, you go in, you got to pay, if the bill is $100, you may have to pay $20 out of that. Got it? All right. You end up in the hospital, not unusual, a serious illness, surgery, cost you $200,000, $300,000. Your insurance is not going to cover all that. Let's say you're $50,000 in debt. You're a working class person. You can't come up with the $50,000.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
You're
Black
hounded for
Sheep
the
Care
bill.
Bear. It's pretty good.
Can't pay it. The best option for you is going bankrupt. 500,000 people a year in America go bankrupt. Your whole credit is ruined because you can't pay your medical bills. Okay? So, other than the fact that we have the most expensive healthcare system in the world, incredibly bureaucratic, with high deductibles, which force over 60,000 people a year to die because they don't get to a doctor on time, Other than the fact we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. It's a great system. Fantastic system. Think about it. All right, but the answer is, and I say this with all honesty, this country, UK, has a right to be enormously proud of what you accomplished way back in 1948. What you said to the whole world, and I, Bevan, led that effort, is to say healthcare is a human right. You're poor, you're rich, you're going to go to the doctor, the hospital, no matter who you are. An extraordinarily profound statement advancing human values. Don't give up on
Human values.
Strengthen your system. Put money into the system. Do what you have to do to make sure you have the doctors, the nurses, the other ancillary care that you have. Don't go the American way.
We are running out of time, so we're going to have to rattle through a couple now. You've obviously got a lot of different places to be. Quickly, is it un-American to make these direct criticisms about your country?
It's totally 100% of what America is supposed to be about. Serious debate about serious issues is what democracy is about. People disagree with me, that's fine. Let's have that debate.
What else makes you angry other than capitalism?
There are 4 beings.
Well, too many things make me angry, but
here, each.
I also don't like bureaucracy, as a matter of fact.
Do you ever cry?
We have a lot of in both of our
face
countries.
if you
Right, but the bottom line, you know, Ali, of what
face
this
danger, protection.
book is about, it doesn't have all the answers. But what I hope it does is gets people thinking, you know, and start challenging some of the things that we
That is a
just
wise
accept as normal.
people
It is
are
not normal
weak.
that so few
Let
have
the
so many and
sentinels
so many have so little. And the other thing it touches on is we are in the midst of a technological revolution in terms of artificial intelligence and robotics that is going to replace millions of jobs in this country and in my country.
True.
Who's going to be making those decisions? Whether or not you're laid off, thrown out on the street,
How
whether
your
you
labor
benefit
is
from that
used.
technology. So we better be thinking about it. And it shouldn't just be the big corporations who own that technology who benefit. It should be working people.
Last one. Realistically, do you think you'll ever be president of the United States?
Who knows? I think probably not. But you know, if Biden runs, which I think he will, I'll be supporting him.
It's been an absolute pleasure getting angry
Hey.
about capitalism with you, Dominic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Go well. and,
Man.
cheers as well.
All right. I got strong water here. All right.
Cheers.
I wish he wouldn't, though. It'd be cool if he didn't. Be real neat if he didn't, though. Ah. Hello, chat. Did you see Disney whitewash Nani? Yeah, and you know, at first I was like, oh, how bad could it be? And like, first of all, I'm sure it really sucks for that actress that they cast as Nani. Cause like, I'm sure you're like a young actress and like, you're young. This is your big break. You're gonna be in a Disney movie. You're gonna be like a lead in a Disney movie. And then the entire internet lights up about how you're not dark-skinned enough. And I'm sure that that absolutely sucks for that lady. The flip side of that is that the entire story of Lilo and Stitch is a movie about like a family of color that is struggling to stay together in the face of like colonial like, what's the word I'm looking for, exploitation of their land. Like it's not great, you know, like to then take that and like cast a much lighter skinned actress, you know. Nani is Lilo's older sister, who's like struggling to keep the family together after their parents passed. So like it's kind of integral to like the entire premise of the film and they kind of blew it, you know. I feel really bad for that actress, and I also just, aren't they Hawaiian? Yeah, the actress is Hawaiian. Was it someone currently popular that they cast? No. It wasn't someone currently popular, as far as I know. The person is Hawaiian, but also, like... Here, let me just show you, okay? Like... And all I'll say is that I despise all of the live-action Disney movies, and this is doing nothing to change that opinion. All right, here we go. So, yeah, like... I don't know, like, I'm sure she's a great actress. She looks really nice. I just don't think that she's right for the part in this movie, you know? She is Hawaiian, but there are other people in Hawaii you could have cast for this, you know? Look, all I'm saying is that, like, the dark skin in Lilo and Stitch is kind of important to the overall plot and messaging of the film. Like, them being dark-skinned is, like, really important to the subtext of the film. So, nothing against this lady whose name is Sydney Agudong, but, I missed that subtext, I guess? The subtext is that they're a dark-skinned Hawaiian family that is living in Hawaii in the modern day, as Hawaii is visibly shown to be exploited by tourists. And it's not great. It's not great. Part of it, guys, is I think a lot of people forget just how recently like Hawaii was incorporated into the United States. You know, like the United States annexed Hawaii in 1898. And it only became a state in 1959. Like, literally within my parents' lifetime, it was not a state. And I think another thing to understand is that the way that Hawaii became a state, or became annexed by the United States, was, like, pretty genocidal. It wasn't great. Let's see here. Because, like, Hawaii had a government prior to 1890, you know, prior to the annexation. Like, it had a government. It was self-governing. It was its own country. You know the term Banana Republic? It was basically that, except instead of making it a Banana Republic, we made it a state. Also, the term Kamehameha is Hawaiian, just FYI. Um, Yeah, in 1887, a group of mostly non-Hawaiians from the United States, calling themselves the Hawaiian Patriotic League, began a rebellion in 1887 and drafted a different constitution for the island, for the island nation. And this was written by Lauren Thurston, who was an American lawyer and businessman. And then basically used their informal militia to threaten to topple the government of Hawaii. Basically the leadership of Hawaii was was dismissed under threat of assassination. And the document that they were forced to adopt was called the Bayonet Constitution. And Asian immigrants were then completely shut out and no longer able to acquire citizenship or vote in Hawaii. So if you were Asian in Hawaii, you got real fucked up by this power grab. And basically, by the time the Bayonet Constitution kind of became ingrained, Grover Cleveland was president, and basically the U.S. sent word to the military base that was leased in Hawaii that in the event of another revolution, by a more explicit revolution by the militia, they were required to protect American commerce, lives, and property, i.e., seize the state. Yeah. I think in the movie Lilo and Stitch, you can actually there's a song one second, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so if you guys remember the song Aloha Oe from the film Lilo and Stitch, there's a scene where they sing that song together. That translates roughly to Farewell to Thee, and it's a song that was literally composed by the last monarch of Hawaii, Queen Liliuokalani. Liliuokalani. I'm butchering that name. I'm very sorry, but yeah, it was composed by her to like mourn the loss of their autonomy and nation. And yeah, she died in 1917. And it's just, look, all I'm saying is Hawaii has like a history that stretches back a very long time. Like, what? How far back does its history go? Can we see? Can we see? I want to know. God. Ah, okay. Yeah, it was literally first inhabited in 400 CE. So, like, 1,300 years before 1,500 years before James Cook discovered it. And that government and self-regulation continued all the way up until the United States seized control of it by force. So, all I'm saying is that there is a very distinct culture and very distinct like subtext at play in the film Lilo and Stitch. Might seem stupid to some of you, but it's actually quite important to people who have been oppressed and marginalized by the United States. And I think that deserves some amount of respect. And yeah, there is going to be a live-action Moana movie. But the actress that they cast as Moana, as far as I know, like, looks Polynesian, like, or at least some of them that are in the running. I don't know. Fat fell for a Pat Tillman on a beer can. That is pretty great. Anyway, all I'm trying to say, not great casting, continues the trend of live-action Disney movies being dog shit. End of rant. There you go. What's this about Lilo and Stitch? They ever being too light? That's the issue from what I understand. Yeah, no, Yenza, the issue is that the actress that they cast for Nani in the Lilo and Stitch movie is a very light-skinned lady, and, like, part of the important subtext of the film is that they are dark-skinned and marginalized as a result. Has there been a good live-action Disney? Yeah, it was called Song of the South. But JK. Is Terry Crews doing the role of CPS? It should be. Mr. Bubbles should be Terry Crews. That would be great casting. Well, yeah, I mean, like, the Lilo and Stitch movie, like, does a really good job of showing how the economy of Hawaii is pretty much dependent on the exploitation of like native Hawaiian culture. They got rid of no, they didn't. There's no way they got rid of Bubbles. Don't you do this to me. Why can't they have a well? Okay, here's the real reason they can't have a brown Hawaiian actor play the character. And it's because the people who are making the top level decisions for the live action Disney films do not give a shit. Okay? Literally, the people making the decisions at the top level at Disney do not give a shit about the artistic integrity of any of the films. They just want to roll in those fat, sweet Benjamins. Okay? That's all that they want to do. They want to print money, and unfortunately, people keep going to go see these goddamn miserable films and perpetuating this cycle of live-action remakes. The Lion King movies are all, like, the live-action one? Terrible. It's terrible. Beauty and the Beast? Terrible. Oh. Well, rip Mr. Bubbles. We got Jolene Purdy instead, who I'm sure will do a great job. Still disappointing. Also, there was something about public domain motivating this wave of live-action remakes. There's no way the movies, there's no way the 90s animated films are that close to public domain that they needed to make live-action movies. No way. All right. Whatever. It's fine. I'll get canceled today. It's fine. Here we go.
Sar, I'm gonna talk about Joro once again. But first, story time. Chapter 1. Anita. The most famous bigot in American LGBT history is a woman called...
Wait, Cinderella isn't a... anyone could have made a movie about Cinderella. Cinderella isn't an original Disney story.
Anita Bryant. This is her story. 1977 was not a good time to be gay. Is it ever really a good time to be gay? In 1969, the Stonewall Riots forced gay rights into national consciousness. The first Pride parades were held in the summer of 1970, and in 1973, the American Psychiatric Association declassified homosexuality as a mental disorder, but only after gay activists disrupted their conference and shouted, "Gay conversion therapy is torture. We have abnormal urges, and we will not be silenced." Because that's the only way to get anything done in this country. You have to be super annoying about it. They give you no choice. On January 18th, 1977, Dade County, Florida, known for such popular cities as Miami, approved a law that added the phrase affectional or sexual preference to its non-discrimination ordinance, effectively banning housing and employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. And it was just then, as things seemed to be getting better, that Anita Bryant made her little appearance.
Anita Bryant, Miss Oklahoma!
Anita Bryant is a native Oklahoman who once had a career as a pop singer, beauty queen, and spokeswoman for the Florida Citrus Commission.
Come to the Florida Sunshine Tree.
My twins love 100% orange juice from Florida any time of day. Orange juice from Florida! It isn't just for breakfast anymore!
Orange juice with natural vitamin C from the Florida Sunshine Tree.
She was known for these TV commercials with the tagline,
"A day without orange juice is like a day without sunshine."
Breakfast without orange juice is like a day without sunshine.
Cute. When Anita heard her pastor
Anita
speak
Bryant
about this
fucking sucks.
non-discrimination ordinance, she felt a divine disturbance in her heart. How touching. As a mother, she would not stand for this. So Anita wrote a letter to the county commissioner saying,
As a concerned mother of 4 children, I am most definitely against this ordinance amendment. I have never condoned nor taught my children discrimination against anyone. But if
Except
this
for
ordinance
gays.
amendment is allowed to become law, you will, in fact, be infringing upon my rights and discriminating against me as a citizen and a mother.
I do just want to point out here, folks, that, like, bigots have been doing this since forever, where they're like, oh, look, I don't hate the gays, but, you know, if you tell me that the gays should be allowed to exist, you're infringing on my freedoms, you know? They've been doing that for a long-ass time.
To teach my children God's moral code as stated in the Holy Scriptures.
Anita, kill your shitty child. When the amendment passed, Anita created a campaign for its repeal, the Save Our Children Coalition, which sponsored provocative TV ads implying that gay people are degenerates who ruin communities and seduce children.
The campaign has been vicious. With television commercials, the Save Our Children group is appealing to parental anxieties, saying gays will flaunt their homosexuality before impressionable children.
The Orange Bowl Parade, Miami's gift to the nation, wholesome entertainment. But in San Francisco, when they take to the streets, it's a parade of homosexuals, men hugging other men, cavorting with little boys.
Save Our Children sparked the first organized backlash to gay rights in the United States, escalating the conflict into a national controversy. On one side were the gay rights activists, who argued that non-discrimination was a matter of human rights. On the opposing side, Anita Bryant argued that the non-discrimination ordinance would give special privileges to homosexuals.
As long as they don't want to flaunt their homosexuality, they have equal rights the same as anyone else.
In other words, gay people already have equal rights, just as long as they stay in the closet and don't do anything gay. That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Anita, for standing up for our right to be gay and
Hey, look, that
secret.
makes...
Anita also argued that allowing flaunting homosexuals to teach children was tantamount to gay recruitment.
My dad bought a lot of this hook, line, and sinker. It actually kind of hurts to watch.
It's the exact same argument that's being used today by right-wing politicians who claim that queer people are groomers.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
This wicked book, me and Earl and the dying girl sexually indoctrinated with wicked, vile books. And she believes in traditional marriage between a man and a woman. And in that book, it talked about 2 moms.
Stay away from the children creep or you will regret it. People should definitely arm themselves. I agree with that.
The Democrats are the party of pedophiles. The Democrats are the party of teachers, elementary school teachers trying to transition their elementary school age children and convince them they're a different gender.
They're just evil people, and they want to groom kids.
Yeah.
They're recruiting.
If you don't know what furries are, it's where school children dress up as animals, cats or dogs, during the school day. They meow and they bark.
What a great country we live in. I love it so much. Gay people around the country rallied against Anita Bryant and Save Our Children. There was a national boycott of Florida orange juice, with many gay bars taking screwdrivers off the menu and replacing them with an apple juice and vodka cocktail called an Anita Bryant. Let's make one now. Forgot my cocktail measure, so I'm just gonna have to eyeball this. Just a dash of apple juice. Give it a stir. Needs a garnish. Stunning. I mean, it's not as good as a screwdriver, but if I was in the 70s, I would have thrown back so many of these goddamn things out of pure spite. There's a story that Troy Perry, the founder of the gay-affirming Metropolitan Community Church, was on a transcontinental flight, and when the attendant put a glass of orange juice on his tray, he said, "Take that away. I'm a homosexual." At gay pride marches in 1977 and 78, anti-Anita Bryant slogans featured prominently on t-shirts, signs, and buttons. Anita Bryant sucks oranges. A day without lesbians is like a day without sunshine. True. And meanwhile, Anita's campaign inspired more anti-gay legislation, including bans on gay adoption and same-sex marriage, both of which passed in the Florida Senate, as well as the failed Briggs Initiative in California, which would have forced public schools to fire gay teachers. So Anita Bryant was worse than a bigot. She was an influential bigot, but she may also have helped to unify and galvanize gay activists by providing them with a common enemy. According to historian Lillian Faderman, Anita Bryant created fervent activists out of those who'd previously been content simply to enjoy their newfound freedoms. Faderman cites Eric Hoffer's observation that a mass movement can get along fine without a god, but it won't get along at all without a devil. For gay people all over the country, Anita Bryant became that devil. So even though she succeeded in her initial goal to repeal the non-discrimination ordinance, there is no question that, in the long term, Anita Bryant was the loser. She took a lot of L's. RIP. That must be super hard for her. For the short remainder of her career, gay activists protested her events. They shut down the tour for her book about how persecuted she was by the militant homosexual, and they succeeded in turning public opinion against Anita Bryant to the point that she became virtually unemployable in mainstream entertainment. And it helped that she came across as kind of a judgmental prude that even hip straight people didn't want to be associated with.
Our top story tonight, Anita Bryant, former mediocre actress and orange juice promoter, performed coitus in public yesterday and campaigned to promote heterosexuality.
We don't serve orange juice anymore.
Like she famously told Playboy magazine,
"Why do you think the homosexuals are called fruits? It's because they eat the forbidden fruit of the tree of life." God referred to men as trees, and because the homosexuals eat the forbidden fruit, which is male sperm.
Oh my god. Like the woman is heterosexual cringe. This is how you lose the culture war.
So let's all squeeze a fruit for Anita. Pass a little juice around.
And of course, there was the famous incident where a gay activist smashed a banana cream pie in Anita's face during a TV appearance.
And went into a place called Norfolk, Virginia, and were met with protest and all kinds of problems. And every...
Security. No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at least it's a fruit pie.
Miami-Dade County finally reinstated the non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, and they added gender identity to its protections in 2014. In 2021, Anita took another metaphorical pie to the face when her granddaughter, Sarah Green, came out as gay, announcing her marriage to a woman and publicly struggling with whether to even invite her grandmother to the ceremony.
It's very hard to argue with someone who thinks that like an integral part of your identity is just an evil delusion.
That it is, Sarah. That it is. So that's the story of Anita Bryant as students of LGBT history know it. But isn't it a bit one-sided? Wasn't there a lot of toxicity on both sides?
The Anita Bryant forces talk of absolute truth and morality. Gay leaders are equally dogmatic about human rights.
A plague on both the houses.
Isn't it cruel, even, to slur Anita as a bigot and a homophobe? In fact, isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the real victim? Oh no. Oh no! Ah, I can't do this anymore. I'm eating my pie. I'm eating my goddamn pie. Chapter 2. The Witch Trials of Anita Bryant. God help us all. The mainstream media would have us believe that Anita Bryant is a so-called homophobe, some kind of hateful bigot. But isn't this just an authoritarian tactic used to silence valid concerns? Mothers in this country are worried about their children going to school to be taught by perverts. How can we be so sure that the militant homosexuals weren't the real bigots? Isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the first victim of cancel culture, of, dare I say it, wokeism? Well, no, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But suppose that you're an idiot, and suppose that that's the narrative you wanted to promote. Well, what would be your argument? I mean, if someone put a gun to my head and forced me to make that argument, I'd probably say something like this. Anita Bryant lived a difficult life. In 1940, she was born into brutal poverty in rural Oklahoma. Her parents divorced when she was just 2 years old, the same year she made her singing debut at the Baptist church.
Parts of my childhood I blocked out because it hurts too much. I guess I was happiest when I was 8 years old, and my parents were remarried, and I was baptized and came to know Christ as my personal savior.
Her father abandoned the family again when she was 12.
It was real painful, and it just about killed my mother. She was a very submissive wife. She was too submissive, and it angered me. She let my dad step all over her. Because of him, I think I went through life for a long time hating all men.
Anita described her most intense adolescent memory as a feeling of intense ambition.
A relentless drive to succeed at doing well the thing I loved.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. It's true.
Good night, Ashley.
But Anita's ambition conflicted with her submissive role as a traditional Christian woman. In 1960, Anita married Bob Green, Miami's top disc jockey, though only after he relentlessly badgered her into it.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
Green was allegedly a controlling and abusive husband. Feminist Andrea Dworkin claims
Green manipulated Bryant with a cruelty nearly unmatched in modern love stories.
And Anita rationalized the abuse, saying,
"Despite our sometimes violent scraps, I love him for it."
But while submitting to her husband and raising 4 children, Anita was still able to build the career she'd always wanted. By the 1970s, she was on the payroll of Big Orange Juice, earning $500,000 a year, enough to move her family into a 27-room Spanish mansion on Biscayne Bay. So Anita Bryant struggled all her life for her success. Did she really deserve to lose it all just because she took a stand for something she believed in?
Anita Bryant's role as a leader in the campaign against homosexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being blackballed?
Well, it looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened, and there's all kinds of harassment, even with my job with Florida Citrus.
Her entire life had become a series of catastrophes. She'd been dropped as spokesperson by the orange growers. She had been dropped as a commentator on the Orange Bowl parade. She lost a television show contract. Her bookings dropped drastically. No one has paid
Straight
as dearly
in
as Anita
normal
Bryant
America.
for
Fuck
taking
you,
a public
lady.
stand on something she believed in.
I remember lying in the bed in my mother's house in a fetal position and wanting to die.
Gay activists in the 1970s didn't exactly limit their tactics to polite debate in the free marketplace of ideas.
Homosexuals started fighting back. The gays formed new groups and picketed the performer's public appearances, forcing her to cancel a few.
Gay activists routinely compared Anita to Adolf H. They created pastiches of her orange juice slogan. They blamed her for hate crimes. They burned her in effigy. They disrupted events she was involved in. They printed toilet paper with her face on it. Some sent Anita death threats, or they mailed her rotting oranges, dead cockroaches, human excrement. See, this is how you canceled people before phones. Instead of shitposting, you would simply mail actual human shit through the United States Postal Service. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night. Anita's husband pleaded to supporters.
How would you men feel if you opened a letter and there was a photo of your wife's head superimposed on some other female nude body in the most lewd and shocking sexual act you can imagine?
I can imagine quite a lot. I do think it would be fair to say that a lot of the rhetoric did take on a misogynistic tone. Lillian Faderman recounts that lesbians, particularly lesbian feminists, abhorred the sexist terms that were being used to characterize Anita Bryant. Bitch and whore, gay men called her. The harassment escalated to the point where Anita had to cancel her book tour due to demonstrations and bomb threats from gay activists. And of course, there was the pie. So much for the tolerant Mattachine society. It's kind of a deep cut. Well, something to entertain the boomer queers. Gay activists claimed to stand for human rights, but what about Anita's right to free speech? I wish I had some literal pearls to clutch. Civil libertarian Nat Hentoff.
We need to do this more? Yeah, we do. It's better than my OG content.
Wrote in his 1992
Let's
book,
go.
Free Speech for Me, But Not for Thee, that the orange juice boycott reminded him of a little thing called McCarthyism. Have you ever considered that being
Yes.
pro-gay is quite similar to being anti-gay, and that both are opinions? As Anita tells it, she and her foot soldiers of God were the victims of sinister gay carpetbaggers.
The foot soldiers were housewives and mothers, religious and civic leaders in opposition to a well-organized,
This
highly
is
financed,
ContraPoints.
and politically
She makes good
militant group of
videos.
homosexual activists. We were cast as bigots, haters, discriminators, and deniers of basic human rights. And all of this happened because we were sincerely concerned for our children and our community.
So Anita's version of the story is that she and a handful
Yeah,
of
that
well-intentioned
that's
Christian
very
mothers
accurate. Good
were
videos,
cast
bad
as
tweets.
bigots by a highly funded mafia of gay extremists, all because they had a few teensy tiny concerns about the militant homosexual cavorting with little boys.
Cavorting with little boys.
Is it really fair to call this woman a bigot? Until the Dade County Ordinance, Anita was a registered Democrat and considered herself a liberal, and she never said that she hated gay people or wanted them dead. In fact, she even said that she loves homosexuals.
I love homosexuals, if you can believe that. I love them enough to tell them the truth, because I know that there is hope for the homosexuals, that if they're willing to turn from sin the same as any individual, that they can be ex-homosexuals the same as there can be an ex-murderer, an ex-thief, or ex-anybody.
She loves homosexuals because they can change, just like murderers. Would a bigot have said that? Just about McFucking had it. Anita was so kind-hearted, she even said that she related to the homosexual.
I can relate to the homosexual because I've had emotional scars in my own life.
Her voice
I really
does
felt the rejection
sound
of my
AI
father,
generated.
and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality. Look, I don't hate homosexuals. That's the truth, no matter what they think of my motives. I've always said I love the sinner, but I hate the sin.
Wow, what an empath. You know, I actually think it's really noble how she's able to project all of her own emotional baggage onto the marginalized group whose rights she's trying to take away. Okay, so we've given a fair hearing to both sides, to many sides. We've considered all the evidence. Now, let's suppose
Her
there's
tweets
no
aren't
longer a
that
gun to
bad.
my
It's just
head
on occasion
and
she has a
ask,
really bad
did
take.
Anita Bryant really deserve that pie to the face? Well,
It's mostly
yes.
fine.
Obviously. Look, the point I'm trying to make here is that it's possible to take genuine virtues like nuance, empathy, and impartiality and to
Also,
twist
hey,
them
Bachel, how
into
you doing?
fucked up apologia for horrible oppressive behavior. If you play this game long enough,
did
you
she
can
just-
essentially explain away the entire—
Did Contra just say apologia? I'm pretty sure it's pronounced apologia. Or maybe I'm just not fancy enough. Huh. Okay, anyway.
Their concept of bigotry and conclude that, in reality, there are no bigots. There's only tragically misunderstood people with difficult childhoods and valid concerns cruelly demonized by militant activists defaming and silencing them with such reputation-ruining slurs as homophobe. Now, because you, viewers, are smart, media-literate people, you understand framing. So you already know that I'm about to compare Anita Bryant to J.K. Rowling. In case you didn't know, J.K. Rowling is a popular author who used to write whimsical stories about wizard school, but who now writes books about transvestite
Okay, well, I'm not fancy enough to understand it. That's okay. I'm but a gutter-dwelling transsexual. What do I know?
Serial killers masturbating into stolen panties because she's lost her goddamn mind. Lo ho ho, dear readers. Christ. What a nightmare. Chapter 3. The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling.
Hey, 10-letter name.
Alright, kids. It's Transin time. Last year, I agreed to be a guest on a podcast about J.K. Rowling, hosted by Megan Phelps Roper, an escapee from the Westboro Baptist Church, the notorious hate group from Topeka, Kansas, most known for protesting the funerals of soldiers with signs that say God hates.
Oh no.
God and me both. I'm tired of you people. J.K. Illy. The Westboro Baptist Church is one of the most famous homophobic hate groups in the world. In a way, I'm like a lifelong fan of these people. I've watched all the Louis Theroux documentaries. I went to a counter protest in 2010. I remember how when I was in high school, the Westboro Baptist Church was like the one thing that conservatives and liberals could agree on because they hated the troops and the gays. Essentially the two genders of 2006. But let's not pretend that the Westboro Baptist Church is all bad. Okay, when Megan was at Westboro, she used to do these amazing Lady Gaga parodies about how the gays are going to hell, which to this day, I am a big fan of.
But what did you say? You think God loves your praying? He hates all you do cause you love fornicating. Fornicating.
It's perfect. I love it.
What?
Played at my funeral.
Stop praying, God will not hear you anymore. You taught the boys and the girls to be proud boys. For forever burn. Go devil's fun, you just keep pushing on to the hell where you will forever burn.
Megan left the Westboro Baptist Church in 2012 after a crisis of faith precipitated by a power struggle within the church. She wrote about all this in her book Unfollow, which is honestly a pretty interesting account of deconversion and the circumstances that lead someone to leaving a hate group. Megan contacted me for her podcast because I had criticized J.K. Rowling in a video a couple years ago. Now you might be wondering, why would I think that a person who's been carrying a God hates sign most of her life would be the correct person to lead an international conversation about the intricacies of LGBT issues?
Because I'm an idiot. Happy?
Basically, I agreed to the podcast because it's a pretty irresistible pitch. A former member of the Westboro Baptist Church wants to mediate a conversation between me and the author of Harry Potter. Would you say no to that? Maybe. If you're smart. Last month, the podcast was announced in an essay by Megan titled The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Obviously a tendentious framing that posits Jo Rowe as the target of an irrational trans witch hunt. The essay included a teaser quote from Rowling complaining that she's been profoundly misunderstood.
I figured I needed to wear something slightly fancy looking while watching a video about YouTube's fanciest trans lady.
As well as a photo of an angry trans mob holding a rotten hell rolling sign, juxtaposed with an image of conservative Christians burning Harry Potter books in the early 2000s. This did not bode well. So I disavowed the podcast on Twitter because I didn't want my name lending legitimacy to some kind of unearned J.K. Rowling redemption tour. This caused Megan's mom, Shirley, to quote tweet me, calling me a bigot against God. I mean, God is one of the most vulnerable minorities.
What?
There's only one of him. And he can really use your help, Shirley. I said in these tweets that I felt used, which that is how I felt, but ultimately, I need to take full responsibility for my involvement in this. The thing about being a guest on a documentary like this is you honestly have no idea what the final product is gonna be like. So the decision to participate is always a leap of faith. And I can't really say that Megan misled me. There were red flags from the beginning, and I ignored them because I was projecting my own hopes onto the situation. You know, it's a compelling story. I liked the idea that this famous former bigot could talk some sense into a famous
10-letter
current
name,
bigot. We all love a good redemption arc, and I started my career de-radicalizing the alt-right. That's something I've moved away from, but there's still part of me that wants to see the best in people, and to believe that people can change if you just talk to them and make a good enough argument. Maybe my wishful thinking was that because Megan left Westboro, That must mean that she must understand the intricacies of anti-LGBT bigotry, right? And, despite no evidence for this, my hope was that Megan would act as the trans ally and could be really effective at confronting Joro about all the transphobic stuff she says, right? Wrong.
I'm Megan Phelps Roper, and these are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, this was never gonna end well.
The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is more than 7 hours of apologetics for JKR. The podcast presents Rowling as a complex, humane, heroic figure with an inspiring feminist backstory.
Jo Rowling's rise to success is this sort of feminist Cinderella story.
Now cruelly besieged by a vicious mob of transgender activists, all because she, as a woman, had a few tiny concerns about the transgender rapists.
I had been becoming increasingly concerned about the way in which women were being shut down. Women who I felt had some very valid concerns.
Megan uncritically accepts Rowling's framing of the conflict as feminists versus trans rights activists, whom Rowling describes as
a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
For the first 5 hours of this podcast, Rowling's critics are presented as an irrational mob of enraged, shrieking, sexually violent fanatics.
You are murdering trans children! Get out my time!
A huge amount of, I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
There's this one clip of some kind of Antifa super soldiers abrasive screaming that they play like once per episode.
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your
Hello, Shark300. Thank you very much for the raid.
Nobody cares and you will die alone!
And then it usually cuts to like somber monks chanting some kind of medieval lament.
You will die alone!
Also, hello everybody. Hi. What's up? My name's Riverboat Jack, and I'm not a great content creator today. But hey, we're playing... Wait, what the hell? Oh, okay, whatever. We're playing Dark Souls 2. And, yeah, also watching the new ContraPoints video. Welcome, folks. Also, look, I know I'm doing extremely low effort content today, but if any of you would like to financially support stream, I would be immensely, incredibly, undeniably grateful. Come on over to riverboat.gg and throw some subs or make some donos, okay? We got a new fancy website. You can be in the chat that's on screen here. And, yeah. I don't know, but I'm not your mom. Go do what you want. Shark, thank you for the raid, and I hope you have a great night, and I hope you had a good stream. But she's hot and that makes up for it? Debatable. Not our mommy yet? Well, Bread into Toast, definitely not your mommy. You're a white name. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there.
You will burn in hell!
Just in case you didn't get from the title that this is a witch hunt. Do you guys get it?
It's true, 10-letter name.
Yeah.
You got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist! Get out my time!
And then these these mobs of irrational, misogynistic trans rights fanatics are contrasted with this poignant story of how J.K. Rowling escaped her abusive husband to publish our generation's most beloved novels.
I was still very committed to those parts that I'd plotted in darkness, as it were, because there was a truth to them, and there was a power to them.
The only voices of genuine trans dissent appear in episode 6 out of 7, more than 5 hours in. And there's only 2 of us. One is me, Shame, and the other is a teenager named Noah who kind of just seems like he wants to be liked and understood and wishes that his favorite author would please stop saying bigoted things about him.
I'm such a big Harry Potter fan, or I was such a big Harry Potter fan, especially because it was so hard to be in the real world.
Noah.
I can't even state how important it was to me. J.K. Rowling, I stole her biography from my 3rd grade classroom and I kept it for a long time because I just loved reading it because I just admired her so much.
It's honestly pretty heartbreaking to listen to.
Aw.
On my last day editing this video, I got in touch with Noah. I asked him if he had any thoughts about the podcast he wanted me to pass along, and this is what he said.
I want to emphasize that the stakes of this issue are very different from any sort of rhetorical debate. Conversation, dialogue, and debate are important, but for many of the most vulnerable people in society, the outcome of this conversation dictates their health, well-being, and ability to survive. How we treat or talk to people like J.K. Rowling should come second to fighting for maintained access to healthcare, support, and general resources for children and adolescents seeking gender care.
I agree. The most frustrating thing about this podcast is that it refuses to be honest about what it is. They spend 7 hours implying that J.K. Rowling is the victim of a witch hunt in the most heavy-handed way imaginable.
These are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
I mean, turf is basically witch.
But if you point this out, they just deny it. Show me the actual words, Jack. Show me where I said I'm the victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
You're on a podcast called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling.
Yes, a podcast on which I never once say I'm a victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
What are you talking about? I'm not
No!
scamming the government, if that's what you're saying.
Your license plate says scamming.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes.
Joanne, show me where I ever said that I'm the target of a witch hunt, you liar. Why would you even think that? You're crazy. By the way, come get your This Witch Doesn't Burn t-shirt for sale now at Wild Woman Workshop. And Megan is not much better. Like, there's this whole section in episode 2 where Megan interviews Christians who burned Harry Potter books in the 1990s, and this is obviously meant to be foreshadowing.
So looking back, would you say that the Christian parents were maybe part of a moral panic?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary world out there.
Megan doesn't explicitly say she thinks trans protests against Joe Roe are equivalent to the Christian ones in the 90s, but she does heavily imply it.
There was an explosive reaction to Rowling's tweets, which led many, including lifelong fans of her work, to condemn her and to call for her books to be banned, boycotted, and in some cases, burned.
When confronted about the obvious implications of the podcast's title, Megan said, "The title is ambiguous. Toward the end of our conversations, I spent a long time talking with J.K. Rowling about discernment, about how a person can ever know if they're standing up for what's right or joining a moral panic. I think you'll be surprised by the thoughts she shares." Megan, I was not surprised.
I know I won't ever regret having stood up on this issue, ever.
The podcast released new episodes weekly, and whenever Megan was challenged about the blatant one-sidedness, Megan would respond, "Oh, you just think that because you haven't listened to the whole podcast yet. Maybe you should reserve judgment. Much more of Other Perspectives is coming. Make sure to tune in next week. More bombshell revelations to come." Well, I've listened to the whole podcast now, and I truly do not think that anyone with basic media comprehension skills could come away from this thinking that the main intent was anything other than to portray J.K. Rowling as the martyr of an unjust, what's the word? Witch hunt? This is the obvious implication of the podcast from the first words to the very last. And of course, Rowling does literally get the last word. The final episode concludes with this.
There are more important things in this world than being popular. And that doesn't mean it's more important to me to be right. It means it's more important to me to do the right thing.
Why would you end on that note? Why would anything about this podcast be the way it is if Megan didn't fundamentally believe that J.K. Rowling is in the right?
I don't regret it because I did the right thing.
Like, there really is no other reasonable way to interpret this. So I wish that she would just be honest. If you believe that J.K. Rowling is the misunderstood victim of a witch hunt, then just say that. Make the argument you want to make. Don't crouch and hide behind this disavowal, this obfuscating veil of just asking questions. Don't rely on innuendo and framing and lachrymose Gregorian chanting to make your point, while coyly denying you have any kind of agenda beyond, I just believe in conversation. I don't know, I just find this a slippery and dishonest way to argue. But if you happen to be a fan of slippery and dishonest arguments, you're in luck, because there is more where that came from. This video is sponsored by Canabox. Canabox offers fresh human meat delivered directly to your doorstep. As an alphabet mafiosa, sometimes I just can't fit the most dangerous game into my busy lifestyle of destroying the family and recruiting children. Whenever a new box arrives, I get out my copy of Bless This Food, the Anita Bryant family cookbook. The best thing about human meat delivered to your home by mail in the dead of night? You don't know who you're eating, so it's totally guilt-free and ethically sourced. Maybe. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. That means you're not allowed to cancel me. Chapter 4. Jo Row's Transphobia. That's it! I'm going full Slytherin. In episode 5 of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Jo Row compares trans activists to Death Eaters, the fictionalized fascists in Harry Potter.
My position is that this activist movement,
Get
in
fucked.
the form that it's currently taking, echoes the very thing that I was warning against in Harry Potter. The Death Eaters claimed we have been made to live in
Did it,
secret,
baby.
and now is our time. I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
When an article then claimed she had equated trans people to Death Eaters, the podcast's PR firm reached out demanding a correction, because she only equated the movement to Death Eaters, not trans people in general. Yeah, I don't hate marginalized people, I just hate it when they advocate for themselves. So I do have to be very careful with my wording here, lest a defamation letter arrive by OWL. J.K. Rowling's bigotry is exhausting to argue with, because she expresses it as an endless series of what are called Motte and Bailey arguments. A Motte and Bailey argument is named after a type of castle consisting of a motte, that is, a tower atop a mound or hill, easy to defend, and a bailey, a fenced courtyard that's much more vulnerable to attack, difficult to defend. So a Motte and Bailey argument is when someone makes a provocative claim that's difficult to defend, the Bailey. And then, when confronted with counter-arguments, they walk it back to a much less controversial and easy-to-defend version of the claim, the Motte. For example, Rowling will make an ambiguous claim like sex is real. What does she mean by that? What are the implications? Well, in the podcast, she explains that she thinks it's very sinister that in the Associated Press style guide, it says that instead of referring to a trans woman as a man who identifies as a woman, journalists should simply say a trans woman is a woman.
That, from the Associated Press, is hugely powerful. They've edged from identifies as a woman, so a man identifies as a woman, and I think we all understand what that means, into is a woman, and that's precisely the creep that I'm talking about. We are using language to make accurate definition of sex difference unspeakable.
Which is of course false, because the words trans and cis exist precisely to make it easy to talk about sex difference. Thanks a lot, Tumblr. God, there's this whole section of the podcast that sort of implies that transgender people were invented on Tumblr, which I'm not even gonna get into because we don't have time. Rowling has also tweeted that she thinks that all people who menstruate must be referred to as women. Or was it wumpin? I'm pretty sure it was wump mud. So trans men and trans masculine people, they're all women and must be referred to as women because J.K. Rowling demands it. This is controversial, right? Calling trans women men who identify as women, calling trans men women. This is the Bailey in her Mott and Bailey argument. Trans women are men, trans men are women. That's the controversial interpretation of sex is real. Now, when accused of transphobia and facing backlash, Rowling walks the argument back and says, I'm being persecuted just for saying that women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. Women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. This is the obvious and utterly uncontroversial interpretation of sex is real. The Mott. And virtually every argument sophisticated transphobes make about trans people follows this pattern. J.K. Rowling's friend and ally Maya Forstater will tweet inflammatory things like, men cannot change into women. But then when she's criticized, she'll say that she's being attacked for gender-critical belief.
Gender-critical belief, which is the absolutely ordinary belief about sex, that your mother and your grandmother are women, that being female is a thing.
Your mother and grandmother are women. Being female is a thing. That's literally all I'm saying. But if that's literally all she was saying, then no one would be mad, would they? 9. Nar. Men cannot change into women is the Bailey. Your mom is a woman is the Mott. Your mom's a woman. This is why arguing with these people is infuriating. They'll insinuate that trans women are dangerous rapists, exhibitionists, and voyeurs. Then when trans people understand—
Chat, I will be right back. I need to take a bathroom break, but I don't want to miss any of this, so BRB. Good Hunter, you're one. You're wrong. Actually, it's Up. Up is the cutest one, specifically because of Doug, the dog. I'm sorry I'm being so low energy today, folks. I don't know what it is. I was having a really good day prior to this, and feel like I've given you guys dog shit content. I'm sorry about that. Don't really know what to do, so I'm just gonna try to continue powering through.
Understandably get mad. They'll say, look, I'm being attacked just for saying that being female is part of my experience. It's dishonest. They talk a bunch of trash about trans people, and then when trans people talk trash back, they pretend that they're being victimized for making totally innocuous statements. We could name this behavior the birthday boy argument. I dated a 5'8" guy who'd taunt every jacked 6'3" bro he met until they'd pull their fist back to beat him up, whereupon my ex would go, hey, come on, I'm a little guy, I'm just a little guy, no, it's also my birthday, I'm a little birthday boy. And somehow it always worked. So a birthday boy argument is when you make aggressive, inflammatory assertions followed by, teacher, look what he's doing to me, when the target reacts with anything less than extreme politeness. Another common tactic you'll see anytime Rowling's transphobia is discussed is you'll see someone jump in to say, show me one thing she's said that's transphobic. For example, here's someone on Twitter called Large Gamete Producer. It's funny, isn't it, how these people will insist that awkward inclusive language like people who menstruate is horribly oppressive and degrading, but then they'll just straight up call themselves Large Gamete Producer. Which, by the way, is Rowling's definition of a woman.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
Oh, I like it. It's very brood mother. That Rowling's words regularly appear in gender-critical arguments shows the massive influence that she has in the anti-trans movement. She's like their queen, their leader, their headmistress. She's the best thing that ever happened to them. Because Sheila Jeffries certainly wasn't persuading a lot of people. If you know, you know. Large Gamete Producer says, JK isn't anti-trans. Give me just one direct quote that she has said which is anti-trans. Oh, what's that? You can't find one? Well, color me shocked.
Imagine.
Before we waste our time trying to provide examples, let's take a look at Large Gamete Producer's profile. Trans women are not women, they are men. Trans men are not men, they are women. Nothing can change that. Sex is binary. Like, if this person doesn't think that trans women are men, trans men are women is a transphobic statement, then what would they consider a transphobic statement? This is why the first question you should always ask such people is, do you believe that transphobia is a legitimate concept? What are some examples of statements that you would consider transphobic? Because many of them don't believe that transphobia is a valid concept because they don't think that trans people are a legitimate minority.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following
these
transgender
people are
ideology,
actually
but they are not
crazy.
transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
So when they say, show me an example of something transphobic J.K. Rowling has said, this is a trap. they're just messing with you. There's nothing that she could have said that they would acknowledge as transphobic. Now, if you're someone who believes that transphobia is a valid concept and you believe that trans people are a legitimate minority, but you just genuinely are unaware of what J.K. Rowling has said on the topic, then I will refer you to my past video on J.K. Rowling's transphobia rather than recapping it all here. Just keep in mind that she's gotten significantly worse since I made that video. I mean, just look at her Twitter feed. True, she never says the phrase, "I hate trans people," because she's not a complete idiot, but Anita Bryant never said, "I hate gay people." She said, "Save our children."
I love homosexuals.
For that matter, I'm pretty sure David Duke doesn't say, "I hate black people," but he will share a lot of statistics about anti-white crime. So this is not really a very good criterion for deciding who's a bigot, is it? What J.K. Rowling does do is tweet again and again about transgender rapists, about the danger trans women pose to cis women. She implies that trans-inclusive language is equivalent to the dystopia of Orwell's 1984. She writes at length about the vague, nefarious cabal of endocrinologists and ideologues that is supposedly persuading confused, vulnerable girls to transition. To quote Washington Post opinion writer Monica Hess, "I do not know what is in Rowling's heart, but reading her Twitter feed, this is the overall effect. Her Twitter feed does not ask its readers to think. It asks them to fear. It creates phobias of trans people. It creates trans phobias." If you will. Rowling has also attacked pro-trans politician Nicola Sturgeon, calling her destroyer of women's rights via a t-shirt she got from anti-trans hate-monger Posey Parker.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing.
If there's one thing that I want people to understand about Rowling's transphobia, it's that this is not a case of someone posting a couple insensitive tweets that got blown out of proportion. Rowling is an extremely outspoken opponent of trans rights. This has been her main issue for several years now. And because she's so famous, she's become the de facto global champion of backlash to trans rights. Truly, the Anita Bryant of transphobia, except worse, because she's way more famous and way more liked than Anita Bryant ever was. Rowling has also praised self-described theocratic fascist Matt Walsh for his transphobic propaganda film. She refers to trans women as trans-identified males, known as Tims among people for whom this has become an unhealthy obsession. She retweets images of the trans colors being erased from the progress flag, also the colors representing queer people of color, so, you know, great. Love that. Often, Rowling pretends that she's being transphobic for the principled and valiant purpose of defending lesbians. It's something of a fixation for her. I find this particularly gross because it plays into the lesbophobic trope that gay women are especially anti-trans, when in fact, they're the least transphobic demographic of cis people. According to a survey of young adults in the UK, lesbians were most likely to know a trans person and also most likely, at 96%, to say that they're supportive or very supportive of trans people. So I think it's fair to say that most gay women are probably not super thrilled whenever Jo Rowe the lesbian defender logs on. My own partner is a cis lesbian, and I asked her if she enjoys J.K. Rowling defending her from the transsexuals, and she said,
"It makes me want to gouge out my eyes like Oedipus."
By the way, here is J.K. Rowling enjoying a bit of banter with her friend Baroness Emma Nicholson, the co-founder of Rowling's charity Lumos. Baroness Nicholson is a conservative member of the House of Lords who voted against same-sex marriage in 2013. In 2020, she tweeted in defense of her vote, claiming that gay marriage would lead to degrading the status of women and girls. Truly, one of the great lesbian allies. And in 2022, here is J.K. Rowling joking around with Lady Nicholson. "Excellent question, Emma. Defining lesbians as same-sex attracted women excludes and oppresses the most marginalized of all groups, i.e. people with penises and beards who want to shag women. And before you say, 'But aren't they straight men?' They're wearing eyeliner, bigot." Try for a moment to put aside any nostalgia you may have for the Gryffindor common room and just look at this interaction for what it is. Two straight women, one of whom is a homophobic peer of the realm, having a nice little chuckle together about how trans women are men wearing eyeliner. So that's it, right? It's over. Case closed. I still like hammering things. I'm not going to argue anymore about whether J.K. Rowling is transphobic, because anyone who believes in transphobia can see that obviously she is. The question now is whether transphobia is the sort of thing that progressives can denounce, the way we at least aspire to denounce racism, misogyny, and homophobia. That's usually what we're talking about when we talk about J.K. Rowling, right? Whether it's fair to cancel her. That's what The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is about. The Rowling debate is a proxy for a larger question. Is transphobia a legitimate viewpoint worthy of polite consideration and respect in liberal, humane society? Or is it just an ugly prejudice that we can justifiably react to with scorn and condemnation? And there's an even broader question here about whether we can justifiably react to anything with scorn and condemnation. Is canceling ever warranted? Is it right to condemn racism, homophobia, and misogyny? Or should we allow spokespeople for these prejudices a respected position in the free marketplace of ideas, where we can all sit around debating the legitimacy of gay marriage or the possible merits of a white ethno-state? Is the final solution a myth promulgated by the international Jew? Are yoga pants to blame for sexual violence? Wouldn't the taxpayer save a lot of money if there weren't so many disabled people? Who knows? These are open questions. Let's sit down with people on both sides, on many sides, and have calm, civil conversations about it for the rest of our goddamn lives. Chapter 5, Debate. Sar, I know I did this look before and it's like not related to the video topic at all, but it just makes me feel sliving. The boy who slived. So Megan Phelps Roper's viewpoint seems to be that scorn and condemnation are never appropriate, that we should approach every conflict with empathy and compassion, even when dealing with the worst, most destructive people in the world.
Hi, my name is Megan, and my heretical belief is that even the people who seem to be the worst, most destructive people in the world are human beings who deserve compassion and empathy if we want to find a way to change their minds.
In her book, in her TED Talk, in her public appearances, Megan expresses the idea that society has recently become polarized in some unprecedented way, that we've all become extremists, that in some sense, we've all become the Westboro Baptist Church.
Oh my
I can't help but see in our public discourse so many of the same destructive impulses that ruled my former church.
She identifies things like certainty, vilification of compromise, us versus them thinking, suppression of empathy, and celebration of death and misfortune as Westboro-like elements in public discourse. And this really bothers Megan because she claims that a decade ago, when she went on Twitter to tweet about how marriage is abominable to God, it was people who engaged her in a civil, rational way that eventually led her to renouncing Westboro's ideology. And I don't entirely disagree with Megan about this. She's totally right that if you want to change people's minds, then approaching them with compassion and empathy is usually the best way to do that. But Megan reaches another conclusion that I don't agree with, which is that because compassion and civil conversation are most likely to persuade people, we should never cancel anyone, even the most horrible bigots. And canceling is a pretty meaningless term at this point, but what Megan means is we shouldn't say mean things to bigots. We shouldn't boycott or counter-protest or raise our voices. We shouldn't
that would
shun or
inconvenience them.
exclude
Why would we want to
anyone,
do
because
that?
that's just not how you change minds. And I get why Megan thinks this, right? De-radicalization was a really important part of her life experience. She's also clearly holding out hope that other members of her family will leave Westboro and have a life on the outside. She has a quote from her mom in her Twitter bio. The last lines of her book address her family. "I want to tell them that I love them. I'll just have to find another way." This is touching and human and also kind of a conflict of interest. The problem is, Megan's views about this only make sense if you assume that Megan is the main character of reality. If you assume that the moral improvement of bigots is more important than protecting the people they target. Or if you assume that changing bigots' minds is the only way to make social progress. which it isn't. As far as I know, Anita Bryant is 83 years old, and she's still homophobic. But even without Anita's blessing, gay rights have still somehow managed to progress since the 1970s, because gay activists didn't need to persuade Anita Bryant. They needed to defeat her, and that's what they did. We have
In
to
the
accept
marketplace
that
of
realistically,
ideas.
persuading all the bigots is just not an option. Yes, we should convince as many people as possible, but there will always be bigots. And mocking them, shaming them, or boycotting them is, I think, a perfectly valid strategy. Does that mean that when we cancel bigots, we're acting kind of like the Westboro Baptist Church?
Good gasp.
Nar? You would only think that if you're a total moral relativist. I guess controversial opinion, but bigotry is shameful, and it should be shamed. I'll say it. You know, if you're testing out some racist ideas in your head, you might feel afraid to express them publicly for fear of being shamed or judged. Is that because we live in an Orwellian dystopia that punishes people for wrongthink? No, it's because racism is dangerous and shameful, and you should be ashamed of it, and the people judging you are right to do so. And sure, there are some very patient people who devote their lives to de-radicalizing bigots, which I think is a perfectly noble thing to do. There's a guy named Daryl Davis who's befriended members of the Ku Klux Klan for over 30 years, and he claims he's convinced more than 200 of them to leave. And good for him. De-radicalization is a valid strategy, but it cannot be the only strategy, and it must not be the primary strategy. Because we're not going to defeat racism by telling black people to be a little nicer to racists. Feminists would be wasting their time trying to convince Andrew Tate to respect women. In general, I think that the massive effort that it takes to maybe persuade bigots is better spent persuading other people not to listen to them. And it's also worth cautioning that de-radicalization is often a messy and incomplete process. 20-year-old white nationalist Peter Cytanovic became the face of the fascist Unite the Right rally in 2017 when a photo of him mid-scream, tiki torch in hand, was published in news outlets all over the country. Peter was unrepentant in interviews he gave immediately after the rally, but he began to question his beliefs after befriending a Muslim woman who, according to Charlotte McDonald Gibson, challenged his views without insulting him, allowing him to understand the hurt he had caused. Peter is no longer a white nationalist, but that doesn't mean he's flushed out every trace of bigotry. In a 2019 interview with the London School of Economics student paper, Peter said,
"I don't like the whole transgender thing. You're born either a man or a woman."
So he maybe still has a little bit of work to do. When I did de-radicalization work on YouTube, I used to get some criticism from people of color who were not thrilled that I was bringing a bunch of semi-reformed racists over to the left, a frustration that I totally understand. To paraphrase YouTuber Ian Danskin, diverse leftist communities are maybe not the best holding space for someone who's
a bit of a Nazi but working on it.
In the case of Megan Phelps Roper, I don't know if she has lingering bigoted sentiments, but what she does have is a kind of hyper-vigilant skepticism about anything she perceives as ideology. This is pretty common with people who used to be religious fundamentalists.
I like
so certain they were right, only to realize that everything they believed about the world is wrong. So they become distrustful of any strong moral convictions because it reminds them of their former fanaticism.
Coming from Westboro, where I believed so strongly that I was doing the right thing, and then to leave and come to believe that it was so destructive and harmful, I had this moment in time, and it lasted for many months, where I was like, how can I ever trust my own mind again?
This kind of skepticism is in some ways a good impulse, but valuing dispassionate intellectualism above all else can cause problems, especially where topics of social justice are concerned. Because it can lead you to this kind of toxic centrism that asks, why are marginalized people so unwilling to have calm, philosophical debates about whether they should have rights. Are they afraid of dangerous ideas? Atheist philosopher Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, can we talk about how there are too many podcasts? I'm calling for a complete and total shutdown of podcasts
Based
until we can
character.
figure out what's
Lucatill
going
is
on.
great.
Sam Harris,
Honestly,
in his podcast
one of
about
my favorite
Megan's
characters in all of
podcast,
Dark
complained
Souls.
that trans activism and activism in general is plagued by mental illness and hysteria.
I frankly think there's a fair degree of mental instability and even frank mental illness in the activist community. I mean, in really in all activist communities, the level of viciousness and hysteria is, it's hard to know what to compare it to.
Diversity when man accuses trans women of being hysterical. Is it really hysteria to react with strong emotions when your basic inclusion in society is up for debate? Aren't there certain situations where strong emotions are warranted? It reminds me of this awful episode of Joe Rogan feat Ben Shapiro, where Lil Benny argues that gay marriage is immoral with his usual whining sophistry, and Joe gently raises objections for Ben to talk circles around.
The human sex drive was made to procreate within a stable relationship in order to progenerate and have future generations of people.
I've listened to far too many AI-generated Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogans now, that now it just all of this sounds like an AI meme to me. All of it is an AI meme. Okay.
Misuse of that sex drive in any way, whether you're talking about from masturbation to homosexual activity, is therefore a diminishment of the use of that drive. That's the natural law case against homosexual activity.
All of the top comments on this video
Imagine talking about different beliefs while still having a productive conversation. Things progress when you don't demonize people.
The discussion here was excellent. Two guys with opposing opinions, speaking calmly and intellectually without cursing, shouting and making disparaging comments about each other. This is how it should be
Why
done.
were you supposed to warn me,
Kudos to
LB?
both of them.
Joe is a great interviewer. He can totally disagree with someone and still have a calm, collective conversation. This is how it should be. Just two people sharing ideas, learning different point of views from each other. This is why Joe is the #1 podcast.
Joe Rogan beautifully asks the tough questions, and Ben answers honestly. He is strong in his faith. I love this debate because it's two so contrasting views and they have a civil conversation. Great learning.
And yeah, it's easy for two straight men to have a dispassionate, theoretical conversation
Well,
about
then
the
we're all
ethics of
doomed. Thanks, LB, for
homosexuality,
being too
because
late
it's not
to save
their
us.
lives and their relationships that are up for debate. These people don't understand the emotional burden placed on marginalized people who are asked to defend their rights. If you're straight, do you want to publicly debate whether your marriage is valid? Andrew Dworkin claimed that penetrative heterosexual intercourse is inherently an act of violence. I've noticed that most straight men don't want to have a calm, civil conversation about that. So imagine how they'd react if there was a powerful political movement to criminalize penetration or revoke their right to marry. Add in a lifetime of ostracism, family rejection, bullying, and discrimination, and maybe then you'll begin to understand the hysteria of a lot of queer people.
It is my right to raise my child with the moral precept that I find to be beneficial for my child. Beto O'Rourke does not get to raise my child. And if he tries, I will meet him at the door with a gun. That is insane.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Ben Shapiro threatening violence because he can't handle the debate. Sounds like a classic case of hysteria to me. Why can't Ben Shapiro just have a polite conversation about Beto O'Rourke transing his children?
I now have two choices. One is to leave the country utterly. Two is to pick up a gun. Those are the only choices that you have left me.
Dave Rubin is a gay conservative whose career
I wish either of those were true.
Right-wing audience that he's one of the good ones. This means that he's willing to sit across from his so-called friend, homophobe Ben Shapiro, and listen to Ben say he would never attend his anniversary party because it would be tantamount to endorsing sin.
There's a difference between me just being friends with Dave and me actively participating in an event that I feel is religiously sinful.
The two of them then
I forget
about how they can still be great friends.
Why is it that we're able to do this
and most people can't do this?
Because
that's what I'm curious
we go home
about.
at night and we can have our own lives.
And here's Dave having a civil conversation with conservative Glenn Beck, who compares homosexuality to alcoholism and then congratulates himself on having the conversation.
I'm a deeply religious man, and my religion says man and a woman, that is the basic building block of family. And that's what I believe, but I also know God created you just like he created me, flaws and all. I believe I have a gene, they've never found it, that makes me very susceptible to alcoholism because it runs in my family.
What?
So it's craziness, but it runs in my family.
Well, Dave smiles and
That's
nods,
why I'm an
probably
alcoholic.
because he's
Glenn
thinking
Beck.
about how much he enjoys the taste of boots.
Usually, I just take out a picture of me and DeSantis, and then we're good because they get it. They get it. That's my governor. Yeah.
I think a lot of straight people look at Dave Rubin and they see, finally, a reasonable gay person who doesn't scream bigot at everyone who disagrees and can actually have a civil conversation. But that's not what I see. I look at Dave Rubin and I see a spineless, bootlicking doormat who won't even defend his own family.
Why
for
can't
the
we have
most
a debate about
fundamental
that?
Disrespect. I also can't help but notice that none of these civil conversations seem to change anyone's mind. Persuasion is more complicated and less rational than people think. Megan often says that she was de-radicalized on Twitter, but if you read her book carefully, you'll notice that that's not exactly true. The major precipitating event for Megan's crisis of faith was her mother's mistreatment at the hands of an increasingly misogynistic church leadership that made Megan feel like she was the victim of the church for once. She says of the church discipline, "For the first time in my life, the accused were people I lived with and knew most intimately, and I knew that the judgments leveled by the elders were wrong. I could no longer blindly trust the judgment of these men." So she finally experienced firsthand what it's like to be the victim of her family. She stopped voting for the leopards eating people's faces party only when the leopards ate her face. It also seems relevant to notice that the people who had calm, civil conversations with Megan on Twitter were generally not gay people, the people most affected by her family's violent rhetoric. They were mostly straight men, like director Kevin Smith, who started #SaveMegan because, quote, "she's hot." There's often an erotic component to persuasion.
Wait, what?
And that certainly seems to be the case with Megan, because one of the people who helped de-radicalize
Why
her
Kevin
is
Smith?
now her husband. And I feel like that's a relevant detail if we're trying to understand the role of reason and emotion in de-radicalization experiences. I think this experience is usually more akin to religious conversion than it is to logical reasoning. There's also a world of difference between the mostly private conversations that actually lead people to reflect on their beliefs and the spectacle of public debate. Ben Shapiro is never going to become less homophobic because he live streamed a civil conversation with Dave Rubin. So
Which
who
just
is this
exploded me.
conversation
Why?
even for? Well, obviously it's for the audience. I think these civil conversations basically function to reassure a homophobic audience that just because they disagree with the lifestyle doesn't mean that they hate gay people. Look at Ben Shapiro. He's friends with a gay. Public debate is one way that we define the limits of the Overton window, the range of beliefs that are socially acceptable to hold. So often people who want to promote bigotry will use debate as a foot in the door. It's a way of establishing that their prejudices are within the realm of reasonable and socially accepted opinion. Here's obsessive anti-trans bigot Graham Linehan in a fury that a drag queen is on Doctor Who without the British public having a proper debate about these issues. Now, why do we need to have a proper debate about whether drag queens should be allowed on television when drag performance has been a staple of British entertainment since at least the time of Shakespeare?
Life is a joke that's just begun. Three little maids from school. Fishy, 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 fish.
As I am man,
My state is desperate for my master's love, as I am woman. Now alas the day.
Bigots like Graham want a perpetual debate on their own terms because this is how they dignify their pearl clutching. It's how they convince the public that their moral panic about drag queens on TV is actually a valid concern, rather than the tedious, small-minded whining about nothing that it really is. Having the debate on a bigot's terms is not a good way to win people over, unless you're really skilled in the art of humiliating people, which most of the time is what public debate is actually about. This is something that J.K. Rowling doesn't seem to understand. In the Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Joro takes a contradictory stance on deplatforming. She brings up right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos, saying that activists are making a strategic error and giving Milo power by protesting his events, making him look dangerous and sexy. But when trans people try to deplatform TERFs, Rowling characterizes this as silencing. So is deplatforming a strategic error that gives power to your opponent? Or is it a powerful tactic of silencing? I find Rowling's conviction that we ought to debate Milo Yiannopoulos really out of touch. Milo Yiannopoulos doesn't have reasons for the things he does. He has strategies for humiliating people.
I've taken some time out of my busy schedule, being fabulous and doing my hair, to prepare a speech for you. Well, a few remarks, really. Feminism is cancer. Thank you very much.
Damn it!
To again quote Ian Danskin, you can't really reason with someone who thinks that feminism is cancer, because you don't reason with cancer, you eradicate it. Rowling objects to the slogan "no debate" in the strongest possible terms.
And then we come to the famous two-word slogan, the stock phrase, no debate, no debate, no debate. We hear it all the time. That alarms me, really alarms me. I can't think of a purer instance of authoritarianism than no debate.
It's kind of amazing to me that someone could think angry trans people on Twitter are the purest example of authoritarianism. I truly hope that one day I am privileged enough to be capable of such a perspective. Before I move on, I do want to clarify that I do think there are trans issues that are legitimately debatable by people who are not bigots. In my opinion, trans women in women's sports is one of those issues. But it's a complicated issue. Like, first of all, which sport are we talking about? Are we talking about figure skating? Middle school field hockey? I see no reason why trans girls should be excluded from that. But if we're talking about professional weightlifting, well, then it seems plausible that trans women who have been through male puberty may still retain some kind of group advantage. But not all trans women have experienced male puberty. People are transitioning younger now, and that's another thing you have to consider. So I'm not against debating this issue, I just want people to approach it with nuance and good faith. And currently, a lot of the people who are vocally against trans women in women's sports sound like this.
And we will keep men out of women's sports.
Okay, also, like, I've looked at a lot of the science on, like, when it comes to, like, trans women in women's sports. And guys, I gotta say, I don't think it's as, like, nuanced as people think it is. Like, I think that at first blush, maybe they think it is. I can understand why they might think that, perhaps. But, like, from what I've seen, the differences largely fade into irrelevancy. Like, after just a handful of time, you know, like a year or two on HRT. Fuck! Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'm not mad. You're mad. Fuck you.
How ridiculous. That
Good
will
night,
take place
Abyssalisk.
on day one.
And I don't want to debate those people. I want to serve them a banana cream pie. Chapter 6. Illiberal Methods. One of J.K. Rowling's core complaints about the trans rights movement is she sees it as illiberal in its methods.
So when I first became interested and then deeply troubled by what I saw as a cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods.
So what are these illiberal methods?
If you are saying this person is cancelled, that is the language of a dictator.
It's true. Cancel culture is exactly how the Third Reich started. First, they canceled the socialists, and I did not speak out because the hashtag was trending. But maybe we should see what an actual dictator thinks.
Пресловутая культура отмены превратилась в отмену культуры. Не так давно отменили и детского писателя Джоан Роулинг за то, что она, автор книг, которые разошлись по миру сотнями миллионов экземпляров, не угодила поклонникам так называемых гендерных свобод.
You know, I can't help but wonder what counts as acceptable activist methods to an author for whom Hermione protesting slavery was taking things too far.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement. I do not see this particular movement as either benign or powerless.
Rowling seems to think that the trans rights movement is dangerous and authoritarian in some unprecedented way that makes it different from all past liberation movements. But how? What are these illiberal methods that distinguish trans rights activism from similar past movements? Canceling? Anita Bryant was way more cancelled than J.K. Rowling ever will be. Boycotts? Boycotts have been a staple of every progressive movement in modern history. Disrupting feminist meetings? Disrupting feminist meetings is a feminist tradition. Haven't you heard of the Lavender Menace? In 1969, Betty Friedan, author of The Feminine Mystique and founder of the National Organization for Women and second-wave feminism in general, coined the phrase Lavender Menace to describe the threat she believed that lesbians posed to the women's movement. Friedan was worried that being associated with lesbians would make it easy to dismiss the movement as a bunch of mannish man-haters. This understandably pissed off a bunch of lesbians who attended the Second Congress to Unite Women in 1970 to stage what used to be known as a ZAP, a disruptive public protest designed to draw attention to gay rights issues. Think glitter bombing, think pies, half aggression, half whimsy, like that time the lesbian Avengers zapped Rowling's friend Baroness Nicholson's house, demanding that she resign. This podcast has pushed me over the edge. Centrism has gone too far, and I am now pro-cancel culture. So just as the meeting was beginning, a group of 17 lesbians wearing Lavender Menace t-shirts switched off the lights, pulled the plug on the mic, and charged down the aisles laughing and screaming. Their leader, Rita Mae Brown, took the mic and yelled, "This conference won't proceed until we talk about lesbians in the women's movement." One of the NOW organizers yelled back, "I object to your coming in and taking over this meeting. You're acting like men." Betty Friedan would later speculate that the lesbians were a CIA psyop designed to make the women's movement look bad. So the Lavender Menace disrupted the feminist meeting using illiberal tactics, not because they were against feminism, but because they wanted lesbian exclusionary feminists to include them. It's the same thing that's happening today when trans people disrupt feminist meetings, as J.K. Rowling puts it, interestingly neglecting to mention which feminist meetings these are.
I was starting to see activists behaving in a very aggressive way outside feminist meetings. There was a feminist meeting in which they were banging and kicking on windows, very threatening.
There's a historical obliviousness to Rowling's idea that trans activists are somehow more aggressive than similar past movements. Like she retweeted a transphobic gay man called Dennis Noel Kavanaugh, who says, "All those gay rights and AIDS protests, I don't remember a single one where we intimidated or silenced a woman. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one." Dennis has also tweeted that he preferred AIDS to the trans movement. And also, quote, "I will fucking nail you to a wall what you have done to these innocent children. Your mutilation of these little humans because they were gay will be nothing compared to what I will to what I will do to you legally. You think you are ghouls, wait till I deal with you, bastard, and I mean to." Dennis, it's time to log off, Gorge. I do wonder, does Dennis threatening to nail people to a wall count as illiberal methods? I guess J.K. Rowling doesn't think so because she's never condemned it. In fact, when Dennis's Twitter suspension ended, she was right there to welcome him back. And she continues to retweet him. I've always been happy to acknowledge that angry trans people on Twitter sometimes take things too far. Things like death threats or misogynistic insults, I don't support that, and I've called it out in the past. Like when the leftist streamer Vosh, drama alert, who is not trans, tweeted at J.K. Rowling, "Women be quieter and start apologizing."
Oh my
challenge.
God.
I called him out, tweeting, "Doing edgy,
Oh
ironic
my
misogyny
God.
or defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny."
Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, of all the fucking things to bring up in this fucking video, this is the one? This is the one you're gonna bring up? Of all of the examples of like trans people who like go too far and say something like TERFs should burn, you know, or like TERFs should be crucified, like, you know, like the crazy shit some people on leftist Twitter say. Of all the things, you're gonna go after women be quieter challenge. Impossible. Like, it's like, what? Okay. That's silly, but I mean it's a choice.
in trans activism. I tweeted that because I recognize that if people who are claiming to speak for you are doing so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course, Vosh took the criticism really well, explaining that actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to J.K. Rowling. And then he accused me of cancel culturing him while at the same time literally telling his followers to publicly shame me.
The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this.
Then bringing up my past.
Okay, but I feel like that last part is important to add. Publicly shame her until she changes her mind. Because you had a silly take on it. I can't wrap my head around this. This is silly as fuck. Kind of yeah, no, this isn't he got his community to dogpile you. First of all, you're much larger. Second of all, he didn't say like go shit on her. The point was literally to try and point out that you were making a poor argument. Absolutely goofy goobers about this one.
Struggle with addiction.
And she's watching his stream, is that
Off
true?
This site and into, I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirmed to me that Vosh doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vosh, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make is,
yeah, you'd never sink to that, but you would in the one video you put out this year, call him out directly in a video about how J.K. Rowling is like horrible or whatever. And it just seems to me like you're being a gigantic dingus about this, Natalie. Like, sorry. As one trans woman to another, you seem like you're being a gigantic dingus about this. And a gigantic baby.
I have no qualms about calling.
Yeah, I would look. Okay, you know, I think it's time. I think I need to tell you guys why I don't like ContraPoints. And it's because she comes across to me as the kind of girl who, like, in high school would walk up to you and be like, wow, did you hear about Stacy? I heard, you know, a lot of people are saying this. A lot of people are saying that Stacy is just the biggest slut. And I would never say that about Stacey. I love Stacey, but everyone just keeps talking about, everyone just keeps saying that Stacey is just the biggest slut bitch. Now, I'm not saying that, but that's what everyone else is saying. That's the kind of person she comes across as to me. And it's why I've never really taken to a lot of her content. Ultimately, I think her videos are often well thought out. I think they often have many good points. I don't agree with them 100%. They're worth watching. I just, on a personal level, I don't think I like her very much. You guys can like her. That's fine. I'm just giving you my personal feelings about her. Anyway.
Calling out people on my side.
Thankfully, we don't
they
have
go
to like
too
everyone.
far or cross
It's
a
true.
line, or do stupid tweets and then mansplain to me about how I don't understand tactical misogyny. Idiot. But the same cannot be said of J.K. Rowling. I have never once seen her call out any of the bigotry and abusiveness that is absolutely rampant in the gender-critical movement. There's a great video called J.K. Rowling's New Friends by YouTuber Sean that exposes the dishonesty of framing this conflict as meek, concerned feminists versus the abusive trans mob. A framing that the witch trials of J.K. Rowling accepts uncritically, citing numerous examples of death threats and abusiveness from trans advocates.
Things like kill TERFs 2014. How about slowly and horrendously murder TERFs in Saw-like torture machines and
Yeah, it's pretty weird that Natalie took a detour specifically to try and I don't know, try and steamroll Vosh, try and swerve to hit Vosh in the car, but and then immediately goes to this stuff, which is what the examples should have been. I think I don't think Vosh telling J.K. Rowling to shut the fuck up is necessarily the comment to focus on, or even the point to be well, I don't think this is a very tactical use of misogyny. When there are other examples of people literally telling J.K. Rowling to fucking kill herself because she's a TERF bitch. I don't exactly think it's terribly relevant to the content of this video even. I think she just fucking wanted to have beef.
and contraptions.
Now, I don't think anyone should joke about putting people in saw traps, but also, how serious is this threat that was posted to Tumblr in 2014? Let's use our critical thinking skills here. Do you think that Jigsaw, the villain from the Saw movies, has a Tumblr account and is threatening TERFs? Or do you think this was posted by a 14-year-old? The podcast cites 0 examples.
The amount of the amount of charitability or dismissal going on here when it comes to people describing what they would want to do to J.K. Rowling because she's a bigot versus the amount of time and energy spent chastising someone who's on the same side as you for telling a bigot to shut the fuck up is fucking insane.
Examples of death threats and abusiveness from anti-trans bigots. And it's not exactly like you have to dig deep to find any. I can fill the screen up with examples just from people who J.K. Rowling has explicitly supported or interacted with. I will drive you out into the desert and bury you 9 feet down, one tweet says, from a fan of J.K. Rowling. First I'll set you on fire and piss on your half-alive corpse. Fuck trans activism, fuck gender ideology, and fuck you. Another threat from the same user is so graphically violent and sexual, I don't know if I can even read it aloud without violating the YouTube terms of service. But threats like this from the gender critical side are simply not mentioned in The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Both Rowling and Megan seem happy to cherry-pick threatening tweets and sound bites of shouting protesters
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist!
as evidence that the trans movement is dangerous and insidious to the core. But this exact technique has been used against literally every liberation movement in world history. For example, let's consider Reclaim the Night, the protest movement against sexual violence in Britain, which first got J.K. Rowling interested in feminism in the 1970s. Here's how The Guardian, Britain's spineless centrist paper of note, covered a Reclaim the Night protest in 1979. Chanting slogans against rape seems reasonable to promote awareness, but what about the hissing and swearing at any innocent male, and cries of castrate men? We were all sympathetic to the principles of the women's liberation movement, but we left the crowd of shouting, torch-bearing women when it became clear that my friend's brother was running the risk of personal mutilation if he remained with us. The protesters were allegedly singing, "Here I stand, my knife in hand, free castration on demand." So this is how the British press covered the women's movement. Angry, torch-bearing women screaming, "Castrate men!" Now, is that a fair representation of the women's movement? Should we judge every movement by its most militant extremists? Is it fair, say, to pretend...
I genuinely am baffled by this. I'm genuinely baffled that she could go from saying, like, Vosh telling J.K. Rowling to shut the fuck up on Twitter is genuinely harmful and, like, he's a stupid fucking idiot, etc., etc., and then be like, well, you know, we need to extend more charity to the people who are chanting about castrating enemies of their movement. And it's just like, really? Like, I mean, like, I get the argument here. I get it. It's just that it seems inconsistent. Seems very inconsistent. Aw, I'm glad you like my outfit, Skinslip. It's the first time I'm wearing it, and I'm glad you all like it. I don't know, it just seems petty as fuck.
And that Valerie Solanas, who shot Andy Warhol, who advocated for male extermination in her Society.
Yeah, but the protesters were talking about castrating all men, not specifically the men who oppose their movement. So, you know, I'm just pointing out here, okay, that in the grand scheme of things, we know that Vosh was talking directly to J.K. Rowling because he was responding to J.K. Rowling, as opposed to these protesters who were just chanting about castration, castrating men. So, you know, it just seems to me like maybe in these two examples, we have one that's a targeted message and another one that was not. And yet we seem to be giving more charitability to the one and not the other, and that is frustrating to me in the extreme. Can you... I did, Disthrod! I doubled the volume of the video! God damn it!
For Cutting Up Men manifesto is representative of feminism as a whole. Many anti-feminists over the years have done exactly that. But it's not fair, is it? So why does J.K. Rowling think it's fair to judge the trans movement by the worst things trans people have ever tweeted?
I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
And I made excuses for you then.
In the 4th episode of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Megan interviews New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who has written sympathetically about transphobic feminism. There's a moment in this interview where Michelle kind of stumbles into an honest observation that I find fascinating.
Right. I mean, I think you'll often hear people say, you know, I'm not going to debate my basic humanity. And part of the difficulty is that there are indeed certain issues which we have sort of decided somewhat collectively with some sort of consensus are beyond the realm of debate. And I think that part of what is so difficult about this issue is that there's certain people who think that this kind of consensus can be imposed maybe as opposed to evolve organically. And so they're sort of desperately trying to shore it up in the hopes, I think, that if they can, they will enjoy the same sort of assumed protection as other groups whose rights we've decided are not up for public conversation. I think the problem is that we don't actually have a consensus.
So Michelle correctly observes that the reason trans people are often reluctant to debate our rights is that we want the same assumed protections as other groups whose rights liberals have decided are not up for debate. But then, Michelle suggests that trans people have to debate our rights because there isn't a mainstream consensus that we deserve rights. I am really curious to know how Michelle Goldberg thinks that past liberation movements have succeeded. Like, does she think that women's suffrage just evolved organically? Did suffragettes just have calm, civil conversations about whether women are intellectually capable of voting?
I was just
until
very
all
mad
the misogynists
at
were
the moment,
rationally
not
persuaded?
at you.
No, they stood up and demanded their right to vote. Sometimes violently, especially in the UK. Like, people forget this, maybe because they were called suffragettes, which is kind of a cutesy name, but the suffragettes, they murdered people. They were suffragette terrorists. They broke windows, they bombed churches, they set fire to a theater. In 1909, a suffragette attacked Winston Churchill with a horsewhip. Queen shit, honestly. The English suffragette Mary Lee threw a fucking hatchet at the Prime Minister's head. And my point is not to advocate terrorism or to excuse the terrorism of past movements. I think these kinds of tactics have tended to turn people against the movement. I don't think it's effective, but let's not pretend that past movements have never made demands before everyone was ready. Because there never has been, and there never will be a time when everyone is ready. I mean, Mary Wollstonecraft published The Vindication of the Rights of Women in 1792, and misogyny, in case you hadn't noticed, remains rampant. So there never has been a consensus about women's rights, and there probably never will be. In fact, marginalized groups wouldn't need rights if there was a consensus that we deserve rights. The whole reason to have rights is to protect you from the kind of people who think you shouldn't have them. I mean, it's a nice thought that we can just politely persuade everyone to give us rights, but the reality is, that's not how this works, and it never has been. Like, how do these debate me centrists think that slavery ended in the United States? Well, between 1861 and 1865, there was a little event called the American Civil Debate. See what I'm holding in my hand? This is a high caliber idea that I picked off the polite discussion field of Manassas. Do you people think that American schools were integrated because all the white people in the South were persuaded that segregation is bad? No, dum-dums. Eisenhower had to send in the 101st Airborne to enforce that shit at gunpoint. And my point is not to equate LGBT rights movements with black civil rights. I am aware that being a white queer person is not in any way equivalent to living in the aftermath of slavery. I'm just saying that there's this tendency to sanitize history and to imagine that progress was smooth and bloodless, that consensus evolved organically, when it just didn't. And then people get the impression that current movements are somehow more militant than successful past movements when they just aren't.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement, the cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods. And I believe absolutely that there is something dangerous about this movement, and it must be challenged.
Why is J.K. Rowling like this? Chapter 7. Why is J.K. Rowling like this? J.K. Rowling loves to quote radical feminist Andrea Dworkin, whom I've already mentioned a couple times in this video.
I myself favor violence. Deeply. I favor it.
Dworkin is known for her extreme sex-negative views, which I don't agree with, but she was an interesting writer, one of those half-crazed savants who gets in your head, who you can't stop thinking about. In my opinion, Dworkin's best book is Right-Wing Women, published in 1983, the era of Phyllis Schlafly and Anita Bryant. Right-Wing Women is an analysis of why so many women are drawn to conservative politics, seemingly against their own interests. Anyone who's interested in understanding the gender-critical movement, a crypto-reactionary backlash disguising itself as feminism, should read this book. In Dworkin's analysis,
the political right makes certain metaphysical and material promises to women that both exploit and quiet some of women's deepest fears. No one can bear to live a meaningless life. Women fight for meaning just as women fight for survival.
And conservative politics promises women meaning.
The right offers women a simple, fixed, predetermined social, biological, and sexual order. Form conquers chaos. Form banishes confusion.
The gender critical movement offers women a brutally simple understanding of sex and gender. A woman is an adult human female. Right-wing anti-trans activist Posey Parker has made this phrase into the motto of the gender critical movement. Adult human female. It's on billboards, it's on t-shirts, it's on banners, signs, and tweets. Presented with the authority of a dictionary definition, it's rigid, it's orderly, it's immutable. There are no exceptions, there are no blurred lines, there can be no change. This mantra is a defense against the conceptual instability and chaos that gender criticals fear. The same fear that once drove homophobic women like Anita Bryant.
Just biologically, that God made mothers so that we could reproduce. Homosexuals cannot reproduce biologically.
Erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives.
Dworkin says,
Within the frame of male domination, there is a good reason for women to hate homosexuality, both male and female. Women are interchangeable as sex objects. Women are slightly less disposable as mothers. The only dignity and value women get is as mothers. Having children is the one social contribution credited to women. It is the bedrock of women's social worth. Without childbearing, women know they have nothing. Homosexuality for women means having nothing. It means extinction.
Substitute transgenderism for homosexuality, and you'll understand the gender critical movement. J.K. Rowling's definition of woman is this.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
The producer of the large gametes. Rowling says her primary concern about young trans men is the loss of fertility.
Homosexuality, its rise in public visibility, attempts to socially legitimize or protect it, makes women expendable. The one thing women can do and be valued for will no longer be valued. Male homosexuality is especially terrifying because it suggests a world without women altogether, a world in which women are extinct.
This exact fear appears frequently in gender-critical rhetoric. Trans activists are erasing women. They're erasing biological sex. They're going to call us pregnant people. Confused girls are being robbed of their precious fertility. Trans women are going to replace biological women.
As a woman, I feel threatened because biological men are aggressively replacing women.
You will not replace us!
Sometimes this paranoia ramps up to the point of obsession, and the results can be dazzling. In September 2022, Maya Forstater, who you'll remember as the anti-trans activist whom J.K. Rowling came out as a TERF to defend, went on a full-blown Twitter rampage because the Hertfordshire County Libraries announced they were changing their children's storytime mascot from the Book Start Bear. If you don't know where this is going, strap in, from the Book Start Bear to a bright, vibrant, gender-neutral creature called Tala. Are you enraged? If not, you haven't been spending enough time on Mumsnet. Maya tweeted the words of an indignant mother who referred to Talia, wait, wasn't it Tala? Referring to Talia as a trans bear with they-them pronouns, describing the mascot as ideological, creepy, and gaslighting. I cannot express how upset I feel. The library jumped in to clarify that Tala, not Talia, isn't trans. They are an alien. Maya then demanded to know how this alien was birthed. Did it hatch from an egg, or was it born from a mama? Some people tried to reason with Maya. There's an advantage in having a character that isn't identifiably male or female, as it can be equally relatable to either sex and avoid promoting gender stereotypes. But Maya was not convinced. It seems highly unlikely that an alien that had evolved with such recognizable vertebrate body plan is not sexually reproducing. It's a relatable anthropomorphic character, not a slime mold. I need to know how the alien fucks right now. I said I need to know how the alien fucks before I can show it to my child. When Twitter understandably laughed it up at Maya's expense, she just kept posting. And she posted hard. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone post so hard. In a lengthy diatribe,
You seem that shit out off okay? Was watching the Philly D video today and had to literally replay it at work to make sure I got it right. I don't know what you're talking about, RJ Snow. But feel free to enlighten me.
Maya wrote about the miseries of new motherhood. You are in charge of a baby. You have never done this before. You haven't had a good night's sleep for months and won't for years. Everyone has an opinion on what you are doing right and wrong, and you've become invisible. You had politics. You had a career. You had interests. You had a sex life. Now, you have the daily needs of a completely dependent person, and your world has shrunk. The fact that these men and the young women that cheer them on think this is so laughable reflects society's disdain for mothers. This is what it means to say a woman is not a feeling or a costume. This is why the hub of the resistance is on Mumsnet. So, I am fascinated by this thread. I think it's one of the most revealing texts in gender-critical history, because you know what? Maya Forstater actually does have valid concerns. But the concerns she has that are valid have nothing to do with trans people, and they definitely have nothing to do with an adorable cartoon alien. Honestly, reading this, I have some concerns. Concerns like, where is Maya's husband? I know she has one. Isn't raising children supposed to be a mutual project? No one should have to feel this alone raising children. That is a valid concern. Oh my god, we actually found one. It's like finding El Dorado. A valid concern. A valid concern. Isn't what's going on here that Maya is taking legitimate feelings of being overburdened and underappreciated and displacing those feelings onto transgender people? This is exactly how the gender critical movement recruits. By providing a scapegoat to frustrated women. It's not your husband's neglect, it's not the increasing atomization of society, it's not the indignities of aging, it's Tala, the non-binary alien, with its dungarees and smug aura of gender neutrality. Mumsnet is the hub of the resistance to non-binary cartoons. It's too much, these people are too much. Okay, we have to be serious now. The political right also promises women safety and security.
For women, the world is a very dangerous place. The right acknowledges the reality of danger, the validity of fear. The right then
Oklahoma Sheriff's Office and local government talked about killing journalists and some other stuff I don't care to repeat. Oh, sorry, I was really misreading your initial comment. You seen that shit out in Oklahoma. Gotcha.
Manipulates the fear.
Women fear and resent male violence, which they're most likely to experience from the men closest to them. Boyfriends, husbands, and fathers.
They're most likely to be killed by sexual partners.
But the need to survive in a male-dominated society means that women's legitimate fears and resentments often cannot be directed at the men with power.
Inevitably, this causes women to take the rage and contempt they feel for the men who actually abuse them, those close to them, and project it onto others, those far away, foreign, or different.
And this displacement of rage is just transparently what's going on with J.K. Rowling. In her essay about sex and gender issues, Rowling speculates that trans men are transitioning to be the son her father wanted.
I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality.
And she describes the lingering trauma from her first violent marriage.
The marriage at this point has turned very violent and very controlling.
And that, she says, is why she decided to speak out against the transgender movement. If you try to understand this rationally, it looks like a total non sequitur, but if you look at it emotionally, there's a kind of logic to it.
The existence of the dangerous outsider always functions for women simultaneously as deception, diversion, painkiller, and threat. Women cling to irrational hatreds focused particularly on the unfamiliar, so that they will not murder their fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, lovers, the men with whom they are intimate, those who do hurt them.
In the 1970s, many conservative women displaced this rage onto lesbians, the threatening outsider of the day. Dworkin attended the National Women's Conference in 1977, where she spoke to a lot of women about their fear of lesbians.
Right-wing women consistently spoke to me about lesbians as if lesbians were rapists. certified committers of sexual assault against women and girls. To them, the lesbian was inherently monstrous, experienced almost as a demonic sexual force hovering closer and closer. She was the dangerous intruder, encroaching, threatening by her very presence a sexual order that cannot bear scrutiny or withstand challenge.
It's almost surreal to read this because of how precisely it describes how gender criticals talk about trans women.
Pronouns are like Rohypnol. They dull your defenses. They change your inhibitions. They're meant to.
Now, it's true that trans-exclusionary radical feminism began as an offshoot of far-left lesbian separatism, with academic feminist Janice Raymond writing in 1979 that transsexualism should be morally mandated out of existence. But the gender-critical movement was always destined to become a right-wing movement, because it has the structure of a right-wing movement, taking women's fear and rage toward familiar men and displacing it onto an unfamiliar outsider. The momentum behind this is just too ripe an opportunity for conservatives to pass up. As Dworkin says,
because women so displace their rage, they are easily controlled and manipulated haters. Women require symbols of danger that justify their fear. The right provides these symbols of danger by designating clearly defined groups of outsiders as sources of danger.
In the 2020s, anti-trans bigotry has become a keystone of Conservative Party platforms, both in the UK, where Lee Anderson, deputy chair of the Conservative Party, predicts that the next election will be won on
probably a mixture of culture wars and trans debate.
And in the US, where the ACLU is currently tracking more than 450 anti-LGBT bills, including more than 130 gender-affirming care bans, 51 trans sports bans, 40 drag bans, 29 trans bathroom bans, and 21 bans defining trans people out of the law. Republicans have escalated anti-trans rhetoric to eliminationist extremes that have most trans people in this country living in a constant state of fear for our future.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
The left is attacking our children, pushing sex talk, transgender extremism, and noxious politics in our schools. We should reject this demonic assault on the innocence of our children and stand fast against leftist efforts to mutilate their bodies and minds.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
I will revoke every Biden policy promoting the chemical castration and sexual mutilation of our youth, and ask Congress to send me a bill prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states.
On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
A few gender criticals still want to insist they have nothing to do with right-wing anti-trans bigots, like Helen Lewis.
I mean, TERF is basically witch.
Who attempts in her interview in The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling to distinguish between the transphobia of the far right and that of feminists.
I think the hardest thing for outsiders to understand is that there are two different arguments going on. One is the traditional conservative right argument, which is anti-LGBT. The other one is a criticism from the left, in which it says sometimes male people and female people have different interests, no matter how the male people identify.
But as a trans person, I don't care whether you justify your transphobia in the name of protecting women or protecting children. Whether it's radical feminist Janice Raymond calling for transsexualism to be morally mandated out of existence, or conservative Catholic Michael Knowles calling for transgenderism to be eradicated from public life, is the same repulsive bigotry to me. And in any case, the gender-critical movement has recently reached an implicit consensus that they're mostly done pretending to be feminist. The rising star of the movement, Posey Parker, aka Kelly J. Keane Minshall, rejects feminism entirely.
Do you call yourself a feminist now?
No.
Did you ever call yourself a feminist?
I probably did for a short time.
But so you wouldn't be like a Julie Bindel type feminist?
No, well, some feminists, I mean, Julie Bindel has been critical of mothers in the past, and I think that's a theme flowing through feminism. I'm not a feminist. I'm not a feminist.
This is not Andrea Dworkin. This is Phyllis Schlafly. Parker's campaign is currently funded by the right-wing CPAC.
CPAC came along and said that they would sponsor our events and cover all of our insurance throughout our whole trip, which is really kind of them. But what we would need to do is we would need to show that we were working for them, working with them.
She has no qualms about collaborating with far-right white nationalists.
I want to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me tell you what she's been saying. She's a Republican, but I agree with her wholeheartedly.
She's opposed abortion and contraception for teenagers.
Why are we enabling children to take sometimes contraceptives that are quite harmful, or access to abortion?
Damn it.
I think that we really need to rethink all of this.
RJ Snow, thank you for the 100
parents need
biddies.
to take back control of their children.
She's called trans people fools and perverts.
Transgenderism is nuts. It's for fools and perverts.
She's denied that transgender is a legitimate concept.
It's not a real thing. There's no such thing as being born in the wrong body. There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
She's called trans women pedophiles.
We know that if a man has a paraphilia of dressing as a woman, the most likely cross paraphilia is paedophilia. We know that these men have multiple paraphilias. They don't ever stop at one.
She's said that each and every woman who stands in her way will be annihilated.
Each and every one of you women who stand in my way, each and every one of you, let me just tell you, you will be annihilated.
She's called on armed men to enter women's restrooms to attack anyone they perceive as not a real woman.
And men, for once, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some.
How far into this vid? We're an hour and 44 minutes in, so we got 11 minutes left. Also, chat. Why you being weird? Be chill. Oh, hey, Legend of Sean. Thank you for making the jump over. And frankly, I don't understand the substance of the disagreement in chat. Nah, Tumblr or name, you're good. Mint Kuro's good. I just don't understand. I feel like you're both stuck in semantics, and I don't understand the point of disagreement between you two. ContraPoints is friends with Chelsea Clinton. That sounds boring. I think the point that 10-letter name was trying to make is that we make fun of small penises all the time, specifically with people who do the role of men, and that even without knowing what the exact size and shape of their penis is, maybe mocking people for penis size is something that might be shitty to do. LB, I look fine. It's okay. You don't have... meh. It's true. It's true, Distron. Sometimes getting stuck in semantics is hard. LB, what? If my outfit is so amazing, why haven't more people been subbing and donoing over on riverboat.gg? I've been going for 4 hours, And you know what, chat, if you're enjoying this content or my outfit, support riverboat.gg today by subscribing and ending the white name scourge. What about hand size? Look, the only thing we should be making fun of is whether or not people have tonsils, okay? That's the one. Oh, look at this asshole. I bet he's still got tonsils in him. Oh, look at that motherfucker walking down the street like he's still got an appendix.
Friends, maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to
True
protect
Legend
us.
of Sean. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
And she said that women who call themselves men should be sterilized, which seems to be a little bit in tension with J.K. Rowling's concern about the fertility of confused girls. You know, you might look at these differences of opinion between Rowling and Parker. Little things like pro-feminist versus anti-feminist, left versus right, pro-abortion versus anti-abortion, concern about trans men's fertility versus advocating forced sterilization of trans men, against annihilating women who stand in your way versus pro-annihilating each and every woman who stands in your way. You might look at these differences and expect that these two women would be at odds, but they aren't. Because promoting anti-trans bigotry is a common cause that for both of them trumps all else. In 2020, Posey Parker paid for a poster reading "I Heart J.K. Rowling" to be displayed at a railway station in Edinburgh, and Rowling has tweeted in defense of Parker numerous times and has modeled her t-shirts. So, the gender-critical movement, started by lesbian separatists in the 1970s, has finally passed into the hands of Pound Shop Ava Browns, as gender-critical lesbian Julie Bindel memorably described them. It's a movement that has no beliefs apart from a shared determination to reduce the number of trans people.
In the numbers we're currently seeing, particularly of young people coming forward, I find cause for doubt.
In the meantime,
Does ContraPoints have a penis? Well, I can't answer that question, Chatter, until you tell me in excruciating detail your entire sexual history and sexual organs. I need a full write-up of your medical history. I'm sorry. Can't answer that. Top secret trans secret, okay?
while we're trying to get through to the decision makers, we have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. And that's for two reasons. One of them is that every one of those people is a person who's been damaged. But the second...
Look, we can all agree a lot of people in my chat are autistic, folks. There are going to be communication breakdowns. It's inevitable.
One is every one of those people is basically, you know, a huge problem to a sane world. Like if you've got people that, and whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned, whether they're unhappily transitioned, whether they're detransitioned, if you've got people who've dissociated from their sex in some way, every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation in a sane world where we re-acknowledge the truth of sex.
So to wrap this up, is the backlash against J.K. Rowling a witch hunt? Unequivocally, no. It's very thoroughly deserved. But I will say this. A movement can't get along without a devil. And across the...
Aww. Ambugayton. Really putting the gay in your name there, bud. But not in the good way. In the bad way. You know which way I mean. Guess what I forgot? I have a shark plushie. Hell yeah, friendo. You have my autism, and my autism, and my autism, and my autism. It's just Legolas, just repeatedly. It's all Legolas. Look, as a gay, I can say that he was being really not great. Exactly. GD Reaper, you understand. The gay bad that we grew up hearing in Xbox Live chat rooms, and the gay good that we all are now.
The whole political spectrum, there's a misogynistic tendency to choose a female down.
Oh, come on. Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Level. Whether it's Anita Bryant, Hillary Clinton, Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or J.K. Rowling. And there's always going to be people who seize on any opportunity to be misogynistic. So, I would advise
the doubling down on showcasing Vosh being mean to someone who deserves far more than meanness done to them is absolutely ridiculous to me.
trans people and our allies to keep in mind that J.K. Rowling is not the final boss of transphobia. She's not our devil. The devil is the Republican Party.
Metal Kitty
the
Mom,
Conservative
thanks for
Party.
subscribing.
The devil is patriarchy.
20
it's the
months,
right-wing
baby.
men who will be the ones to put gender-critical theory into brutal practice. Anita Bryant, Posey Parker, and J.K. Rowling are, to borrow a term from TERFs, handmaidens. TERFs are the real handmaidens. They're useful idiots who put a concern.
I think I disagree with this. I think I disagree with this conclusion quite a bit. I think equating a billionaire with a handmaiden who's in a subservient role is incorrect. I think that is incorrect analysis. I think that, in fact, a billionaire championing the cause of trans obliteration is not a handmaiden. She is a herald. She is a harbinger. She is one of the people who is bringing this to be. She is one of the people bankrolling this. She is one of the people able to literally whisper this into being in the halls of power. I do not agree with this take. At the end of this fucking 2-hour-long thing, they're like, oh, you know, she's just a useful idiot. She's just a handmaiden. No, she's not. She is one of the people specifically gunning for this to happen. And yes, she is subject to patriarchy, as are every single other person in our societies. Yes, she is subject to a lot of different oppressive systems, but that doesn't absolve her of what she is actively choosing to do. Fuck.
Turned female face on the patriarchal violence against trans people that will ultimately be enacted by right-wing men.
Also, again, the idea that this will be done by right-wing men, it's being done by right-wing women as well. This conception that women aren't in the halls of power right now is ludicrous to me. Throughout this entire video, she has shown actual lawmakers who are actually introducing legislation and supporting legislation that would eliminate trans people. And her takeaway is, well, you know, some of the people funding them and pushing them to do that are you know, they're all just subject to you know, patriarchal right-wing men. They're not really responsible, or are somehow at a lesser responsibility here? I disagree with this take wholeheartedly.
To consider themselves decent human beings, to call out the deviants among them, and around
Megan Phelps Roper and centrists like her are wrong that civil conversation can resolve this.
Okay, also, I cannot believe we are at the end of a 2-hour-long video. Where that ContraPoints, like, opened up by talking about having been on this podcast. A podcast where, like, she participated. And that podcast's entire premise and reason for being was to absolve and whitewash J.K. Rowling of any responsibility when it comes to, oh my god. I just missed, like, several attacks in a row. Oh my god. Okay. She opened this up by talking about, like, Megan Phelps Roper, like, whitewashing a transphobic bigot who is actively, like, moving legislation that is trying to kill and destroy and wipe out trans people. And the conclusion of this video is that that woman who facilitated that podcast with the express goal of, like, absolving one of the most vocal transphobes of our times, one of the most vocal and influential transphobes of our times, is that woman is a centrist? You think that, like, someone who's advocating for our destruction, or you think that that person is a centrist? That's your political analysis of this situation. That is ludicrous on a scale I cannot imagine. I'm so livid. Nope. Fuck. Miscalculated. Nope. God, the auto-targeting in this game is so much less... It is not nearly as good as, like, Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3. Oh, God. Okay. Finally. Did it. Wait, how do I make the boat come in? I thought doing what I just did was what made the boat come in. Oh, God. Now I feel real dumb. Okay. There's nothing fishy about the conclusion. The conclusion's just wrong. Like, that's what's frustrating about it, you know? Like, Natalie is a smart person, and I expect better from her than what is being presented in this video. A lot of it was good. And again, I stand by the fact that I think a lot of Natalie's videos, a lot of ContraPoints videos are really, really good, okay? But, like, this last 10 minutes, absolutely wrong-headed conclusion.
Take these monsters from society.
People like Michael Knowles and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump cannot be persuaded. They have to be defeated. As for what to do about J.K. Rowling, honestly, let's all just block her. Open up Twitter right now, go to...
I don't understand I don't understand the delineation here. Yeah, she had us in the first half here, but I don't understand the delineation she's making here between Michael Knowles and J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling is extraordinarily vocal about her anti-trans stances, and she financially supports them. And on top of that, is far, far, far more influential than Michael Knowles could ever hope to be in her anti-trans advocacy. And I do not understand why saying, like, we need to defeat Michael Knowles, but J.K. Rowling, we can just block her. No, we need to defeat J.K. Rowling too.
Go to her profile and just block her. Probably
like J.K. Rowling, yeah, Mint Kuro, exactly right. J.K. Rowling has been directly cited in U.S. legislation aimed at eradicating trans people from society. She is a billionaire. She is influential on a scale none of us can possibly imagine. Maybe it is a US-UK dichotomy. I'm pretty sure ContraPoints is from the US.
problem solved.
Oh yeah, no. Didn't Vladimir wait, no, is that true? Wait. Oh my god. Yeah, a year ago, Putin said the West was treating Russian culture like canceled J.K. Rowling. At a televised meeting on Friday with leading cultural figures, Putin said the West was trying to cancel a whole 1,000-year culture, our people, citing cancellations of events involving Russian artists in protest at the invasion of the Ukraine. They're now engaging in the cancel culture, even removing Tchaikovsky, Shostakovich, and Rachmaninoff from posters. Russian writers and books are now canceled. A number of events involving Russian political figures who have expressed backing for the war have been called off, including concerts by the award-winning Russian conductor Valery Gergiev, a friend and supporter of Putin who was part of the meeting on Friday. Let's see. He went on to compare the treatment Russia has received with the controversy surrounding Rowling's comments on transgender people. Recently, they called the children's writer Joanne Rowling because she, the author of the books that have sold hundreds of millions of copies worldwide, fell out of favor with fans of so-called gender freedoms. Like, yeah, no. Just
like,
block
don't harass her.
Just block her. For fuck's sake, Natalie.
That doesn't help, but also, I wouldn't wait for her to change. She's gone down what I call the bigotry world.
We're not waiting for Donald Trump or Michael Knowles to change either. Like you said, we have to defeat them, so why is it different for J.K. Rowling? Why must we not thwart her at every turn? Why must we be, like, complacent and, like, gentle with this billionaire who is trying to kill us, Natalie? Why? What in this video have you... I would even go so far to say that in this video, she has been just as much of an apologist for J.K. Rowling here. Like, the idea that sorry, I'm just flabbergasted here. The idea that, like, oh, we don't actually need to defeat J.K. Rowling. or her ideas, you know, but we do need to defeat these other people's ideas that are exactly the same as J.K. Rowling's is fucking insane to me. I don't think it's because J.K. Rowling is a woman. It's something else, and I don't get it. Because she's also very much against other women too, so it's not a women thing.
I see light. I am correct. But
yeah, I gotta say, I think that this is just... If I'm being honest, I think this might be lib blindness. I think this might be lib blindness, chat. I know that that's not incredibly charitable of me, but I think it might be that. I think she doesn't think that Rowling has the power to make political change. Ah. Okay. So it is dumb. Hey, is anyone in chat who has played this game? Do you know how I get the ship to come in? Because I am at a loss. I thought I did the things that I needed to do. Maybe I need to climb up there again. Guys, look, I know we're being cheeky about the Jacob Rowling and the Harriet Potter books, but guess what? We actually have a much better Harry Potter series, and it was written by Chuck Tingle, and it's called Harriet Porber. The Harriet Porber books are wonderful, and I highly recommend them. There is a... Okay, I missed the bell. Gotcha. Alright.
The deeper you go in, the harder it is to leave, for the same reasons that it's hard to quit a cult or scam. To quote video essayist Dan Olson,
one of the most insidious elements of a confidence scam is that the victims who invested the most are often the most passionate defenders, because shame is...
Nah, I think I know where it is. I think I just missed it. The way I read it is she's saying that just like the gay rights didn't require defeating Anita Bryant the person, and for trans rights it's the same with J.K. Rowling, but I could be wrong. I just think that it's very... I think that comparing like a only moderately successful like TV star to a billionaire who is known and respected and has been referenced the world over and has been referenced by some of the leading politicians of our times, and comparing them is I think that's woefully inaccurate and naive. And sorry, almost died. Yeah, the other thing is they did defeat her. The pie in the face didn't kill her, obviously, but it severely discredited her. It did a whole lot of damage to her, like her credibility, her brand, her ability to enact harm. It did a whole lot of good. I think her point is that there are bigger enemies that we should be focusing our energy on. I don't know that that's true. Like, again, She cited Michael Knowles as a bigger enemy to focus our energy on. And, like, Michael Knowles isn't, you know, relatively powerful, like, internet commentator, I guess. But he's not a billionaire. He doesn't have the same kind of clout or access that, like, J.K. Rowling does. Like, I don't understand. Do you think a pie would slow down Rowling? I think it'd be really fucking funny. And frankly, maybe. I don't know. We haven't tried it yet. So maybe it might work. You know? I'm not above giving it the old 1-2. Anyway, let's finish this.
The powerful...
Yeah, I mean, literally a like, soup to the face ended Posey Parker in New Zealand. Like, I genuinely don't think it's outside of the question. Look, maybe we can't do pie or soup again. Maybe we need to come up with something different, like pudding. Or whatever the Nickelodeon goop is made out of. Nexus of Midnight, thank you for the 15 months. Yes, puffy shirt.
Force in the human psyche, and they can't bear the shame of admitting they were tricked.
Reformed bigots have to face not only the shame of being dupes, but also the guilt of having devoted years of life to harming vulnerable people. This is something Megan, to her credit, faced head-on. If we were wrong, then I had spent every day of my life industriously sowing doom, discord, and rage to so many, not at the behest of God, but of my grandfather. I had wasted my life only to fill others with pain and misery. Most bigots cannot stand to face this moral sunk cost. It's why an obsessive bigot like Graham Linehan, whose all-consuming hatred of trans people has ruined his life, cost him his marriage, and left him alone to tweet about destroying gender ideology minutes before midnight on New Year's Eve, feels psychologically compelled to insist with ever more certainty that trans people are not just delusional or dangerous, but are all demonic perverts, an enemy so hyperbolically evil that they justify his self-immolating crusade.
They took everything from me, you know. He took my family, you know. And I just said, no, hang on a sec. Stop calling these women TERFs. Stop sending them abuse. Let them speak. And for that, they just destroyed me.
Do you honestly feel destroyed?
No, because the one thing about this,
We didn't take your family, Grant. They left you because you're a
you
fucking weirdo.
I know I'm right.
As long as he stays here,
Good night,
in the
OG
bottom of
Mountain
the
Dragon.
whirlpool, he never has to face that he's ruined his relationships and wasted years of life because he just couldn't let it go. And if J.K. Rowling doesn't log off soon, this will likely be her fate as well. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, Harry Potter's dead to me. I'm switching to Twilight.
That conclusion was dog shit. And frankly, I would be embarrassed if I were her. Oh, I missed this switch, guys. There we go. Well, yeah, Glinner is just absolutely disgusting. Natalie is an incredibly smart person, which is what makes this so frustrating. It's so frustrating. She should be better than this kind of a take. And she had, like, the vast majority of the argumentation down. Like, and then somehow just, like, completely whiffed the conclusion. And I don't understand why. Oh. Goodbye. Okay, we are going to go spend our souls, get an additional Estus, and then beat the boss of this area. You know what? I think that this is liberal brain rot. Not the entire thing, mind you. A lot of this was incredibly informative. But the ending, the conclusion here that completely omits, like, an evaluation of, like, the class dynamics at play, I think is what undermines this. I think Natalie not having a framework or taking into consideration J.K. Rowling's, like, billionaire status and, like, how that in turn, like, compounds kind of like the social distinctions at play. Like, yeah, exactly. The ignoring the class dynamics is the lib part.
Is that a shard? Here, to see. However...
So, if I understand correctly, her conclusion is that J.K. Rowling will just spend the rest of her life a sad, lonely social media keyboard warrior? Yes. That is her conclusion, and that, we just need to, like, ignore her, and she'll go away. Somehow. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying this is lib shit. Because if she had a class analysis here, she would take into account that, no, actually, like, a keyboard warrior with over $1 billion is capable of, like, so many things. I shit you not, guys. Like, with $1 billion, J.K. Rowling could overthrow, like, a decently sized country if she really put everything on the line. You know, like, with $1 billion, you can do a lot. You can do a fuck ton. Sorry, one second. Okay. 1 second. Okay, so just as an FYI, guys, Eric Prince is the brother of Betsy DeVos, our former education secretary. Eric Prince's net worth is around $2 billion. And Eric Prince owns literally a small army that, like, goes around the world fighting a crusade to rid the world of brown people. I'm not making that up, by the way. He's the guy who founded and owns Blackwater. J.K. Rowling's net worth is, like, about half of Eric Prince's. And Eric Prince isn't solely invested in, like, his Blackwater, like, personal army. Is Eric Prince a political person? Yeah. If you guys remember, and this will have been a while ago, but the Trump administration, prior to deciding on the pullout, had been kicking around the idea of privatizing the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Or not Iraq, but the war in Afghanistan. Wait, Afghanistan? Iraq? Oh god, I'm getting my timeline mixed up. But anyway, if you ever heard any of the talk about privatizing the war, what that meant was effectively that Eric Prince was behind the scenes trying to lobby the U.S. military and the U.S. government and the Trump administration to allow him to take over administration of the conflict abroad with his private army of mercenaries. Yeah, Nexus of Midnight. Blackwater, for those of you who do not remember, wasn't the war almost totally privatized already? Nope. But the efforts to make it more privatized were primarily Eric Prince. Additionally, Blackwater in Iraq and Afghanistan, when they were operating there, did a few war crimes, you know, did some massacres of civilians, and they've had to rename their company several times over, but I think it's called Academy now, and Academy will currently trains troops, I believe, in Saudi Arabia. They have a contract to train Saudi Arabian troops, and they're currently trying to secure a minor air force in Africa, and they're also working for the Chinese government. Basically, they're bad. They will effectively kidnap people from Latin and South America, and then deny them their official papers, and like basically force them into fighting in conflicts abroad for years before allowing them to return home. It's horrible, and I'm telling you all of this because that's a guy with only like double the fortune of J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling's influence is on par with someone like that. So, to be clear, I think the idea that, like, oh, we don't need to defeat J.K. Rowling, she'll just go into irrelevancy like Graham Linehan. When, like, Graham Linehan and J.K. Rowling aren't even remotely in the same, like, playing fields. Graham Linehan is a moderately successful comedy sitcom writer, okay? Like, his net worth, maybe, is in the millions? Maybe. But it's, like, single-digit millions. So, yeah. Blackwater was bought out and renamed for a third time. Security work for China. Pretty sure Prince was spotted in both Ukraine and Russia a few years back. Oh, yeah, no, Eric Prince is one of the scummiest scumbags on Earth. And has gone on record as talking about envisioning himself as like a modern Richard the Lionheart fighting the crusade against the Middle East, the godless heathens of the Middle East. Yeah. So, all I'm trying to put out there and say here is that J.K. Rowling is an incredibly influential, incredibly powerful woman. And the idea that we can just block her on Twitter and like, oh, that's fine, is mental. Is mental. The New York Times dedicated a 7-hour show in their publication to just defending her full-throatedly. And Natalie was on it. and doesn't seem to understand how powerful this woman is. I just an incredible failure of analysis here. God. Okay, I'm gonna listen to this. Unironically, this song is more revolutionary than anything in that video.
What does the fascist say when the lies are so
Ariane, we covered the NRA convention the other day. So yeah, we did cover the NRA convention, and yeah, it was pretty fucked up. But also, everything I talk about on this show is fucked up lately, and I don't know. It's hard to get more angry when I'm angry all the time. Also, if you wanna like join the site chat, we got a bunch of cool people over on the riverboat.gg site. That's where most of the chatters went. The world is fucked up, really? True. It's okay. Yo, Metal Kitty Mom, you made over 100 pizzas? You're really amazing, you know. Also, chat, I've now been streaming for 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, or agreeing with my analysis, or thinking that I look very cute today, consider throwing some subs or donos. Haven't gotten any in about 4.5 hours. So if any of you would like to support my content, I'd very, very, very much appreciate it. We had a Warriors game and I needed all the pizza. You needed all the pizza?
Seek souls.
Wait, did you eat all 100 pizzas? I remember nights I did 100 plus at the place I managed. God, they hurt.
Oh,
damn.
There you are. I'm here in Majula, thanks you even were kind enough to clothe me. Thank you so very much. The only thing I can offer is pyromancy.
Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Just gonna buy all your rings.
It was a perilous trek across the mountains. I faced the most frightful things.
100 pizzas, I wish I had one. We'll give 99 to the others who just want one. Yeah. It's okay, Ariane. But there's a link in chat if you want it.
Perilous. I'm always here.
Do do do. Do 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 do.
Oh, I'd give equipment can be now even you.
I knew you. You knew I'd be back. Ooh, I could get a fragrant branch of
Lovely
your...
times these are.
Bearer of the lest
Seek, seek, seek. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Just drunk and lazy at 9 a.m. That's a mood. That's a mood right there.
Bear, seek lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many.
You need all of the pizza. Pizza shark. Pizza shark. It's a shark that likes pizza. Now, chat. I've made the ask for donos and subs 3 times now, and no one has answered the call. Ripperonis. But I hope you guys are enjoying the content anyway. I've been feeling kind of weirdly insecure about my content today.
Every single...
Oh god. It's okay. It's okay, guys. I'm not trying to guilt you if you guys can't do it. Just kept on rocking, never tried to sleep. It's how adults and mad scientists do it. You're enjoying your stay? Okay. I'm glad. I feel bad. I yelled at chat earlier, and I feel like I've spent most of today this stream being like cranky. And also my hair. My outfit is fabulous, but my hair is not doing what I want it to do. Struggling? Content is good? I'm sorry you're struggling. Yo, you don't gotta apologize, okay? This is what drunk lesbians do. They sub/subscribe. True. Do 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 do. Do you guys like that my lipstick and my shirt match? I like that they do. Oh, LB, did Vosh yell at chat too? Yes. I'm kind of mean to my coworkers all the time and they love me, I think. Okay. Well, good. Because you guys are kind of like my coworkers. In chat, you're kind of like coworkers.
Every single hour, enough solar energy reaches the Earth's surface to power our planet's energy needs for an entire year. We're on the verge of a solar revolution with a new contender, perovskites, that are cheaper and already rivaling silicon solar cells' efficiency. Last month, a groundbreaking 250% increase in light conversion efficiency was reported by researchers at the University of Rochester. Let's take a look at this latest breakthrough to understand if it really is the future of solar energy. To truly understand the significance of this solar energy breakthrough, we first need to understand what a perovskite is and why it's causing such a stir. Perovskite actually refers to a class of materials that have a specific crystal structure, a cubic lattice with a positive atom at its core and at its corners, and a negatively charged atom at its face of each of the cube sides. As a result, a large number of different elements could be combined together to form a perovskite structure, and this allows researchers and engineers to tune the
you haven't
physical,
gotten to drive your
optical,
car?
or electrical characteristics of the material that they're trying to build. Our question is, why do they offer such a huge advantage over traditional silicon solar cells? The silicon used in a conventional solar cell manufacture requires an expensive multi-step process that's very energy intensive to grow a perfect, defect-free silicon crystal. These silicon crystals also only convert a very narrow band of light into electricity, typically just 18 to 22% of the energy coming from sunlight. This makes silicon cells both heavy and inefficient. A perovskite, by comparison, can be deposited as a thin film on a substrate layer, meaning they can be manufactured using simple techniques like screen printing for a fraction of the cost and energy of silicon solar cell manufacture. Now, here it looks basically like their screen printing t-shirts. It's not quite that simple, but it is surprisingly close. This also means that while traditional solar cells are thick and heavy, perovskite materials can be small, light, and flexible, even attached to a wide range of materials. This thin film coating approach gives perovskites their other major advantage, their increased cell efficiency. Different layers can be tuned to make use of different parts of the light
Well, thank you
spectrum
very much,
by
Ariana
varying the
Tari. I
material
appreciate
combination or properties. Where silicon-based solar cells can only draw energy from higher or redder end of the energy spectrum, perovskites can be adjusted to capture different energy bands, and then they can be applied one on top of the other to capture as broad of a spectrum as possible. In theory, you could infinitely stack these solar cells, but in practice we typically see just 2 layers used. Otherwise you get diminishing returns of less light reaching
10-letter
the
name,
lower
good
layers
luck.
and added complexity and added cost. Now we don't worry here about capturing higher or lower energy bands because not many high energy UV photons actually reach the Earth's surface due to our atmosphere, and we also ignore the lower spectrum because photons in the infrared don't really carry that much energy. But these ideas in perovskites are already reasonably well known. The researchers in Rochester reported a further 250% efficiency increase on top of these effects using nothing but a simple mirror. How did they do it?
For the mirror shows many things.
No. Damn it.
What I want to start by doing is looking at a traditional photovoltaic cell, as they are simpler but analogous enough to a perovskite solar cell that they can teach us a lot of the underlying physics. If we take 2 semiconductor materials, one that's positively charged, a p-type material, and one that's negatively charged, an n-type material, and sandwich them together, as you do so, some of those free electrons from the n-type material rush over and fill the available spaces, which we call holes, in the positively charged material. This process, recombination, creates a neutrally charged region between the 2 materials. If we then expose the materials to sunlight, the light can break apart this neutral region, creating electron-hole pairs, or excitons. As they are charged, they get pushed out of this electrically neutral region to either side where they can be collected by an electrode and then
Arianatari,
recombined
it's
later
true.
after doing some useful work for us. And
Aw,
that broadly,
Doodleburb,
at least,
thank
is
you
the
very much
picture
for the
of how we
raid.
create
Welcome,
electricity
raiders.
from a photovoltaic cell, at least the idealized picture. In reality, these electrons and holes that are generated, they often recombine within the solar cell
friendos.
before making it to those contacts.
We're playing Dark
either
Souls
because they
2.
recombine with themselves, with each other, or
We're playing Dark Souls 2 and listening to science. Doodleburb, thank you for subscribing. Hello. And if you guys want to join a slightly more active chat, you can come over to our fancy new website, riverboat.gg. And that's where the chat on screen is. Come on over. The chatting's fine. This guy's explaining the concept of a diode better than my TAF teachers. Yee, I only bring you the finest of content. Also, Raiders, my name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a trans lady and a socialist, and I talk about the news and politics, except not today. And, yeah, come ask me questions about that stuff if you would like.
or because they combine with the bulk material. These recombination events contribute significantly to decreasing the overall energy efficiency of a solar cell. So this is where those researchers at the University of Rochester focused their attention. In fabricating their perovskite solar cells, they added a silver layer that they referred to as a mirror below the perovskite, and they found that they were able to drastically reduce these electron-hole recombination events.
I do appreciate that, GD Reaper. We even covered that video on stream. I'd never heard of Sunny V2 before, but man, that video was dog shit. Hello, Doodleburb. Aw, thanks, 10-letter name. I'm not top tier. I'm like I don't know. I'm like Honey Nut Cheerios. I'm not quite as good as multigrain, but I'm a little bit better than just plain Cheerios, you know?
This mirroring effect improved the photocurrent liberated from the device by a factor of
You are a white name. We've had the website for a whole month now.
I'm familiar with the need to run in the other direction when I see a mirror, but
You're
why
right, I'm
would an
better than
electron's
Hassan.
behavior be influenced by just being close to a mirrored surface? Seems crazy. To understand it, we need to remember that the electrons in a metal, unlike a semiconductor, are free to move around like a liquid. In fact, we call them often an electron sea, where they always try to flow away from areas of like charge and towards areas of opposite charge.
What is a
because
Hassan?
opposites attract. When you put very thin layers
perfect
of metal
question
next to a dipole
that is irrelevant
system,
to answer.
that electron sea couples to the dipole and applies a bit of a restoring force, encouraging them to relax into a lower energy state. If this is something like a fluorescent dipole system, this causes them to emit photons faster because they are collapsing more quickly into an unexcited state. This phenomena is called the Purcell effect. I actually used this as part of my PhD to enhance the output of fluorescent particles that I was studying.
The
I placed
Hassan
tiny
Clip
pieces,
Industrial Complex,
nano-sized, so
true.
a few tens or hundreds of atoms worth of gold, next to individual fluorescent particles, and it caused them to emit more photons more regularly, essentially making them brighter and making them easier to detect. But interestingly, the research team found that as they increased the thickness of the metal next to the dipole, this silver layer, this effect started to reverse, and the recombination rate actually started to drop. They propose in their paper that the silver layer is creating a mirror image to the electron-hole pair created when the photon strikes the perovskite. In effect, the electrons in the metal are pushed away from the perovskite electron's location, creating a pseudo-hole, and the hole in the perovskite attracts charge, creating a pseudo-electron in the material. So it essentially creates a mirror image of that charged dipole in the metal, which is kind of crazy. This silvery mirror image of the electron hole pair
change the
reduces
auto-targeting?
the local
Why?
density of optical states available
Game,
for the
why
exciton
would
to
you do
inhabit or
that?
decay through, which is a fancy way of saying it makes it harder for the exciton, the electron hole pair, to decay or collapse, essentially extending the likelihood that the pair lives long enough to exit through the appropriate electrical contacts and become electricity. And we absolutely see that in the photoresistivity data. An increased silver layer thickness produces a significantly higher photocurrent. Kind of amazing. Obviously, as this is a new observation, we need to wait until other labs around the world confirm that it does in fact happen this way. But if true, this is a really powerful way of improving solar cell efficiency. So our remaining question is, when does this thing actually hit the shelves of every good tech supplier near you? When do we get mass adoption? And there is unfortunately some kinks to work out. While perovskite solar cells have shown great promise, the stability of these materials remains kind of a concern. Some perovskites can degrade under prolonged exposure to heat, moisture, things like UV or radiation, which would limit their lifespan. As they are a thin film technology, they can be particularly brittle. Additionally, the most common perovskites usually contain lead, which raises some level of concern about their environmental impact. But researchers are already on the case. There are alternatives to lead for perovskite construction, though they are in the early stages of manufacture. Teams around the world are developing methods
You got this
for
10-letter
extrusion
name.
of perovskites that would allow them to survive harsh environments.
We believe in you and your single
If
clean
we can
broad.
crack these problems and prove and perfect this efficiency-enhancing mirroring phenomena, we could be jumping
You got
straight
this.
over the third age of thin-film solar cells and into the dawn of the fourth generation of solar efficiency. If you like this video, you might like last week's video about another breakthrough, the world's first room temperature superconductor. Again,
We did learn about that. That was pretty interesting.
I'm on location at a small mom and pop business that just made a fool of Ron DeSantis.
Come on.
All they had in their corner was $200 billion in market cap and thousands of the world's best lawyers. But not only did they make a fool of Ron DeSantis, they did it in the most legally hilarious way possible.
Yeah, so it's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis versus Disney in a fight to the death. And they're going head-to-head in a romp in the swamp, and only one will emerge victorious.
Romp
And
in the
so far,
swamp.
Well, it's Disney 1, DeSantis 0. And you'll have to stick around until the end to learn of the hilarious legal way that they actually won this one.
Now, I know what you're asking. Did Legal Eagle come to Disneyland just to
Oh
film
yeah,
one
with
sight gag?
perovskites
No, they
operate
came
at
here
like
for many
80%
sight
efficiency.
gags.
It's
The trouble
ridiculous.
all started in March of 2022 when Florida's Republican-dominated legislature passed House Bill 1557, aka the Parental Rights in Education Act, aka the Don't Say Gay Bill. The law bans discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity for students in kindergarten through the 3rd grade in Florida public schools to protect both the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children in a specified manner. And it also requires schools to out students to their parents as gay or trans, meaning that if a child of any age who is struggling with their gender identity comes to a guidance counselor or trusted teacher, the school cannot maintain confidentiality about this discussion and must disclose it to the parent as part of the child's educational record.
Somebody doesn't want to step out of the closet, we open the door for them.
And the bill creates a private right of action for parents to sue schools for violating this statute and recover monetary damages, including legal fees. Now, the law had quite a few vague terms, and when this was being debated in the legislature, State Senator Lori Berman wondered if the obligation to disclose any, quote, change in these students' services or monitoring related to these students' mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being would require schools to inform parents if a student requested a vegetarian meal for lunch. And the bill's sponsor, State Senator Dennis Baxley, agreed that it would. But if the bill's intent was to banish any mention of LGBTQ people from Florida schools as educators struggle to comply with a vaguely worded law under threat of cripplingly expensive litigation, it's been a rousing success. Teachers in Pasco and Duval County schools were ordered to remove safe space stickers from their classrooms for fear of running afoul of the Don't Say Gay bill. Even rainbows are being removed lest teachers be accused of indoctrinating kids. The Sarasota County School District published a flowchart for staff when a student requests to change their name or pronouns, and unless and until parents give permission, the answer will be no. And Governor DeSantis' then spokesperson, Christina Pushaw, tweeted, "If you're against the anti-grooming bill, you are probably a groomer, or at least you don't denounce the grooming of 4 to 8-year-old children. Silence is complicity. This is how it works, Democrats, and I didn't make the rules." DeSantis himself echoed this language when he signed the bill into law on March 28, 2022 at a private charter school in Tampa.
They support sexualizing kids in kindergarten.
And that, of course, put him on a direct collision course with Florida's largest employer, Disney. Because Florida's Don't Say Gay bill sparked a furious backlash. And the Walt Disney Corporation, which has long positioned itself as an LGBTQ-friendly business, brings in major tourism dollars for Florida's economy. One 2019 study found that the company was responsible for $75.2 billion in annual economic impact for Central Florida, supporting 463,000 jobs and $4.8 billion in state tax revenue. It also contributes millions of dollars in campaign contributions every election cycle.
And yes, before you write it down in the comments, I am fully aware that all this is taking place in Florida at Disney World, not in California at Disneyland, but I didn't want to go to Florida. Have you seen who they've elected there?
And as it became clear that the legislature was actually going to pass the bill, Disney's then CEO Bob Chapek faced intense criticism for not using the company's clout to fight it. His own employees staged walkouts in March of 2022 and set up a website called Where is Chapek to demand action. For his part, Chapek told shareholders he'd been working behind the scenes to fight the bill, and he apologized to Disney's LGBTQ employees, saying, quote, "I missed the mark in this case, but I am an ally you can count on, and I will be an outspoken champion for the protections, visibility, and opportunity you deserve." Chapek's allyship didn't last long, though. He was ousted in November when his predecessor, Bob Iger, came out of retirement and took the job back. On March 28th, when the bill was signed into law, the company finally put out a statement of tepid criticism, suggesting that the law, quote, should never have passed and should never have been signed into law. Quote, "Our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislature or struck down in the courts, and we remain committed to supporting the national and state organizations working to achieve that. We're dedicated to standing up for the rights and safety of LGBTQ plus members of the Disney family, as well as the LGBTQ plus community in Florida and across the country." At which point Disney found itself in the middle of a Category 5 social media storm, dealing with the backlash to the backlash from the right-wing supporters of the bill itself. And as a result, Governor DeSantis and his allies vowed revenge on Disney for daring to criticize the law. At a press conference on March 29th, DeSantis branded Disney a bunch of, quote, California corporate executives. He said, quote, "I think they crossed the line. We're going to make sure we're fighting back when people are threatening our parents and threatening our kids."
And here we are at It's a Small World, which is actually the birthplace of Ron DeSantis.
It is actually
In the
quite
fundraising
large
email, he
here.
threatened reprisal, tying it explicitly to the company's criticism. Quote, "If Disney wants
Oh,
to
God.
pick a fight, they chose the wrong guy. I will not allow a woke corporation based in California to run our state. Disney has gotten away with special deals from the state of Florida for way too long." Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez was even less subtle, likening Disney to the Chinese Communist Party and insisting the company had no right to criticize the government, which is of course not how this works. Or maybe that's exactly how it works in Florida, where the government just made it illegal for teachers to acknowledge their own families and ban drag shows.
Yeah, so California doesn't have those laws. California also doesn't have horrible humidity, so maybe if you're thinking about going to Florida, maybe go California and Disneyland instead.
But the Florida legislature raced back to Tallahassee to figure out some way to stick it to the state's main economic engine. And what they settled on was repealing a special tax zone for the benefit of Disney called the Reedy Creek Improvement District. Now, naturally, they also tried to draw a line between the government action and the company's protected First Amendment speech. For instance, State Senator Spencer Roach tweeted on March 30th, quote, "Yesterday was the second meeting in a week with fellow legislators to discuss a repeal of the 1967 Reedy Creek Improvement Act, which allows Disney to act as its own government. If Disney wants to embrace woke ideology, it seems fitting that they should be regulated by Orange County." So what is the Reedy Creek Improvement Act? Well, that requires us to go back to 1965 when Florida Governor Hayden Burns welcomed a new neighbor to the Sunshine State.
Hey, get
Florida
fucked.
already has many world-famous tourist attractions, and the new Disney complex promises to complement these existing businesses and will greatly increase the magnetism of Florida's dynamic personality.
Now, the Walt Disney Company promised to do for Orlando what it had done for Anaheim, California, with the Disneyland theme park. To incentivize the company to build Walt Disney World, Florida created a special tax district for the 25,000 acres of heretofore worthless swampland the company had bought up in Orange and Osceola counties. And according to Florida's Uniform Special District Accountability Act, a special district means a unit of local government created for a special purpose, as opposed to a general purpose, which has a jurisdiction to operate within a limited geographical boundary and is created by general law,
vexing
special act,
thoughts.
local ordinance, or by rule of the governor or cabinet. So in plain English, a special district is a government-authorized regional body dedicated to a specific purpose like community development or fire or rescue or, this being Florida, mosquito control. And truth be told, special districts aren't really all that special. The state's website lists 1,932 of them at last count, ranging from the Amax Brewer Memorial Law Library to the Zephyrillus Community Redevelopment Agency. But the Reedy Creek Improvement District was pretty special in that it was so wide-ranging. The original 1967 charter gave the Improvement District Board, which was controlled by the Walt Disney Corporation, dozens of powers. The RCID had the authority to build roads and sewage systems, to contract with neighboring police departments for security, to enact a mosquito control plan, and the law exempted it from virtually all zoning laws. It even gave the RCID the right to collect taxes at triple the rate of any county or city. Essentially, the charter allowed Disney to function as its own independent municipality, an arrangement which worked out well for everyone for some 55 years until the mouse got too big for its britches and started talking back to the governor. So in 2022, after Disney criticized the Don't Say Gay law, Governor DeSantis and his allies decided to kneecap Mickey by revoking the charter of the Reedy Creek Improvement District. His buddies in the state
And
Senate
that did
raced
not
back to
go
Tallahassee
well.
to enact SB 4, a bill which purported to dissolve the Reedy Creek Improvement District itself. Well, to be more accurate, it dissolved, quote, any independent special district established by a special act prior to the date of ratification of the Florida Constitution on November 5th, 1968, and which was not reestablished, re-ratified, or otherwise reconstituted by special act or general law after November 5th, 1968. But you probably saw this coming. The only district affected by this law would be Reedy Creek. And Orlando land use lawyer Jacob Schumer immediately spotted a huge problem with his plan to stick it to Disney, because a lot of special districts were empowered to issue bonds. But the RCID charter had a special provision wherein the state of Florida pledged not to impair the rights of bondholders until, quote, all such bonds together with interest thereon, and all costs and expenses in connection with any action or proceeding by or on behalf of such holders are fully met and discharged. And so dissolving the Reedy Creek district would cause the bond debt to land squarely in the lap of the local government. And while Disney can easily pay the $58 million annual debt service on the $1 billion worth of bonds, Osceola and Orange counties cannot. But DeSantis vowed to fight on, saying, quote, in the near future, we will propose additional legislation to authorize additional special districts in a manner that ensures transparency and an even playing field under the law. And his spokesperson vowed that no Florida taxpayer would see their rates go up as a result of the governor's mission to punish Disney for standing up for LGBTQ kids. Now, in the event that the legislature passed a substitute statute for SB 4, the bill also renamed the Reedy Creek District the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District and created a new board filled with DeSantis appointees. The panel includes several DeSantis donors with strong ties to the Republican Party. For instance, DeSantis also named Bridget Ziegler a co-founder of Moms for Liberty, a group of self-described joyful warriors in the culture who fight mask mandates and transgender students going to the bathroom. Her husband is co-chair of the Florida GOP, who donated $1.75 million to DeSantis. She's joined on the board by Pastor Ron Perry, who once described homosexuality as evil and shared a conspiracy theory that tap water might be making people gay, basically sending a message that if Disney ever got any bright ideas about speaking up against the governor again, the board would ensure that the company would deeply regret it. Or as DeSantis put it, quote, "When you lose your way, you gotta have people that are going to tell you the truth. All these board members very much would like to see the type of entertainment that all families can appreciate." Jacob Schumer, the lawyer who spotted the bond problem with the first bill, told the Washington Post, quote, "The district is basically exactly the same, but now Disney World will go from being abnormally independent to being abnormally controlled. They still get their special little district with taxes that can pay for lavish roads and luxury projects, but they're no longer pulling the strings." In February, DeSantis signed the new bill into law, congratulating himself for a flawless victory over the woke corporation, but it turned out the mouse still had a couple of tricks up its sleeve. So because DeSantis' people hadn't been paying a lot of attention to the board, they failed to notice the legally mandated notice posted in the Orlando Sentinel on January 27th, advertising a board meeting on February 8th, 2023 in the boardroom of the RCID administration building. At that meeting, the outgoing board members voted to adopt a new declaration of restrictive covenants. And buried in a lot of legalese, the document ceded most of the board's powers to Walt Disney Parks and Resorts, which meant that the new board wouldn't be able to withhold approval for most of the things that Disney wanted to do. Now, it took the incoming board members almost 2 months to work out exactly what had happened. In fact, it wasn't until their second meeting that they realized that they'd been outfoxed by Disney.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe the original problem here is that the state of Florida ceded basically unfettered government-like power to a huge corporation, and now they're reaping the repercussions of that. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. Who knows? I'm just a lawyer.
Legal Eagle getting political up in here.
Complained, quote, "I cannot tell you the level of my disappointment in Disney. I thought so much better of them. This essentially makes Disney the government. This board loses, for practical purposes, the majority of its ability to do anything beyond maintain the roads and maintain basic infrastructure." New board member Bridget Ziegler tweeted, quote, "The arrogance of @Disney continues. From ignoring parents and allowing radicals to sexualize our children, to now ignoring Florida taxpayers by sneaking in a last-minute sweetheart development agreement, Disney has once again overplayed their hand in Florida. We won't stand for this, and we won't back down. If unlawful actions were taken, this development agreement will be nullified." For his part, DeSantis vowed revenge. "Rest assured, you ain't seen nothing yet. There's more to come in that regard." And the governor immediately dispatched an army of taxpayer-funded attorneys to attempt to unwind the deal. A statement attributed to 4 separate law firms reads, quote, "The lack of consideration, the delegation of legislative authority to a private corporation, restriction of the board's ability to make legislative decisions, and giving away public rights without compensation for a private purpose, among other issues, warrant the new board's actions and direction to evaluate these overreaching documents and determine how best the new board can protect the public's interest in compliance with Florida law." Then the state's top lawyer, Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody, sent a public records request to the Reedy Creek board members demanding all communications, quote, "discussing an intention or goal of circumventing, avoiding, frustrating, mitigating, or otherwise attempting to avoid the effects of anticipated actions by the Florida governor and the Florida legislature." In the meantime, DeSantis sent a letter to the state's chief inspector general, Melinda Miguel, demanding that she investigate the board for, quote, "collusive and self-dealing arrangements aiming to nullify the recently passed legislation, undercut Florida's legislative process, and defy the will of Floridians." Apparently, he believes that it would be unethical or even criminal for the RCID board members to consult with Disney executives on the RCID contract, despite the company being a party to the RCID contract.
But the counterpoint here is well taken. There are those that argue that Disney is trying to frustrate the democratic process. People elected their leaders in Florida. The leaders in Florida have enacted several laws that seek to revoke the special district that Disney was benefiting. And by trying to frustrate that special district and those laws, Disney is being anti-democratic. And it's hard to argue against that. It's just that it happens to be on a backdrop of potentially protected First Amendment rights and this whole culture war.
New Disney CEO Bob Iger called out DeSantis at a recent Disney shareholder meeting, saying, quote, "The governor got very angry about the position Disney took, and it seems like he's decided to retaliate against us, including the naming of a new board to oversee the property and the business. In effect, it seems to punish a company for its exercise of constitutional right. And that just seems really wrong to me." Iger went on to accuse the governor of being anti-business, fighting words in today's GOP. And now we get to the extremely wonky but extremely juicy legal details of how Disney actually pulled this off. because Disney's lawyers say that everything they did was strictly in accordance with the law. And if they're right, it will be thanks in part to an ancient legal principle which has bedeviled law students for generations. How many generations? Well, a lot. In fact, we have to go all the way back to the 17th century in England to the very real and very much less woke kingdom of Charles I, who reigned until 1649 when he literally lost his head. Literally. But in 1647, Henry Frederick Howard, the Earl of Arundel and Surrey, was faced with a problem. By law, the eldest of his 4 sons was supposed to inherit his estate. Unfortunately, that son, Thomas, was legally insane and incapable of managing the Earl's vast landholdings. Furthermore, it was unlikely, although not impossible, that Thomas would produce a son of his own to inherit the estate. And so the Earl and his esteemed lawyer, Sir Orlando Bridgeman, devised a complicated plan to divide the land and accompanying titles among the 4 sons upon the Earl's death. The will took into account multiple contingencies, with clauses shifting assets around at some undetermined future date if Thomas should die without an heir. And furthermore, the Earl liked this crazy contraption so much that his will imposed this plan to rotate assets among multiple future generations. But by 1682, the Earl had died, although not
I need to make money.
and his second and third sons, Henry and Charles, were locked in an epic legal dispute which came to be known as the Duke of Gloucester's case. Henry argued that the complex scheme of shifting ownership dictated by his father's will was illegal because it tied up property for too long. And the court agreed, thus creating what became known as the rule against perpetuities, a legal concept so famously complicated that it has been included on every bar exam for decades as a kind of hazing ritual for the legal profession. In essence, the court held that it was bad public policy to allow landowners to lock up property forever, i.e. in perpetuity. And at the time, England was rapidly transitioning from a feudal society to one based on capitalism and
Mention
trade.
there's
And so
a
it made
white
sense the
name
court
in
decided
chat.
that allowing landowners to wall off great
There are white
swaths
names
of
in
the
chat.
country's assets from
It's
sale
true.
would be a hindrance to the new mercantile economy. And this has become a foundational principle of English and American common law. We don't like rules that say things can't be sold, and we really don't like imposing restrictions on land sale or use by future owners. So over the years, this rule against perpetuities has been reduced to a simple axiom. No interest is good unless it must vest, if at all, no later than 21 years after some life and being at the creation of the interest. Okay, so maybe that's not particularly that
really
simple, but
like
in plain interest, the law will not allow you to dictate the ownership
to make
of
it to the
property
end of this
forever.
area.
The best you can do is pick someone who is alive at the time that the document is signed and peg your instructions to that person's lifespan plus a maximum of 21 years after they die. That person is known as a, quote, life in being, commonly referred to as a measuring life, and that person doesn't have to be a party to the contract. You can make a measuring life Miley Cyrus or Barack Obama or your brother's new baby. It doesn't matter. It just has to be someone alive at the time of the contract. All right, so how does this work in practice? Well, let's say that Scrooge McDuck wants to leave his mansion to Huey, Dewey, and Louie. In his will, he writes, "I leave my home to my beloved nephews for life, and then to their children when the last of them reaches the age of 25. Now, in theory, Huey, Dewey, and Louie could father children, or ducklings, on the last day of their lives. So this will violates the rule against perpetuities because it exceeds the measuring lives, that's Huey, Dewey, and Louie, by more than 21 years. But change 25 to 21 and say my nephew's lives plus 21 years, and it's probably all good. So what does this have to do with Ron DeSantis trying to burn down Mickey's clubhouse? Well, Florida, like most states, has modified its rule against perpetuities. It's no longer 21 years. In fact, in 2022, the state changed the rule from 360 years to 1,000 years, which is pretty optimistic considering how much of the state's population lives in coastal areas, which could be affected by sea level rise. But Disney and the RCID board knew that DeSantis and his allies in Tallahassee would be on the hunt for any possible way to void the declaration that strips his appointees of power over the company. Remember, the RCID board and Disney just watched the legislature pass multiple laws aimed directly at them, and they know that he's not above enacting a 17-minute rule against perpetuities that only applies to special districts established in 1967. So to protect the company from that eventuality, they inserted this clause, quote, "If the perpetual term of this declaration is deemed to violate the rule against perpetuities or any similar law or rule, this declaration shall continue in effect until 21 years after the death of the last survivor of the descendants of King Charles III, King of England, living as of the date of this
here we
declaration."
go.
And you should know, in May, King Charles will be officially inaugurated as King of England. He has 2 sons, 5 grandchildren who are living as of the date of this declaration. So for the purposes of this contract, they are the measuring lives. Prince William's children are Prince George, age 9, Princess Charlotte, age 7, and Prince Louis, who is 4. Prince Harry's children with his wife Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Sussex, are Prince Archie, who is 3, his baby sister, Princess Lilibet Diana Mountbatten Windsor, born June 4th, 2021 in Santa Barbara, California. As the youngest of King Charles's descendants living at the time of this contract, she is statistically the likeliest to be the ultimate measuring life of this contract.
Behind me is the Matterhorn, and a fun bit of trivia is that in order to extend the contractual period even further, Disney has actually purchased the rights to King Charles III. He will be cryogenically frozen so that he will actually never die and be interned in the Matterhorn so that all of the contractual obligations will go on basically forever.
So kids, that's how Mickey Mouse enlisted a real-life American princess to protect the fake Magic Kingdom in a real-life battle to protect the First Amendment. Yes, because Floridians love it when you antagonize the state's largest employer.
I have to admit, coming to Disneyland alone as an adult is a very strange experience. The things I do for this channel.
Meanwhile, the new board vows to fake until they make it, passing a resolution restoring their power. But for now, they are pretty much out of a job, and if DeSantis keeps going, the 460,000 people that Disney employs in Florida will be out of a job as well. So they could really benefit from today's sponsor, 80,000 Hours. They're a nonprofit that helps people find impactful and fulfilling careers that aim at solving the world's most pressing problems. Because many sources simply give cookie-cutter advice and only recommend a few well-known career paths that people often think have high social impact, like being a doctor, a teacher, or a charity worker. Boo! No, those are great, but those aren't your only options. And they probably aren't your best options either. Trust me, not one career aptitude test told me to be a YouTube lawyer. But most importantly, relevant career advice can be really hard to find if you care a lot about making a big positive difference in the world.
Nope, you're not gonna get me with an ad.
Hours is a
Nope. Not today, son. Not today! Do we got anything to go on here? Ba-da-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Today's video is sponsored by 80,000 Hours.
No! They got me!
The height of the Cold War with Russia, the United States was concerned enough with the possibility of an all-out nuclear exchange that this fear trickled all the way down to what children should do in their classrooms to avoid annihilation. Classic videos and images show how millions of students across the country were taught that the best thing you could do in the event of a nearby nuclear blast was to duck and cover. In retrospect, of course, these drills seem comically ineffective, or at least not properly scaled with the severity of the situation. But given that we're still on the edge of nuclear war 70 years after these drills, it begs the question, what should you do in the event of a nuclear blast? Duck and cover? Run and hide? Is there anything you can do? Well, actually, yeah. Blast doors engage.
Now entering the facility.
First, some clarifications. To survive a nuclear blast, you first have to get lucky. If you are anywhere inside of the kilometers-wide fireball that modern nuclear weapons produce, that's it. Your skeleton is going to literally turn into a gas. So first of all, you have to get lucky. Lucky with a weapon's yield, height of burst, surrounding geography, all elements you can't control. And we have to be specific about what aspect.
Hello. Wait, did we get a raid? No, we didn't. Rakasan Dragon, non-binary superpowers, you just showed up. Hey, Michael McAllister. Oh no, yeah, Legal Eagle is definitely a lefty, okay? And no, he can't explicitly state his politics, because, like, that would kill his channel, you know? Yeah, honestly, Legal Eagle wins his court cases just by making puppy dog eyes at the judge. I swear. No, we did get a raid, but I said hello to Doodleburb. Doodleburb knows that I love them. I think your GG chat is gonna ban me now? Oh, no. We're trying to peer pressure each other into someone gifting you a sub. Because when you're subscribed on the Twitch chat, not on the Twitch chat, on the .gg chat, you don't have a white name. That's why people are saying white name.
of a nuclear blast you can protect yourself from? They're all different. If you're still around to make a difference, what aspect of a nuclear blast can you save yourself from? Perhaps surprisingly,
You're a good drunk
only
and
a
a good
small
lesbian.
amount of a nuke's energy is converted into ionizing radiation, which dissipates relatively quickly and can be avoided by leaving the area. The next largest portion of energy is thermal, light and heat. It can cause instantaneous third-degree burns and ignite basically anything, but it's also just light. So as long as you're not in line of sight of it at the time, you can avoid it. The majority of a nuclear bomb's energy is converted into a blast wave, and this is the most dangerous aspect if you survive the fireball. A colossal wave of air that creates an overpressure, or pressure over atmospheric, that at even just a few psi can lift and toss vehicles, level forests, and collapse buildings, and human lungs. This is where scientific studies and today's topic comes in. If you're facing down an incoming blast wave and you're in
GD
a
Reaper, thank you
classroom,
for
your
gifting
home, or
Ariana
another
Tharia
building, you don't want to be outside, where should you
appreciate
place
it,
yourself for
and
the
you.
best shot at survival? Turns out to not be as complicated as you may think.
Mint Kuro, thank you for finding an
The study
additional
that we'll
sub.
be going through today
for
is
Ariana
a
Thari.
recent one,
Huzzah!
entitled Nuclear Explosion Impact on Humans Indoors, and it aimed to use simulations to determine
Now you got
where
2
the
months.
most dangerous
Huzzah!
place in a simulated building might be if a nuclear blast wave were to enter it. So they used a simulated room, a simulated 750
Oh, you got 4 months. Goddamn.
kiloton bomb.
And yes, Ariana Thari, it's true. I do want to use you to get more subs. But also, because it's just kind of fun. Chat seems to have a lot of fun with the white name hunt.
Blast wave from a nuclear weapon.
Now you got
and
an
then
orange name.
considered the blast wave entering this window right here to determine where the safest
Used and
place
validated.
might be.
Excellent.
Now, before I just tell you what the results of the study were, why don't you take a guess? In the event of a nuclear blast, where should you be in this building? Think about it carefully and think about it fluid dynamically. It's not as complicated as you may think.
Blast wave incoming.
Dang, those insectoid raiders always trying to get in here and get my goodies. Just one sec. Think about it. I'll be right back. I gotta protect my goodies. I'm award-winning science educator and 6 feet tall on Tinder, Kyle Hill. If you want to make the most of your time on this planet, you will only have about 80,000 hours to do so.
No.
How do you use those hours most? Will my career and ethically clean them out? Oh, so sorry, I was just dealing with some neighbors. So you've had exactly 60 seconds to think about this question. Where should you be during a nuclear blast if you're in a building like this? Well, right here. Here is the simulated room. It's symmetrical, so the authors only considered half of it for simplicity. They then simulated a blast wave from a 750 kiloton bomb detonated 3 kilometers above ground and got these. These are maps of the simulated maximum air velocities inside the building for the first 10 seconds after the blast wave enters at overpressures of 3 and 5 psi. In both, blue indicates slower air velocities and red higher velocities. You can see that some rooms have almost no air velocity, while others have velocities over 100 meters per second, which, given a reasonable human mass, could pick you up and throw you over 60 feet through the air. You can't travel that far in a small room, of course, so instead you'd hit a wall with tremendous force and might die. The next figures show a map of air forces normalized to G's, or multiples of the gravitational force you experience on this planet. Again, you can see areas with little to no forces and areas with forces over 140 G's, which could easily be fatal. So what can we actually learn from results like this? Well, first, blast waves are even more dangerous indoors, as when they enter a small opening like a window or door and then expand out into a hallway or corridor, air velocity actually increases. Second, it looks like the blast waves follow the path of least resistance. into openings like windows or doors and through corridors, and not into walls and into corners where pressure builds up. Fluidodynamically, it makes perfect sense. And so, the safest place to be if a blast wave enters your building is in the corners of rooms closest to the opening where the blast wave is actually coming in. It may sound counterintuitive, but again, fluidodynamically, it makes perfect sense. And so, everything taken together, these results can give us practical advice for the end of the world.
Warning. Raiders are attempting to breach the blast.
Okay, all right, forget the laser bees. Send in Guerrilla Railgun Company 7. They should deal with... Sorry, I was just trying to handle some kids on my lawn that need to be disintegrated. If a nuclear explosion is imminent, and you're lucky enough to not be at ground zero, you will have a precious few seconds to do something in between the thermal pulse, which you'll probably see and or feel, and the blast wave, which you can protect yourself from. So, get inside the nearest building and heed the latest facility TM warning sign. In the event of a nuclear blast, get inside the closest corner to the closest opening. Science says this tactic might just save your life, save you from tremendous air velocity and G's that will literally collapse your lungs. Trust me, it'll be better than duck and covering, especially when there's desks and children flying at your face at 100 miles per hour. So don't tell me I never gave you any practical advice. Until next time. And don't worry about the Guerrilla Company 7 with railguns. They only shoot things with way more arms than you have. Okay, until next time. Unless you are a spider watching this. And in that case, watch your thorax, buddy.
Now exiting the facility.
Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff at the facility for their direct and substantial support in the creation of this here video. If you want to drape on a Silky Watt lab coat, if you want to see videos early, hear my weird accents while I'm ad-libbing things, get private members only live streams with me once a month, that's patreon.com/Kyle Hill. And if you support us just enough, you get your name on Aria here in each and every episode. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of you. Oh. How am I possibly going to pass the time? One other caveat about surviving a nuclear blast that I must say is that even if you're not vaporized in the fireball and you survive a blast wave, you're not necessarily in a good spot anymore. People like the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists estimate with studies and economics that even just a single nuclear bomb going off in an extremely economically important place like New York could kind of lead to a domino effect that more or less collapses civilization. So even if you survive the fireball and the blast wave, it doesn't mean you're gonna survive what's coming. Oof. Which is why nuclear weapons are, yeah.
Damn it! Okay, folks, I think I'm gonna be done
for watching.
For the night.
Nature. A perfectly balanced masterpiece of unimaginable complexity. The great dance of life, where every creature, great and small, plays a pivotal role in... Whoa. That guy's having a bad day.
Oh,
Sorry,
God.
where was I? Oh yeah, every creature, great and small, plays a pivotal role in the great ecological story. From the majestic elk to the elusive and cunning... Oh, that's gonna leave a mark. Okay, maybe not every animal.
Okay,
is
we'll watch
majestic,
this.
but there is a purpose and an intelligence behind every... Okay, bad example. But animals are way more intelligent than we... Except for that guy. I guess he didn't...
We'll finish watching this video.
How does that go with this? Oh, and that one too. Oh my goodness, nature is having a day. Oh, that poor.
Oh, babies! No.
Animals are stupid. About a year ago or so, I did a video on the world's smartest animals, where I talked about how some animals like corvids and octopuses show a level of intelligence that's weirdly human.
I love animals.
Like for example, when a crow dies, its group will actually come
Aminals
together and
are my
sort of
favorite.
investigate what happened. Kind of like a Corvid CSI or something. Looks like this case is for the birds.
Boo!
Yeah, and actually regarding octopuses, a recent plan that a guy had in the Canary Islands to build a farm for octopuses to raise them for food, it's come under severe backlash lately because, you know, they're kind of known as such intelligent creatures now. It sort of feels wrong. Because in our minds, as humans, we regard intelligence as a virtue, maybe the highest of all virtues. We rank an animal's importance by how smart they are, how much they're, you know, like us. It's a little narcissistic when you think about it. Because when it comes down to it, intelligence is just an evolutionary adaptation, just like all animal traits. You know, you wouldn't look down on one bird because it's a different color than another bird, but when it comes to intelligence, we do exactly that. So for some animals, the environments that they evolved in, the predators that hunted them, or the prey that they hunted, meant that nature selected for intelligence and they got smarter. But for some other animals, the opposite is true. Intelligence played little to no part in their survival. In fact, for some, a bigger, more energy-intensive brain would just take resources away from other parts of the body that really needed it.
Okay, but look, little fuzzy caterpillars should have massive brains because that would be adorable. No. No. Damn it. Why is this not working? What did I do? What did I do?
Ball and a ballpoint pen, but it's still smart enough to chase me around the yard and cut off roots to my back door, leaving me stranded in the yard for hours. I hate wasps.
Wasps
Oh,
are
and look at
terrible.
jellyfish. They don't have a brain at all. I mean, does smart and dumb even apply to them? Now, you could apply the word dumb to mean animals with weird or useless body parts like the T-Rex and its stupid little arms. But there's a lot of cases of weird anatomy that aren't necessarily dumb. I mean, great gray owls are born with claw-like structures at the rest of their wings that have no use whatsoever, or hell, the human appendix for that matter. Some animals might be considered dumb because they can only survive in a very specific environment. Congratulations, dummy, you're the apex predator in a tiny cave. And sadly, many of these animals are dying out because that one very specific niche that they filled is now changing because of human encroachment or changing climate or whatever. And they've evolved so specifically that they can't figure out how to...
It's a sheep. It's a cow. No, it's a leaf sheep, also known as the leaf slug. This adorable little sea slug, whose beady eyes and cute feelers make it look like a cartoon sea sheep, feeds on algae, just like the real thing. What's fascinating about the tiny cute animal, which can grow up to 5 millimeters in length and can be found near Japan, Indonesia and the Philippines, is that they are one of the only sea creatures in the world that can perform photosynthesis.
I thought the narrator was gonna say that they're the only sea creature in the world that's completely adorable. Look at them! Look at them! Look at these little guys! They're just little guys! They could get away with murder.
When these weird animals eat algae, they suck out the chloroplasts and incorporate them into their own bodies in a process called colectoplasty.
Oh, that's so cool. A water-topped shaman,
which otherwise can only be performed by single-celled organisms, essentially makes them solar-powered slugs.
That's so cool. They eat plants, and then they become...
The leaf sheep is a small, colorful sea slug that inhabits many areas of the Indo-Pacific, including waters near Japan and the Philippines. They are delicate creatures.
No, I demand better.
Are limited.
Better than still images. I demand footage. Will this give me footage?
Welcome back.
If
Steve.
it's still
Kleptoplasm,
in it- nope.
egg laying, other sea slugs.
Nope. Get me picture. I need pictures of that sea sheep. Sea sheep. Oh my god. They are small and photogenic, yeah. Even if this were the size of a real sheep, it would be adorable. Just slide, like it would just slide around and like eat plants and then photosynthesize. It'd be adorable. It would be adorable.
How to continue their species when it changes. Sad, but still dumb. The point is, there's a lot of different metrics we can use to define what a dumb animal is. So the ones on this list,
My
to be
makeup
fair,
actually
are not
stood up.
really apples to apples comparison.
My makeup actually stood up pretty well to being on stream for so long. This is a look. I bought this top thinking that it would be like, I don't know, kind of a sometimes thing, but like this look is actually really good on me. I look kind of like a cool vampire. A cool sleepy vampire.
Comparisons. Regardless, these keep making list after list for being the dumbest of the dumb. So here we go. Let's start with kakapoos, which I'm pretty sure I'm saying wrong.
Yeah, we've been going
Ironic,
for 6
and I
hours
forget
now.
About dumb animals. These are nocturnal flightless parrots found in New Zealand, and
Thanks,
they're adorable.
Witchblade.
They're actually like super really cute. But the thing is, they evolved in a place with no predators and plenty of food. So they didn't really develop any kind of defensive strategies. So if you were to walk up and say scare a kakapo, it would just kind of sit there, just freeze, stand completely still. Or it might climb up a tree and jump out, which is a problem because it can't fly, so it just kind of falls to the ground.
What?
They rarely mate, and the males are known to go around and just basically hump anything that moves when it can't attract a female. They were abundant in New Zealand before the humans arrived, but the numbers decreased over time because the animals that the humans brought with them were able to catch the birds really easily because they just kind of stood there and froze. And by animals, I mean cats. I'm talking about cats. Conservation efforts began in 1894, which has helped keep them around, but there's really only about 294 kakapo alive today. Now, I should say that some places that I looked for information on this say they're actually fairly intelligent. They are parrots, and parrots in general are intelligent. Apparently, they all have very distinct personalities, which kind of is a sign of intelligence, but they kept coming up on all these lists of dumbest animals that we found, so we included it here. Next up is sloths. Kakapos aren't the only animals that can hold themselves completely still. That's also kind of the sloth thing. Are they cute? Yes. Does Kristen Bell have an unhealthy fascination with them? Yes. Are they dumb?
Absolutely.
Very. Sloths are found in tropical rainforests where they spend about 8 to 10 hours a day sleeping
They are dumb and they are glorious, and I aspire to them.
in trees. And about once every 8 days, they make their way to the ground to defecate. And when it crawls back up the tree, they can often fall to the ground and die. And the whole thing about sloths moving slowly is...
Oh no! I didn't know that. I didn't know that. They climb up. They every 8 days they have to climb down to the ground to poop. And then they gotta climb back up on the tree and they can fall off. Every time you have to take a dump, it's a dangerous mission.
Is no joke. They move with top speeds of 1.8 to 2.4 meters per minute. Just for
I'm aware
reference,
of those
that's
ball
4
sack
times slower than a
raccoons.
tortoise. You know how you're always winding up behind some 90-year-old going 20 miles an hour on the interstate? That's a sloth. They are so slow and lazy that one of the 7 deadly sins is named after them. That's a good movie for the kids. All sloths go to hell. They move so slowly, in fact, that algae and fungus collects in their fur. But this is actually a good thing. It's actually helpful to them because their main predator is the harpy eagle, which no sloth could ever outrun, so its algae kind of camouflages them, and their stillness makes them kind of blend in with the trees. Which is kind of smart.
I do have to say, how the hell is the only predator of a sloth the harpy eagle? How are those things not just like walking buffets for the jungle? That doesn't make any sense to me.
They're so dumb, they're smart. Speaking of lazy animals, let's talk about pandas. Like, pandas kind of became the symbol of the conservation movement because they're endangered and they're cute, but they're kind of a terrible symbol because they're so dumb. Pandas are the worst. There, I said it. This is the part that's gonna piss everybody off, but I don't care. Can we please be done with these ridiculous animals? First of all, I don't think they even want to exist. Have you ever noticed it's like global news every time a panda cub is born? That's how little interest they have in continuing as a species. Pandas adapted to just kind of barely get by in one very unique place in the world. And then when that place changed, they were basically just like, I guess I'll die. I mean, let's be honest. The only reason they're still around is because they're cute. If they weren't cute, we would have let them go years ago. Need more convincing? Okay. They're not smart enough to keep their own kids alive. Seriously. It's very common when pandas have twins that they'll basically just pick one of them and let the other one die.
What?
That's a known thing.
No!
And the one they keep, they're prone to either sitting on it or rolling over on it or just forgetting they have a kid and letting it starve. That's why whenever a new cub is born in captivity, the caretakers take it away immediately because it's actually less safe with the mother than anywhere else. Oh, and they eat bamboo. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. They only eat bamboo. And you know what, as carnivores, they're not designed to eat? Bamboo. As Jacob Lentz, co-author of the book The Animal Review, says, quote, they're not supposed to eat bamboo. Their bodies are not adapted to digest cellulose, but they hang in there with the bamboo. But the result of that is that they have to eat a ton of bamboo. And they don't have a lot of energy to do things like, mate. That could be nature kind of hinting around the fact that they should collectively shuffle off this mortal coil.
Wait, I didn't know that they were carnivores. That does make sense since they're bears, but like, man, pandas are really. Oh my god, pandas are nature's Sophie's choice. God damn it, that's dark as hell.
Thank you. Do you have any idea the extreme efforts that zookeepers and conservationists have to go through to get these animals to perform the simple act of mating? I mean, we could be on Mars right now if we weren't spending so much time just trying to get these two bears to f each other. They're not that cute. Moving on.
Oh, they're pretty
Turkeys.
cute, though.
Everybody loves turkeys, especially around Thanksgiving. They are delicious, but they are not smart. So get this. This is
why the fuck would they only eat bamboo? Oh, God.
The dumb things that it does. If it's raining, they'll stare up at the sky with their mouth open until they drown. Okay, the drowning thing is a little bit more of a myth, but the reason that they stare up at the rain is because of this inherited genetic condition that's called a tetanic torticolor spasm. But they are still stupid. Like male turkeys have been known to basically hook up with headless female turkeys. So they're the opposite of pandas, basically. But maybe the dumb turkeys are our fault when it comes down to it. As Lentz wrote in the Animal Review blog, quote, "In short, the turkey has gotten a bum rap, most of it due to people's decisions to domesticate a great number of them. These soft, sad birds are like obese teenagers who look lazy, shiftless, and weak, but the truth is that the fault lies with us. We gave them too many calories and stopped expecting them to toughen up or exercise, and then mock the result when we really are just angry with ourselves." Another bird that's considered to be 5 beers short of a 6-pack is the ostrich. Ostriches are giant birds. If you've never been around one, they're just insane.
Holy shit, the legs on this one are just absolutely yoked.
Freaking dinosaurs. They can grow up to be 2.7 meters tall, that's 9 feet tall, weigh up to 136 kilograms, and achieve a sustained speed of 65 kilometers per hour. That's 533 times faster than a sloth. Those slender legs that help it run fast are also weapons. A powerful kick from an ostrich can knock down huge attackers like lions, not to mention that giant, huge velociraptor claw at the end of their feet. And yet, despite being one of the fastest animals in the world, despite having that, their main defensive move when they get attacked is to just lay down. So it's actually a misconception that ostriches bury their head in the sand, but they do put their heads on the ground and close their eyes, and it's thought that they do that because they think it makes them invisible. Yes, that invisible 9-foot tall bird.
No.
If that theory is true,
that can't be true.
I guess they basically never develop object permanence, which is something that human babies do at about 8 months. I guess they think that if they can't see anything, then nobody can see them. I don't know, but it's pretty dumb. Makes me think of the guy in Mystery Men who could turn invisible, but only when nobody was looking at him.
Maybe you should put some shorts on or something if you want to keep fighting evil today.
Next, let's talk about lemmings. Another animal that has a dumb fighting tactic is the Norwegian lemming. Or maybe they're just overconfident. Lemmings are known to attack other animals that are much bigger than them, and their only weapon is their teeth, making for very close combat, which is not good when you're a tiny little rodent. Now, you may think that they're stupid because they commit mass suicide by jumping off of cliffs. That is actually a myth that was perpetuated by Disney. Yes, you heard that right. Disney is responsible for the death of hundreds of lemmings. In a 1958 documentary titled White Wilderness, the filmmakers captured dozens of lemmings and they used Disney magic to make it seem like many more. And then they chased them off a cliff.
What
now,
the
it's true
hell?
that lemmings sometimes fall off of cliffs and drown during their migration season, but not altogether. Like, what they did was a complete fabrication.
Oh,
but
no.
like many myths that were created by Disney back in the heyday, yeah, it stuck around, but it's not true. So that's a dumb myth. Busted! All right, so all of these animals are stupid in their own ways, especially compared to the superb human intellect. But one can only stand in awe at the king of dumb.
I'm really upset to learn that the one thing I knew about lemmings was fabricated by Disney in an act of horrid animal cruelty.
The animal kingdom. It's the koala. Look, the koala is cute. That's nice, you
It's
know, but it
true.
literally has the lowest brain to body.
Yeah, I didn't know. Look, the only reason I know about lemmings at all was because of the video game Lemmings. And like I assumed that the reason they called it Lemmings was because they would follow each other off a cliff like lemmings.
Body mass ratio of any mammal in the world. And this is actually a survival tactic because much like the pandas, their diet consists of one thing, one item with very low caloric value. In their case, it's eucalyptus leaves. The Australian mammologist Tim Flannery had this to say about their brain, quote, "Its hemispheres sit like a pair of shriveled walnut halves on top of their brainstem in contact neither with each other nor the bones of the skull." Here's another thing about their brains. There's not a wrinkle in sight. Okay, so most of the processing that's done in the brain is actually done on the surface, and that's why ours have all those wrinkles and folds in it. It kind of provides more surface area. That's why calling somebody a smooth brain is an insult. Koala brains are literally smooth. They're so dumb that they only recognize these eucalyptus leaves when they're on the trees. So if you pluck them off the tree and offer it to them, they won't eat it, even if they saw you pick it off the tree. And since eucalyptus is so low energy, it's all about energy conservation for these guys. To that end, they sleep 18 to 20 hours a day.
Goals.
That's most of the day. Actually, another thing about eucalyptus, it's not just low calorie, it's also toxic. So they have to spend a lot of extra amount of energy just digesting their food. They move slowly and they haven't adapted very well to cars or highways. And they seem to not know what rain is. Like a lot of animals will find some kind of shelter when it starts to rain, but not the koala. It just sits there in the rain. They also don't seem to care about fire, or maybe even know what it is. They've been known to be found sitting at the bottom of trees when bushfires approach, which is actually kind of sad when you think about those Australian wildfires a few years ago. Anyway, sympathy over. They're also kind of assholes. They fight constantly, especially over territory, and each koala kind of insists on having a whole tree to themselves. Although, because of their low energy levels, their fighting is basically just whining and grappling. And get this, almost half of Australia's koalas have chlamydia.
Jesus Christ.
It is a different strain from the kind of chlamydia that humans know, but a koala can transmit it to you if it urinates on you. Which is a good reason not to walk under a tree with a koala in it.
Oh god! Oh god! You can catch koala chlamydia, and they're just gonna pee on you.
All right, now that I've picked on a bunch of cute defenseless
God
animals,
damn.
let's go back to my premise at the beginning of this video, which was all these animals are perfectly adapted for where they evolved. Their dumbness isn't a bug; it's a feature. Besides, who are we to judge? I mean, look at what we're doing and the problems we've caused. I mean, it makes me think of that joke about the aliens discovering that, you know, we've developed nuclear weapons, and one alien asks the other one if they should be scared, and the other alien says, no, they're pointing at it themselves. So, yeah, intelligence is relative. One thing that is intelligent is eating fast, high-quality meals from today's sponsor, Factor.
Nope.
It's the
Hi, chat. We've been going for 6 hours and 20 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, or, you know, just want to support me, consider making some donos or gifting some subs over on riverboat.gg. And I need to go get sleep because I got several meetings tomorrow. But hope I'll see you all tomorrow evening. Maybe we'll have a more, we'll either be having a more traditional news focused stream, or we'll be doing more Dark Souls 2, but with Gordo. We'll be doing some Gordo. The Sydney Zoo has a John Oliver koala chlamydia word for the koalas. Oh god. Alright. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye. We're gonna raid into... We're gonna raid into nobody. Bye.